This is crazy. It's always same stuff, man. That's crazy. They really, these AI, I ain't gonna lie, these AI Jones, man, these Jones are hitting. These AIs are like hitting. Oh.
Nah, Jay. Hey! Yeah, that nigga on the hook.
Hold up.
Hey!
Will Almighty ever stop being dragged?
There we go. Like that.
Them niggas out here. Where's Ben at? I want to hear Ben John now.
I will listen at another time. I thought it was. But look, man, we oh, these things is good. I'd give me some sushi food, or I get your food, but prevent Ramaswamy claims Biden won't be in 2024 with Democrat. Oh, yeah, in the interview this morning. That time I was actually like
gives you the
hitting
power.
something now. Movie over here.
Love the energy here, guys.
All right, let's see what we got.
USA.
USA.
USA. USA. USA. USA. That is why we are here today, to save our country. Let me tell you something, Wisconsin. We are in the middle of a war in this country. And I don't think it's a war that the media will teach you about, black and white. Nope, it's not that. Not man versus woman. It's not even really Republican versus Democrat. It is deeper than that. It is a war between those of us who love the United States of America and our founding ideals, and a fringe minority who hates this country and what we stand for. And right now, we need a commander-in-chief who is going to lead us to victory in that war. That is your 47th President of the United States, Donald J. Trump, the next president you're going to put back in the White House. That is why we're here today. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to fight inflation in this country, vote Trump. If you want to secure free speech in this country, vote Trump. If you want to defeat the deep state in this country, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in the United States of America, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. That is what we're going to do in Wisconsin and across this country this election in this November. That's why we're here today. Let me tell you something. I'm 38 years old. I've traveled this country. I was the youngest.
You know what's crazy? I don't know why he's saying all that. Well, we know exactly what this man's going to do when he get up in there. Like, Biden would have easily sealed up the border if the Republicans had passed that bill. Right? Because closing up the border doesn't stop the asylum. It doesn't. As a matter of fact, what I'm curious, let's look. Illegal crossing record Trump. I want to know one for each year, because 2020 obviously is going to have the lowest, but like 2020, 2021 is obviously going to have the lowest. But let's see. Due to COVID, the Washington Post. Oh, this is a paywall. President Trump reduced legal immigration. He did not reduce illegal immigration. Legal immigration by 60%. Legal immigration. Green cards issue people abroad by at least almost 500,000. Damn. I love it. I love it. Let's read and see what it is. You know what? We're gonna come back to this article. Let's just finish watching the video. Have a talk. Because I don't want to try to read something while I'm trying to eat too. Because I'm hungry, man. I'm sorry. I just could not wait. So let's go back.
Person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. And I'll tell you, I'm seeing young people showing up at an event like this.
What the? Oh, so my. The fuck is. What shit I got going on that's like. What the hell I got going on that's like. That's a duplicate. On what incarnation do I have? It's not this. I literally don't have anything else on. Why does it sound duplicate?
U.S. president as a Republican. And I'll tell you, I'm seeing young people showing up at an event like this.
Is that just like the thing over there? Or?
Love the United States of
No, this is... What the fuck is going on? Oh, wait.
America and our founding...
Oh, my specialness. Let me just turn the speaker off. Man, that's so convenient to have like the little joints just cut off and on.
Ideals and a fringe
There we go.
minority who hates
Bro, I
this
was like, bro,
country
stop it.
and what we stand for. And right now we need a commander-in-chief who is going to lead us to victory in that war. That is your 47th president of the United States, Donald J. Trump, the next president you're going to put back in the White House. That's why we're here today. If you want to seal the border, vote Trump. If you want to fight inflation in this country, vote Trump. If you want to secure free speech in this country, vote Trump. If you want to defeat the deep state in this country, vote Trump. If you want to restore law and order in the United States of America, vote Trump. If you want to revive national pride in this country, vote Trump. If you want to make America great again, vote Trump. That is what we're going to do in Wisconsin and across this country this election in this November. That's why we're here today. Let me tell you something. I'm 38 years old. I've traveled this country. I was the youngest person ever to run for U.S. president as a Republican. And I'll tell you, I'm seeing young people showing up at an event like this, lining up outside, college students. We got a number of them behind me, right here. I'll tell you, young people in this country, it's not that they're against us. It's not that. It's that so many of us in my generation and younger, we are lost, hungry for purpose and direction and meaning. And it's up to us now as a conservative movement to now level up. I'm not going to sit here railing against Joe Biden because chances are, let's be honest, he might not even be the nominee that we're running against. Let's be very honest about that. We got to define, irrespective of which puppet they put up, who we are and what we actually stand for. We're not just a movement. We're not just running from something. We are running to something as Americans. We're running back to a country where you do get ahead, not on the color of your skin, but on the content of your character and your contributions. We are running to a country where you get to speak your mind.
This conspiracy thing with like, well, Biden's not even going to run, or they're going to just out the blue replace him with somebody else. It's so stupid. I don't even understand why he even gets any airtime. Because unless the man dies, well, then shit gonna be kind of crazy at that point. Same thing with Trump. Trump ends up dying, right? Because they're both old. I mean, this shit's gonna be all up in the air. Oh yeah, the Republican thing, it'd be absolute chaos. It would be absolute chaos.
In the open, as long as I get to in return, whether you are a liberal or a conservative, a country with free speech in the United States of America. We're running to a country where if you work hard and play by the rules, you do get to live the American dream, where every son and daughter gets to get ahead in the United States with your own hard work and commitment and dedication. That is who we are as Americans. Run into a country where we, the people, decide who actually leads our country, not some corrupt prosecutor in the back offices of Manhattan, where the people we elect to run the government are the ones who run the government, not the deep state as is the case today. That is who we are as Americans. Dig deep and ask yourself why it is that our founding fathers made the sacrifices they did 250 years ago. 56 men signed the Declaration of Independence in 1776. We don't often ask what became of them. I'm going to tell you what happened to them. 12 of them had their homes ransacked by the British and burned down to the ground. 5 of them were captured by the British and tortured until their deaths. 9 of them died in the Revolutionary War. 3 more of them had their own kids die in the Revolutionary War. Many of them died bankrupt because they had their own private property seized before their deaths. They made those sacrifices in 1776, and I believe today it's a 1776 moment in 2024, and Donald Trump is the George Washington of our moment. That is what I believe. That is why I'm here today. That is why I'm supporting your 47th President of the United States. And if we do, we're not this nation in decline anymore, but we're a nation still on our way up. A nation where we will look every kid in the eye and tell them the United States of America is the country where you achieve the maximum of your God-given potential without any government state.
I never understood why there's always also so much rhetoric behind like fighting, like actual like legit violence. Oh yeah, it's about to be 1776. Oh yeah, you know, it's a civil war. There's a war. Like these people want like actual like legit conflict so bad it's crazy. And then asked about it, they're gonna be like, oh no, it's all figure of speech, metaphorical, all that.
That is what won us the American Revolution. That is what reunited us after the Civil War. That is what won us 2 world wars and the Cold War. That is what still gives hope to the free world. And if we can revive that dream over group identity and victimhood and grievance, then nobody in the world, not a nation, not a corporation, not a virus, not China, is going to defeat us. That is what American exceptionalism is all about. And that is what we will revive to save this great country starting this November when you restore Donald J. Trump back to the White House. Thank you all. God bless you. And may God bless your families. And may God bless our United States of America. Do not stop fighting until we get this job done. Thank you all. God bless.
Are you a Rocky Mountain Power customer? How would you like to get paid to put a backup battery in your...
That's it. Man. Oh, my AC is finally cutting off. And it's on interview. I'm done reacting to that one. Black Rock. Oh yeah, the Black Rock thing. That was so stupid. Let's see what we got. While women are striking on the 2nd anniversary of the Dobbs decision. Oh, this would be good.
This week, the governor of Louisiana defended
Are they really doing another one?
10 Commandments be displayed in classrooms.
All of the founding documents of this nation were based upon Judeo-Christian principles. We just believe that displaying historical documents, especially something that is as important as the 10 Commandments, it is those that want to extract that out of the foundation of this country that really and truly want to create the chaos that ultimately is the demise of this nation.
And the Texas Lieutenant Governor supporting the move, but says Texas would have been and should have been the first state in the nation to put the 10 Commandments back in our schools. I will pass the 10 Commandments bill again out of the Senate next session.
State Senator Phil King introduced a similar bill that failed in the House last year. He joins us now. Good to see you, Phil.
Good morning.
So tell us about this fight and how it came about.
Well, I do want to say Texas did want to be the first state to pass it. You know, the 10 Commandments is part of our history. It's who we are as a people. If you want to understand the American story, if we want our kids to understand who we are as Americans, then
Am I crazy, or this rewriting of history is just absurd these days? The 10 Commandments ain't had shit to do with the United States. What? And then the founding fathers made it explicitly clear that thou shalt not institute a religion. Yo, this is wild, bro. Why?
need to understand all our historical documents, and of course,
did public education fail me? Maybe public education failed me. I don't recall the 10 Commandments ever coming up. I don't recall Christian stuff ever coming up to the foundation of what created the country. If anything, religion was one of those things that pushed the creation of the United States in carving that away from government.
Amendments is one of the preeminent ones. We passed it in the Senate. I had all the Republicans in the Senate vote for it. Passed it actually easily. We sent it over to the House. It was whatever happened, but it never came up for a vote in the Texas House. We'll be back in January. We'll pass it again, and I'm very confident all the votes are there in the Texas House.
Senator, it's clear that there's a historical reason to talk about the Ten Commandments, to have them posted, because they are the basis, the foundation of the Western legal system even. But that aside, we've taken out the Ten Commandments, we've taken out prayer, we say winter concerts, we don't have Christmas concerts anymore because of the way the law has been interpreted. But this is not a vacuum. You know, these institutions, there's no, I said this last night on Hannity, I think this is fantasy of like, there are these neutral zones. If there's a vacuum, it's going to be filled with something, and it's clearly been filled with leftist woke ideology. So now we have pride flags and condoms and birth control in schools instead of the, the Ten Commandments and prayer.
Well, and I really think this is changing. The coach can.
because praying is going to keep these kids from smashing each other, right, in high school. Because that, I mean, I don't recall ever being told anything about condoms in middle school. Well, actually, no, I think middle school is when I had a sex ed class. But it was like, what was it? Ain't it? Was it 5th, 6th, and 7th grade, right? Right. I need to go backwards, right? I know that 9th to 12th grade, right? 9, 10, 11. Yeah, I'm not crazy. Yeah, 9th to 12th grade is high school. So, yeah, so 6, 7, 8. Okay, because I think 8th grade. I think 8th grade might have been when I actually had a sex ed class. And I think that's when like they talked about it, but you won't, I mean, they won't hand you none of that stuff, right? And then handing you condoms, right? That was like in high school, because they already knew, right? As a matter, it's not even. I say it like as if like there just wasn't numbers and stuff that was just like following with it. Like people were getting pregnant, and it was like, if you or spreading disease, and it's like, look, I'm not your parents, but like if you're gonna do this, at least be educated and at least have the protection to do it, right? Now, if you try to replace that with prayer, it's so I don't know what kind of world these people live in. I really don't.
Talked about a lot from 2022.
I
Overturning
don't
the
know
limit
what kind
test,
of
which had
world.
been used since 1971 to stop a lot of religious liberties in America. When that was overturned, we think that's what's opened up the door wide for the Ten Commandments and for other documents of American history to come forth that have a religious value. Just because something's written in the Bible doesn't mean it's automatically unconstitutional. And how great is it going to be for our kids to understand everything from the Mayflower Compact up, but also to look every day on the wall, K through 12, and see, hey, it's wrong to lie, it's wrong to steal, thou shalt not kill, hey, obey your parents. I mean, how anyone could think that ever harmed our children, which is what some of those cases talked about, is unnerving to say the least. But we think we'll get it passed in Texas. We're helping promote it across the country. I'm so excited Louisiana passed it. We just would have liked to have been first.
And really quickly, Senator, so to your point on the limit test, the sense is right now that this would make its way, it'll receive its challenge. The ACLU has already sued, the state of Louisiana filed suit. It'll make its way to the Supreme Court, and you'll find a more receptive audience at the Supreme Court of the United States.
Well, yes, and in fact, the language that we took of the Ten Commandments is directly off of a monument on the Texas Capitol, which has already been approved by the U.S. Supreme Court in 2005. So the exact language we're using has already been approved by the U.S. Supreme Court. But we think religious liberty is going to be opened up across the board. There's this kind of a ghost of...
Okay, hold on. Texas Monument, Supreme Court. So this is what I'm gonna find out. Okay, I'm gonna pull up this monument. I'm gonna see that the monument in its entirety has nothing to do with religion, and then there's just some words written on it that have derived from some religious source. That's what I'm gonna find out. Texas Monument, Supreme Court. Okay, so Oregon's the one that sued Texas. They ruled against Oregon and said the monument served a valid secular purpose and would not appear to reasonably deserve to represent a government endorsement of religion. So, this was like damn near split. 5-4 decision delivered. The court held that the Establishment Clause did not bar the monument on the grounds of Texas State Capitol building. The plurality deemed the Texas monument part of the nation's tradition of recognizing the Ten Commandments' historical meaning. Though the commandments are religious, the plurality argued simply having religious content or promoting a message consistent with a religious doctrine does not run afoul of the Establishment Clause. I need to look at this monument. Monument. 10. Oh. Now this is all straight up presented to the people and youth of Texas by the okay, nah. This looks a little this looks quite sus actually. What was the basis that they used to say? The statute clause did not bar the monument on the grounds of Texas State Capitol building. The plurality deemed the Texas monument part of the nation's tradition of recognizing the Ten Commandments' historical meaning. It's this part right here. The historical meaning part. This would be one of these cases. That would be one of these cases where if the Supreme Court were going to go back and overturn, if the Supreme Court were going to go back and overturn a court case like they did with Roe v. Wade, this would probably definitely be one of them. This is kind of crazy. Like, historical meaning. So I think, okay, I'm starting to slowly work my way towards seeing it the way they might have seen it. So the way it seems in my mind is that you erected a monument. Monuments and statues are more or less for more or less on a historical purpose. So maybe that's what they were using, because like you only erecting one monument and you're doing it that. Like I feel like if they were trying to like build multiple of it all throughout Texas, then the Supreme Court probably would have been like, this probably ain't gonna work. But one monument, right? You could, like, essentially a statue. I mean, even though the statue in its entirety, because I'm just trying to think, because like I think you could probably get away with that, right? Like if you just build a statue, a religious statue, but how did they come to? Where's the actual text? I need to see the thinking on this. I have to see the thinking on this. Right? How do you like? How did they come to the determination that it wasn't like it was not intended for religion? That it was intended for history. If it was intended for history, then it makes sense. And as a statute, as a statute, like sure, right? You probably have a better argument to be made for that, but then like what stops you from like then just like for one specific religion building a bunch of historical statues for that one religion? That's what I just don't know. Let me see here. Let's see. Okay. Here we go. Texas State Capitol contains 17 monuments and 21 historical markers commemorating the ideas, and events that compose Texas identity. Okay. So I don't even know if we're gonna read this after we finish that other video then, because like so there we go, right? So this is why this is already right there off the bat, right? So now if it's part of a larger collection, now we're talking about something different, right? At first it made it seem like they just straight up just erected this one specific statue in its one place just because. But I mean, if the Capitol, contains a bunch of other different statues, then that's a dub.
Lemon that still hangs around. And
I mean, so I guess that makes sense. Sure, bro. All right, come on. The People's Convention 2024. Oh no. Why am I getting so much Candace Owens stuff? I don't want to. I'm gonna start putting that not interested. Or this is gonna be good for my like Republican. Remember my party's information here and see like what exactly is being like spread around. By tyrannical government. Isn't this the same? Isn't that the same guy that else like? Oh, I might be getting confused with somebody else. Those the guns. Okay, sure. Let's look at this. Let's look at this and see what this one's over here talking about. God, bro, my AC be killing me, but it be so hot. But dude, it be so hot, man. Oh, well, that was cool.
Biden was giving a speech to the largest anti-gun group in the country. And during that speech, Joe Biden slipped and said the quiet part out loud.
No, I'm serious. Think about it. How much have you heard this phrase? The blood of liberty. Wash it, though. Give me a break. No, I mean it. Seriously. And by the way, if they want to think to take on government, if we get out of line, which they're talking again about, well, guess what? They need F-15s. They don't need a rifle. Folks, look, this is crazy.
Look, I thought about this too. Like, I don't think people understand. Like, I don't think when the founding fathers made the Second Amendment that they had a concept of drones, that they had a concept of missile airstrikes. Oh, Robin, hey, what's going on? Oh, shoot. My bad, G. We had, let me put my, hold on. Let me go back. I didn't see that you were there. How did I miss that? About tyranny. Exactly, right? It's about tyranny. But, like, to be realistic, like, when they made that, like, not even the concepts of those things, like, were even in existence. So, like, if we was ever to be in a situation where we're like, okay, we got to use our Second Amendment right to take down the government that has just become out of line and tyrannical, you're not gonna win. You're not gonna win. Like everybody just has assault rifles and maybe handmade explosives at best. Like, are you serious? Like, oh no, like drone strikes, missile strikes, chemical weapons. Tear, like, did they even have tear gas? Did they have anything like tear gas back then? Let me see. Did they have anything like there's so much tear gas back in, I don't know, what, 1776? 100 years of tear gas, chemical weapons. Let's just say chemical weapons. Chemical weapons. No, don't access my location. Yeah, at least we have, yeah. Like at best, like maybe like a local, like state government, like you might have like a fighting chance potentially, and that's just strictly from a numbers thing because like states have their own National Guard and military, right? Which I mean they only have but so many of those. Which I mean, like if it was like the entire state's population, like they could probably like just overpower them off of sheer numbers, but like the entire like U.S. federal military. That's why this thing with I don't know if you saw, like there was an article where like those Texas secessionists that allegedly are talking to like 2 other states that want to also separate. So I feel like at this November election, if Joe Biden does win, like people might go crazy and like push that secessionist stuff really close to the line, but it's not gonna happen. I don't care like what they say, like the state's population will know better than to sit there and like in mass support a secession from the US just because like your entire way of living would forever change. You just have like your one state. Could you something? US map. Like, could you imagine if of course, because I just wanted images. I want an image. Could you imagine if like a state like, let me see something, like if a state like Nevada was like, okay, we're no longer part of the United States, but then it's like surrounded completely by the United States. Like how would your trade how would your trade necessarily work? You know, you can't freely travel nowhere. This is like it would be so wild. Would there be a grace period to let people who don't want to stay in Nevada stay in and maintain their U.S. citizenship? It's like, it's just right. And then like if a lot of people were to pull out because they're like, nah, we ain't about to sit here and do that, right? Then the state's economy would like be destroyed. Yeah, exactly. Like we already proved that in the Civil War. Like, and the Civil War didn't have nearly the stuff that we got now. So it's like it's so stupid. It's so stupid. But like this idea, you know, this idea that a Second Amendment would really help in case the government gets out of line. No, like that's what voting is for. That is literally what voting is for. And that's the reason why the Constitution also has a separation of states and the federal government to help like the help add additional mechanisms to prevent that. So I don't know, but I don't know if you was, I don't know, how long was you? Hope you've been doing all right. Let me just see what else he about to say here.
In case you missed it, the quiet part is if we get out of line.
If we get out of line,
that line right there solidifies everything we in the gun community have been saying about the purpose of the Second Amendment, and Joe Biden just admitted it.
if we get out of line,
His message is clear. If you're going to take on the government, you need the appropriate arms. You mean like the arms in the Second Amendment when it said the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed? But for years, you and the anti-gun lobby have been trying to feed us this lie that the Second Amendment is about hunting and the militia and has nothing to do with checking the government. Yet here you are, the President of the United States, the personification of said government.
Yeah, I'm all for the Second Amendment. I don't understand what argument he's trying to make, because like people that support gun rights would do argue and say that the Second Amendment is that just having guns, period, is good for hunting and doing like, you know, recreational stuff, right? Why would you argue against that point? That's kind of crazy. Like you're literally like cutting one of your own legs off on why people should be allowed to have guns. But then the second thing too is just like taking on, if you want to take on the government, you need guns. Like who's trying to take on the government in that manner? You see, like these people are so complicit, and you just let them talk long enough, and like they'll tell you what's really on their mind. There was that one that one Alex Jones interview. I think, was it on PVD podcast? I don't remember. You know. Yeah, exactly. Like it's definitely not about hunting, but it is a good, you know what I'm saying? Like the recreational use of firearms, like it has a lot of like good stuff for people, right? If you was to sit there and say that, you know, the Second Amendment was only exclusively for shooting other people, right? Then like, you know, then there'd be a little bit more arguments, but like don't fight against the recreational part of firearms, right? Because you're not doing nothing but just making your own position weaker, which is to me that's crazy. Like I said, I've gone to fire ranges before. I've personally never hunted. I fished. Well, at least attempted to fish. I still haven't caught one yet, but I've only tried like maybe 3 times in my entire life. But yeah.
If we get out of line,
there's nothing you can do about it because you don't have the necessary arms. And then you start laughing about it. Those are the words of a bully, not an elected president who sees himself as a representative of the people. And then you dismiss the Tree of Liberty quote like it was said by some ragamuffin in the backwoods of Georgia.
the blood of liberty. Wash it, though. Give me a break.
Biden, those are the words of Thomas Jefferson.
Okay, I'm not as interested about it anymore now. Jesus, the more I click on these type of videos, the more like my timeline is getting filled with this is crazy stuff. England reacts to judge blocking Florida's ban on gender affirming care for minors. Do I want to get into gender affirming care? We was looking at the 10 Commandments stuff yesterday, which I thought was just like interesting. Like that's most certainly going to get thrown out of court. Like I can assure you. There was in Louisiana, and just like hanging up the 10 Commandments in every single classroom and throughout the whole school system. And then the lady, oh man, I wish I could pull it up. Yeah, no, it definitely. I think honestly, like it's being rushed. It's being rushed. Like they are like fast piping that without doing any the research and like long-term studies to make sure that like that the people that shouldn't be getting it aren't ending up getting it, and then having, you know, all of the long-term problems and regrets from having it, like, you know, many years down the line. So it is yeah, the gender affirming stuff is a bit crazy, but it's also like extra heightened as well, to be fair, because like I think like Matt Walsh said on a Joe Rogan podcast that he was like, there's like millions of children getting the hormone therapy or whatever and stuff, and I was just like bro, I don't even think there's even that many transgender people in the U.S. Do they even have good numbers on it? Number of transgender in the U.S. Right? What is the total number? Percent of adults identifying as transgender in the United States. NPR. When was this taken? 0.78% of adults. So it's like, I sat there. Okay, here we go. 1.4 million adults. Right? There we go. 1.4 million adults. So that means the children number would have to be significantly less than that identifies transgender, and then significantly less from that to talk about those as actually doing all of the medical steps in order to transition as children. Like, but see, the thing is like when we inflate it, we create a fake argument, which then gets beat down, and then we don't get to defend ourselves, and then it leads to this, and then it leads to like all this other stuff. Instead of you just stick with the facts and stick with what's the actual reality of it, right? Then, you know, then you can make good points. You can argue those good points where you get more people to be like, you know what, that's a good point. And then you can get like some real laws and stuff passed that can like work for everybody and slow stuff down so that things are done properly, not rushed. That's just like my argument on it. But the as far as the agenda, I don't even understand like what kind of agenda the transgender stuff would be. I just think like honestly they just like we got this like soft society. Yeah. Like they just gotta be alright because they know this. They know that if they just talk whatever, right? They'll make outside go crazy, do all this extra stuff that isn't even necessarily true, and then you have two sides, and then you got the people in the middle, and the people in the middle are the ones that really actually decide like who's going to get what. And so like when you sit there and you set it up to where like our side, you know, boasts and like inflates all the stuff where like it's easily disprovable, the stuff that we're saying, well then this means the people are going to see that and be like, well, you're lying about this. I understand it's this, but then like this isn't right, this isn't wrong, you completely misled about this. I think I'm gonna go over here or support them on that side, and then that's why you end up losing these kind of arguments like on the actual like political law changing side of things. Where is? Well, I didn't even know it was like less than 1% of the U.S. That's terribly low. Let me see what we have here to look at. Dun, 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 dun. Oh man, I haven't heard this in so long. The Black People song. Do I want to watch it? Nah, I shouldn't. I probably shouldn't. Funny as hell, but I ain't gonna do it. New combat rifle suck. Solar Roof. JJ destroys the 2nd and 9th Circuit. I don't even know. Suffers 7-point swing to Biden. David Pakman show. How long is this? 5 minutes? 5 minutes. Let's see. And then these swings. Bro, like this election is going to be so tight. It's going to be so all over the place. Which reminds me, I got my mail-in ballot. And I feel like I should make a troll video on like how to fill it out. Just the best with people. You need to put down the bong. Unleashes on Biden over inflation. If you could help, it would help if you had a clue. School by Tom. Okay. Bump Fire. Oh man. Kendrick's big moment. You just. Oh, was that the Yeah, that was the. Let me see if I can pull it up. I saw somebody else like reacting to it. I think when he had the stadium, right? You're talking about this part right here, right?
Sprawling.
Let me lower that down a little bit.
Oh, please moment. But with auto ship from Chewy Pharmacy.
Wait, he played the Congress, like he played the Not Like Us song like twice. Pop Out. It's called Pop Out. Oh, well, hold on. Well, firstly, let's see what we. Is this something he ain't posted on his thing, did he? He played it 5 times. That's funny. Whew, 91 million. Jesus Christ. It is a banger though. I personally like Family Matters a little bit more, but let's see. He said Pop Out. Let me find it. Kendrick Lamar Pop Out. Says Kendrick Lamar Pop Out helps make the West Coast great again. Oh yeah, so it is the yeah. So it was that concert. Yeah. The snippet I saw, like he had played the song like twice, but damn, that's crazy. If he played it 5 times, yeah, no, it's a banger. People that's like just glazing that would be glazing over Drake would just sit there and say the song's trash. Like the song is great. Like that Not Like Us was like a really good song. But then on the other side of that, right? Then people pretend that like what Drake was the music Drake was putting out like wasn't fire either. And then the fact that Drake was also like it wasn't even just Kendrick Lamar he had to deal with. He had to deal with all those other people too that he had to diss. So like I ain't gonna say it was like unfair, but it was still a really good song. Family Matters. Not Like Us and Family Matters. I might maybe. I think Not Like Us would probably be a little bit better, just because it's more consistent throughout the whole entire song. Well, yeah. Well, he presented this song better because remember when Family Matters came out. I think like half an hour later, he didn't release this one. Right after that, it was that other one. It was that other one that I couldn't understand why people like that other one, because Meet the Grams, Meet the Grams, where it just sounded like somebody was at like a piano rehearsal, just hitting the same keys over and over, and I actually saw people bopping their heads. So I'm like, bro, like what are y'all like? Yeah, like if. if glazing was a person, I'm like, bro, like this is not even good. But then when he released Not Like Us. Oh yeah, then yeah. Then yeah, he was cooking it. But yeah, this song was just this song was dope. But again, right, Drake, like repetition. Kendrick doesn't care about repetition. Well yeah, because like he kept like one of the things I think that really helped Not Like Us is just like the consistency. Oh, was just like phenomenal through it all out. Like it kept you hyped like throughout every part, and then he even had like its quick like high moments, and then brought you right back there. Where like Drake's music, it literally was 3 songs. It was literally 3 songs in one. They were all fire, but it is kind of hard to like sit there and like consistently be just I don't even know what's the word. There's a word for it. I just can't think of it right now. But nah. I said they're both very good. Not Like Us was really good, which I think I'll put it slightly above Family Matters. But Family Matters was still like I listen to Family Matters a lot more than I listen to Not Like Us. Is there? I heard that he's actually making. What's going to be really interesting is he makes his music video, because I think I kept coming across stuff like that. Right, Not Like Us. Music video. Like people were saying that he's getting ready to put out reportedly shooting a music video in Compton. I kept seeing articles of this popping up, where I think it could be that he's actually making a music video something completely different. But I'd be really interested if he does end up making a music video of that song. It'd be crazy. I've seen a couple of tweets from Kendrick's close friends implying that it's in the works, but no confirmation. Snoop didn't say shit about Taylor Made. Hey, he did react to Taylor Made. Snoop Snoop came up on Instagram and was like, they did what? And then later on said that, you know, they're both his nephews or brothers or whatever. So all love. Snoop wasn't too happy about the Taylor Made freestyle with his voice. Bro, why lie? Why lie? This is what I'm talking about. Why do people choose to like make them lie? We saw we have Snoop's video on Instagram and like the statements he made like you know like sometime after that. That's crazy. Let's see. Here's the new conspiracy I was on a few days ago. Oh, cool. Definitely do share. Definitely do share. These. You're not gonna read this no more because then we found out that it was 17 monuments and 20 historical markers that were all part of the same display. So that's the reason why Texas's Ten Commandment monument would stand. So that, I mean, all that makes sense. We're reading that. Oh, cool. Let's see what we got here. All right, let's see what we have here. Sorry, open up in my other browser. I need to bring it back over here. Bro, this AC is just, I don't want it to get too hot. I'm already slightly sweating. Jeff Dahmer. Let's see what we have here. Okay. State records show that District Attorney Michael McGann rented an apartment at 808 North 24th Street during that time period. District Attorney was actually renting Jeff Dahmer's. I've heard this name before. I actually know very little about it. Who was this guy? Jeff Dahmer. Also known as the Milwaukee Cannibal, was an American serial killer and sex offender who killed and dismembered 17 males between that date. Many of his late murders involved necrophilia, cannibalism, permanent preservation of body parts, typically all or part of the skeleton. Jesus Christ. And you see, I'm gonna eat just fine. Ain't gonna stop me from eating. Dead bodies and all. So that I remember hearing something about this so long ago, but though he was diagnosed, you know, I believe nothing about this guy. Let's see. Though he was diagnosed with borderline, okay, PBD, and schizophrenia, or some schizo thing, was found to be legally sane at his trial, convicted of 15 of the 16 homicides he had committed, and was sentenced to 15 terms of life imprisonment, sentenced to a 16 life imprisonment for an additional homicide committed in Ohio. My man was really dropping bodies. Good Lord. Dunn was beaten to death by this guy, a fellow inmate in Wisconsin. Okay, well, now we have an idea of who this guy is. So let's see. Oh, it's only a minute long? Oh, cool. We could do some research to see what's going on with this guy. Ooh, that is loud. Stop it. Lived at that address. Well, okay, excuse me. Excuse what eating does to you. But I gotta see this substract and see what exactly are they referring to. Yeah, the district, okay, so the district attorney that prosecuted him owned his apartment, but they're saying that he was 808 North 24th Street. right? Did he own the apartment, or was he or did he actually like have the exact like dwelling? I don't know. The kind of depends. This building is located. Okay, so it's a whole building. This is an income restricted property. This property offers housing at affordable prices. Okay, so it's probably government controlled. You did the spirit of Dahmer is up in here. But okay, so it's a whole building. So wait, why would they? I mean, I think as a like even as a public officer, I think you're allowed to. I mean, you're allowed to own property. So, but then again, I don't even know. Like, it would have been nice. They could have they could have like linked where they got the information. But where's the Substack? Oh, here we go. Here we go. Let's look and see. I said I need the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth. It's not that. Let's not do this. Let me go here. Let's go to the Substack here. All right, let's see the Dahmer case. Substack.com. Oh, then they also have another one. Other new research platforms. Oh wait, did I not? Oh, I must. Oh, I had a space. My bad. Yeah, we're gonna look at both that and Reddit. Look at both that and Reddit. Let me just make sure I typed it right. The Dahmer case .substack.com. Okay, well, I wonder if it's maybe it's only an HTTP, one of those HTTP websites. Nope, guess not. Okay, let's try the Reddit one. Reddit.com/r/the Dahmer case. Of course. All right, well, it would have been nice to do that, so I guess now we're going to have to actually just research and pull up information ourselves. So first off, if I'm not mistaken, well, what is this? It's come here, street address. Let's look at like ownership of this building, right? Because I think there is a way to pull up historical ownership of property, right? See who owned property over time. Property owner lookup. Trust the archive is a repository of any state. I don't want that. Well, I'd like to see like what so make your best case for like why you think it's fake, and we'll just look at just that. I'm just like I'm genuinely curious, because like there would have been a court documents. There would have been it would have been a court case. It could have been it would have been publicized too, right? Wouldn't it have been Jeff Dahmer trial? Like that video of this man getting the business. What would be the best case? Maybe he was a stooge or a puppet or something for something. Do they ever show like the front of this man's face? Please show me the front of this man's face. Oh man, come on, okay, here we go. Oh.
They're present in the building, is what you're saying.
I understand they are. I have not seen
Any objection to that, Mr.
I join with the request.
So ordered.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything further for the court?
No, so please the court, thank you.
Court's in recess.
Wish he would have showed like the front facing of him. Oh yeah, his behavior is definitely extreme. I mean, especially the cannibalism side. Many of his late murders involved necrophilia. Isn't necrophilia just like letting things rot? Or is that just necromancing? Sexual acts of involving corpses. Oh, so he was smashing dead bodies. Oh. My guy was he was getting in on those dead bodies. They were all males too? Sheesh. Oh no. Bro, that's crazy. Oh no. It was all males, right? 17 killed and dismembered 17 males. It was all males. He was doing necrophilia. Bruh. Sheesh. But okay, I ain't gonna lie. Like, yeah, it's a little crazy. It is a little crazy, but all right, I mean, a lot of people do like really crazy stuff. It just I think what probably made this one like so that's what I'm looking for. Maybe so prominent is just because of like how successful he was at doing it. If I'm not mistaken, like this man is so like. Usually police are really good at usually law enforcement is usually really good at catching people after like at the second or third body, like yeah, at like the second or third body, right? Because they're just sitting in the footage, cameras, all that other stuff, and so like the fact that he was able to, I mean, he was able to drop 17 of them boys. Ooh, man, that is crazy. I would okay. The last thing I just want to look at, the span between like these bodies. Like, how long was he doing it? Between yeah, look, see, that's what I'm talking about. See, 1970. Oh, but this was back then. Okay, I'm thinking about it in today's terms. Like maybe back then, like technology and surveillance wasn't as sophisticated because we didn't really, our surveillance capabilities didn't really become pristine until like after 2001. Because of the whole stuff there. How does the government make up these stories though? I personally, I don't think it might not be. I don't think it's made up, or at least like that's my initial gut reaction. I mean, there's already, yeah, the same guy. Like, but like for what purpose? Like I can understand like at least like the Sandy Hook thing had like a little bit more coherent like conspiracy to it as far as to like why the government would try to push that for like some like really stupid attempt to like restrict gun rights. Again, and just so we're clear, right? Like I don't think the Sandy Hook thing was fake, but like if he was to make up a story, like at least that would make sense of like what the end goal out of that is for something like this at that time at that time frame, 1978 to 1991. I can't imagine what the purpose would be to do what, to instill what, or promote what. And then this is what this was in Milwaukee, right? So this was in Wisconsin. So the state of Wisconsin. So all this was happening in Wisconsin with one in Ohio. Push gun restrictions. Will I make a fake serial killer? When did he die? Cause of death: homicide by bludgeoning. Does it say when this man died? Here we go. 1994. Oh, he was 34 years old. He's probably on some crazy stuff in a jail. And they like, you know something? This'll tell me. This'll tell me for sure what it is here. Imprisonment. Slash his throat with a razor embedded in a toothbrush. Let's look at the church. The road to success was far from easy. Damn, I get no photos. I just want to know. I want to know, like, for the people, for the one guy that actually killed them, did he have a trial? Let's see. Should be retained between his parents. As to whether this should be retained for medical research. This organ was initially retained, but later cremated. Ew. Was sentenced to 2. Okay, so yeah. So the government just sucks at hiding stuff. I don't think the government actually is like I mean they do a pretty good job when they're like when they want to hide stuff, like literally, like in terms of like what's underneath the Pentagon or Area 51, or all the classified documents surrounding like JFK's assassination or Martin Luther King's assassination. But like this other stuff that happens in states, isn't Wisconsin is Wisconsin right leaning? Let me see. Wisconsin. I don't even know if I'm even pronouncing that right. Party leaning. Party. I'm just have to pull up. Okay, here we go. That's Washington. I mean, he did also in Ohio too. I know Ohio was definitely red, but this is Wyoming. Is Wisconsin over here, right next to Virginia? I'm like drawing a blank on my geography. My geography sucks. Let me just pull up the map real quick. But if he also did it in Ohio, it had to have been really close to it. Yeah, see, that's what I thought. Wait, so what was I looking at? What was I looking at over here? That was a W. Wisconsin's over here. What the hell state is? I would have thought that would have. Oh no, because I said that was wrong. Okay, no, I was definitely wrong. This is Wisconsin. This is I was in the storm drain, but I could be wrong. in a storm drain? Isn't that in the road? Like how the hell do you get a clean shot from a storm drain? But before I forget, oh no, Wisconsin is allegedly competitive, at least in 2016. Interesting. I was just kind of curious. Oh, wait, are we talking about like these storm drains? Or are we talking about are we talking about like these ones here, where like in the ground, where I mean you could pop up real quick, catch if he's far off enough and there's no other cars that's about to hit you from behind. Pause, or and you could get a clean shot at the head, I guess maybe, and then you just slip right in. But in the 70s, are biggest. Yeah, it's got to be like these ones then, right? No, or maybe these. Oh, maybe it's these ones. I think. Oh, my chat. Ooh, my chat. Yeah, I do remember seeing these from time to time. Oh yeah, and then you still, and I mean you still got these, like these ones you could definitely fit a body into. Yeah, but then how the hell are you? Well, I mean, I guess if it's like a legitly like nicely connected sewage system, I guess you could then make your escape. But damn, man. Well, it goes to show you why security and surveillance has become like so important since then. And then after 9/11, like this shit just took off. One thing I was hoping for was that Trump was going to declassify those JFK documents, or at least the alien documents. That's what I don't understand. I don't understand why Trump didn't think, like, as president, he had the power to declassify just about everything or anything. Just about. There are some, like, restrictions on nuclear stuff, but I don't know why he didn't declassify those alien and those assassination docs. That shit would have been massive. Yeah, let me close these. Yeah, I don't know. The dumbest stuff. I don't know. Seems to be a lot of data. I'm like actually like 90% with you there on the on the alien side. I think it's mostly a hoax. I think like sometimes like there's usually like something that comes up that this is 3 months ago. Usually something that comes up that's like can like be a bit suspicious, but that can either just be because of our current limited understanding on just physics or like weather patterns or whatever, and then maybe just like some like complete misidentification, misunderstanding of something. Because like that stuff, like when that alien stuff was like getting massive, like what was that? Was that like what was that? That was like sometime last year. Wasn't it like around like March? I think it was like around March of last year, like somewhere around there, where like the alien stuff was getting like massive. You had congressional hearings and stuff, but like just the fact that after that, then it just died, but nobody releasing anything. It just goes to show that it's just it's just all fake. Like it's like the alien stuff. The alien stuff for the most part is it's just fake. If at best we have like things that we just don't currently understand yet because we don't have a full grasp on physics and whatnot. Well, what would you say they make the bones out of? That for dinosaurs. Right. I think the extinction event is up for debate, but I think like with all the geological stuff that they dug up. Is geological even the word I should be using? Why am I so bad at spelling dinosaurs? You know, are these what were the bones? Like, where do you think like the bones came from then? The Allosaurus, like a like a smaller version of the T-Rex. At least he got actual real arms. He don't have T-Rex arms. Although this one looked like he kind of got T-Rex arms a little bit. Why didn't the Greeks and Romans find dinosaurs? Did the Greeks and Romans have like real deal excavation material? Like, how far down were dinosaur bones found? Let's see. Look for fossils on the surface exposed to air without much digging. However, a dinosaur fossil was discovered in Norway at a depth of 2.3 kilometers. Of course, give me kilometers, man. Give me the say feet. Give me the feet. Jesus Christ. Okay, let me get miles. A mile and a half down. I don't think the Greeks and Romans. Yeah, I don't think the Greeks and Romans really. Did the Greeks and Romans would have anything like? I think maybe the Romans might have. Oh, Roman digging. There's nothing to discover. 2000 Romans. I say like maybe like newest excavation archaeological discoveries. I'm saying like I can almost assure you that like they Greeks and Romans wouldn't have been able to discover. They would not have had like any means or capability of digging that far down into the ground to get to these bones. But I know dinosaurs are fake for a fact. There's nothing to discover. I'm happy that you're willing to stand 10 toes down on that, but I don't know. I don't know. Looks I just don't I wouldn't understand like where the bones and then for the plaster to be around. Yeah, standing 10 toes down, but you know like the be able to create like the fake plasters or whatever, spread it all throughout multiple different countries, and then nobody, all the archaeologists and stuff that can sit there and like actually see if it's a bone or not. I don't know, unless like you're saying like unless like there's a material that can like actually mimic like biological bones to like at the molecular structure. I wouldn't be able to tell like how they couldn't tell it was fake. That's why that little thing in Mexico, the Jesus Christ, what was it? The little alien hand thing. What was the Mexican alien thing? Jesus, that they pulled up, but then they was able to. The archaeologists actually then able to like actually sit there and test it and realize the materials, all of it was fake. Mexican alien. Was it a doll? I think it was a doll, right? Wasn't it? Aliens found in Peru are dolls assembled with animal bones. Yeah, like Yeah, it was this thing, right? Because this thing was like coming up and whatnot, and I was just like the moment like a scientist get their hands on it, like the testing would take like 2 seconds. Figuratively speaking here. But yeah, no, I feel like if they were just like if the bones were fake, like somebody in some country would do it. Because remember, my biggest thing with these conspiracies is that for them to work, you need to exert a level of control that is just impossible. You could, you probably could. There's some like really good conspiracies that there's some really conspiracies that I could think of. I need to start writing those down. It'd be like, this is like if you want to like have like something that actually seem believable and like really hard to disprove per se, right? Those are the kind of conspiracies people need to be pushing. But like some of this stuff, like some of this stuff is just it's just absurd. Let's see here. What do we have? Hold on. I'm just checking something on my chat real quick here. Okay, I think I need to open up a new tab for Kick, because I am just curious. Huh. Maybe the mod icons are. I was using you as like a guinea pig to like mess around with like the Kick settings, and like there was, I think I'll show you. Hold on, let me see. So I guess the mod icon must like override all the other ones. Hold on, let me see. Pizzagate was funny until people started showing up at that Pizzagate. Badges. There we go. All right, because I was just curious. I was like, I wonder what it look like if somebody actually has these badges. But I guess because like I have you as a mod, right? The mod icon must like, I guess, overrule all the other badges, or maybe Kick hasn't really thought of like how to display somebody that happens to have more than just, I guess, a single badge. I guess, I don't know. But Pizzagate. Now the Pizzagate conspiracy was truly a masterpiece. Pizzagate, let our children go. Like, all right. Well, yeah. Let's see. Yeah, I don't know. Like, because I have I said I would have thought you would have showed you like all the different icons, but I guess not. But I said I'm new to like this, like, because I know Kick is like slowly, very slowly, moving out or just like rolling like little features at a time. But whoa, why is my color like this? Oh, is it because I just had it on my HDR screen? Because it looks normal. It looks normal on my laptop. No, that looks incredibly washed. Is it? Do I need to come over here? No, it looks normal. Damn, I don't know why. Oh yeah, there we go. Now it's back to it's back to looking crazy on my HDR screen. Huh? I wonder what's like that. As long as it looks normal for you guys, I guess it'd be fine. But let's see. Pizzagate was cool. Hold on, come on. Thing here. Let's see. I just want to just put this back so I can just get a look and see what I'm looking at here. Cool. Oh yeah, see, then it looks totally normal. I don't know why Kick on my, that must be a Kick thing. Kick must just be improperly configured. But anyway, getting back to it. Oh yeah, but then I gotta actually pull it back. I can't use my reach. Jesus Christ, see? I'm just all over the place. My apologies. All right, but Pizzagate, I am curious on it. Oh yeah, there you go. See, now you got oh yeah. So I guess you was right. Yeah, you definitely did have to. So you gotta. Yeah, look at that, man. Those do look nice. Huh. I would have thought they did. Oh, I guess so. The mod thing must just be automatic, but I guess all the other badges, I guess you just gotta show. That is cool. I don't know why my system also is not trying to like let me. Hopefully Kick could get their stuff right. But Pizzagate was Oh yeah, because Pizzagate. So Pizzagate was like around Hillary Clinton time. My God, bro, we're talking about almost 10 years. Has time really flown by like that much? God, it's been 10 years. It's been almost 10 years, bro. That's a long time. That's a long time to just sit there and just think like, damn, it's almost like the shit happened yesterday, or at least like a year ago. Oh man, 10 years. 10 years is a long time. Oh, I'm using my this browser. I wanted to use this browser. All right, let's try to get oh, you know something? You know what I'm actually do? We are gonna actually watch and try to find something to watch, but in doing so, I am gonna actually try to get my phone up real quick here. Oh, I need to unplug it. Yep, I do need to unplug it. Let's go like this. Let's bring it over here. Let's go like this. My phone got enough sufficient charge. There we go. Pizzagate was real though. People don't know. Pizzagate was real though. People don't know. That was weird. What? Pizzagate. What did they find these? Oh, wait, my phone disconnected. Ah, I was so close. Let me just move it up here. Oh, why the application like die on me? Jesus Christ! Now I gotta actually close it in. Like that. Go like that. Right, and then it should. Something happened. Maybe I'm crazy. What the hell happened? Uh-oh. I think my it might like that. Go like that. There we go. Right. Okay, yeah. I don't know. My foot must have like just like yanked on the cord a little bit or something. For a second I thought my wire just like fried on me in real time. Like that would have been wild. But the video I saw that convinced me is old. I mean, the conspiracy was like 10 years ago. I'm just eating a little bit more of this and then we're just gonna go ahead and pack this up. I mean, the video, ain't no telling like what, oh my God. If the quality of conspiracies now is like bad, I can't imagine like what 10 years ago, or almost 10 years ago, would have been. Okay, so I want to do. No, I think I want to actually do like that. I gotta get these placements right someday. I gotta figure it out. Hold on. We are approaching. Is it mine? Isn't it mine, right? Yeah, my industry. That's what I want to play today. You know what? For the hell of it, let's just see. Can I find a Pizzagate one? Harvesting children's bloods. Oh yeah, well the Daily Show, you know. We gotta lower this down. Okay, here we go. Proof of Pizzagate conspiracy. There we go. Damn. Why is that one? Sure, go ahead. We'll look at this one. Why the hell they start the video like this?
A 2016 conspiracy theory about an alleged child sex trafficking ring run by the global elite at a Washington pizza parlor has recently resurfaced on TikTok and other social media platforms. But this time, there's a twist, and it involves your favorite celebrities. The viral Facebook post originated sometime in 2016 and spread across the various right-wing channels of the internet. The theory alleges that a group of children were being held captive in the basement of a pizza parlor called Comet Ping Pong in Washington, D.C. It later became known as Pizzagate, and the origins of this particular theory will leave you baffled. At the helm of this so-called ring was none other than the then presidential candidate Hillary Clinton. This widespread disinformation
disinformation campaign, despite being discredited, has begun to take on a new form, with one theory involving one of the most famous musicians in the world, Justin Bieber. In the era of TikTok, disinformation has found a faster, more efficient, and significantly more potent way of disseminating content to the masses. 2020 saw the second rise of Pizzagate when Justin Bieber filmed a live video where he leaned into the camera and adjusted his black beanie. While this seems completely harmless, a few seconds before the gesture,
I fucked
a
up
commenter
already.
asked Bieber to touch his hat
No,
to confirm if he was a victim
no.
of Pizzagate.
Stop,
But Bieber
stop,
did touch his
stop.
hand, and then the
How do
floodgates
I-
opened and the conspiracy
Okay.
was born anew.
Stop.
Those watching the live stream took this as a subtle yet significant
Oh,
signal.
my
The video was
God.
then
Oh.
reposted and continuously analyzed for every
Bro,
little
how I
detail,
fucked
confirming
it
the
up
theory.
already?
Soon, thousands of comments flooded Justin Bieber's social media pages, all asking if he was safe.
Jesus
Within a few days,
Christ.
the hashtag Save Bieber went viral.
Oh, they're not
Google searches
coming.
for Justin and Pizzagate
I left out.
4 years prior, the world witnessed the bizarre
I actually
accusations
left
against
out.
Hillary Clinton and the Democratic elite. The theory flourished on social media and even led to a dangerous incident, showing the shocking
That is way
consequences that
too loud.
disinformation can lead to. In December 2016, after reading about Pizzagate, a gunman, hell-bent on serving his own form of justice, showed up at the Comet Ping Pong Pizza Parlor with his assault rifle. Then, believing children were being held captive, he fired through the locked door of a closet. One of the reasons why the Pizzagate theory spread so quickly was due to the buzz ahead of the presidential election. Anything that would discredit the Democrats and swing the vote in favor of the right.
Okay, let's try this one. Ah, our favorite BitChew website there. Okay, let's put that one. This one doesn't sound. But I need to get before I start playing the video. I need to make sure everything else is right. Hold on. It's this button, right? Yes, it is. Let me. I can't be having 20%. I think 20%. Come on, 20% should be fine, right? Back. I can't imagine. I can't imagine just how much revenue they're pulling in, from advertisements. That's the hard thing, like, cause this stuff costs money, and it costs quite a bit of money. But that's the beauty of capitalism. Why am I drawing a blank? Oh yeah, no, it is this, right? Copper wall, large copper wall. Yes. Hold on. See, I gotta fix my what I jacked up real quick. How did you? Hold on. I can't remember how you moving this. Is it? Oh, it's the keyboards. Yeah. I'm so used to playing this on the phone. That's just why. Okay. Oh, let me. Hold on. I'm gonna just set this up and then we can get started. I just wanna have peace of mind because I can't believe I just really messed that up that way. And then these two here. Okay. And then everything should be good, hopefully. All right. Now let's go ahead and let's play that. Alright. Got taken over by Rumble. Oh really? Rumble, there was also another one too. Wasn't there locals? Well, hopefully, I know Rumble hasn't been doing all that well on a financial standpoint. But who knows? Maybe them collecting all these sites will help them stay strong. We'll see. Although that lawsuit with Google ain't looking too good for
One simple
them.
and brilliant trick to cool your home in minutes. Tired of hot and stuffy rooms during summer?
Did it
An
crash?
former NASA engineer from Houston.
Oh, it
just
crashed
discovered
on me?
$1 billion. How to escape the heat if you don't have an air conditioner. This only takes 5 minutes.
Why? See, it's because my phone's also getting old, man. Damn. I can't wait till when I make better life decisions so I can finally get me a phone that I really want. It's still a really good phone, don't get me wrong. Note 10, but it is definitely getting old for sure. Bro, I can't believe it crashed on me. We was just about to. Yeah, of course it started all over. Did it at least save it? Okay, it was still going. Cool. Alright, now let's go ahead and let's get into this documentary here. It's an hour long. 4X. I was watching something at 4X. What the hell was I watching at 4X?
I did not enjoy making this video at all, and if you have any humanity,
Oh no,
you're
it's just the
probably
color.
not gonna enjoy
Okay.
watching this. But as my mother always used to tell me, sometimes there are things in life you have to do whether you like it or not. For me, this was one of them. Nearly all of the investigative work in this video was not done by me, and my aim here is to simply distill a lot of information down to a manageable size. My purpose is to simply bring the most unbiased approach I possibly can to this highly controversial subject, with the full admittance to the viewer that through my own investigations, I've already come to many very strong opinions. I tell this to everyone who enters into this investigation. Proceed with caution and hold your heart. Everything I'm going to share in this video is not a direct condemnation or assignment of guilt against anyone, because I'm a firm believer in innocent until proven guilty. Any accusation made here is made allegedly. I believe in fairness under the law, and so accordingly, all mentioned in this video are presumed innocent. Feel free to mirror this video, and please share this with as many people as you can. Oh, and one last thing. If
Oh,
this
let's
video
see.
is monetized,
Let's see what we
it's not
got.
done so by me. I refuse to make any money off this whatsoever. And with all of that said, God bless.
You're crazy. Should always make money. Always. Don't let your morals stand in the way of making money. That's the beauty of capitalism.
This is James Alefantis. Alefantis' establishment Comet Ping Pong gained worldwide attention when allegations that a pedophile ring was being operated in part out of this establishment. This investigation is now known as Pizzagate and is one of the first ever worldwide citizen investigations. James Alefantis is an entrepreneur and avid art collector and owns a few shops and restaurants in the Washington, D.C. area. Not only is he the proprietor of Comet Pizzeria and Ping Pong, Buck's Fishing and Camping, as well as several other establishments, but according to GQ magazine, James is the 49th most influential person in Washington, D.C. Comet Pizza has hosted many Democratic fundraisers and events, with one of those Democrats being Hillary Clinton herself. The Federal Election Commission reports that money was donated to James Alefantis and Comet Ping Pong by Hillary Clinton, amongst many others, and to top it off, even geopolitical major player George Soros, through his Soros American Bridge PAC, sent Alefantis nearly $22,000 at one point. Alefantis' ex-boyfriend is David Brock, an American political agent, author, and commentator who founded the liberal media watchdog group Media Matters for America. In late 2013, Brock founded Correct the Record, which was described by the New York Times as Hillary Clinton's own personal media watchdog. In short, both Brock and Alefantis were heavily involved in the Hillary Clinton campaign and have been major players working in the background of the Democratic Party for a very long time. Mr. Alefantis has, on record, visited the White House at least 5 times, and so it wouldn't be controversial to say that James is connected to some of the most important and influential people in Washington.
Crashed on me again.
In fact, here's a letter from Hillary Clinton thanking James for the dinner, cooking with the Fratelli Podesta, and
Okay.
here's another Instagram picture.
Well, we got the link established. Okay, cool. So we got Hillary Clinton involvement. Okay, so here go the start of it. So this will be good.
James Alefantis is known as Jimmy Comet on Instagram, and online researchers discovered an incredible number of very strange photos, many with very young children, including very disturbing references found on his account. James's account has since been switched to private, but his posts were collected prior to him doing so. Many of the comments and hashtags made on the images of his Instagram account, and many other accounts linked to Mr. Alefantis and Comet Pizza, included code words well known and established by the Federal Bureau of Investigation to be codes used by those engaged in acts of pedophilia. For instance, cheese equals little girl, pizza equals girl, hot dog equals boy. You get the point. We're going to go over several of the pictures in question, as it is necessary to give context to the accusations made in this case. Out of respect, decency, and to protect the innocent, the children's eyes have been covered. So the first one we have here is an unnamed baby being fed pizza. The comments say hashtag first pizza, and another that says new Comet ad, as in a new ad for Comet Pizzeria. Here's another one, a picture of a German baby doll for sale, and the comments say way overpriced. Now, nothing too damning here. Maybe James is a doll collector. Let's move on. Here we find another unnamed baby with the most alarming hashtag of hotard, which is a slang for a hoe or whore and a retard, or someone that is mentally handicapped. Very strange to write such a thing on a picture of a baby. Here we have another unnamed baby drinking some milk, and notice the hashtag #CarisJames. We're going to be seeing a lot more of that as we move on. Here we have another hashtag of Karis James in reference to an entirely different child, and apparently Karis James loves to spend euros. It's just very odd seeing a child posing with money like this. Here's another.
Yeah, no, like it's that. I'm liking it so far, just because like it hasn't been anything like outrageously claimed yet. So I'm waiting for to see what the link is between like what these comments are. My pronunciation is trash.
With the hashtag #CarisJames yet again, and I must mention, the eyes of this girl in the picture are saggy and she looks really tired. Not sure who this child is and why she is in this basket and why she is being displayed on James's Instagram account. And yet another unnamed or unidentified girl with the hashtag #ILoveChocolateCake. This next image shows a young girl in a beauty pageant, and she is highlighted saying, "I just want my pizza," which when knowing the FBI codes means young girl, which is pretty disturbing. Now, 1 or 2 pictures of a few girls on an Instagram account isn't really a big deal, but when you get so many like this, it really starts to raise questions. Here again, we have 2 unidentified children, supposedly born 1 year ago today, as it says, with the hashtag #CarisJames yet again.
I'm kind of curious. I do have Instagram installed on here. Is this account still up? Let me see. Hold on, I'm just searching. Right. Yeah, it's just Jimmy Comet, right? Oh, just 1 M, not 2. There we go. Come on. It is private. Follow to see. Okay, well, that's not something I rather not even not I rather not even like involve myself like that.
Who are these children? Why
I
are
was
the
gonna
parents not
follow,
tagged? Why are
but
the
then
names
and then
children?
it probably needs to be approved, so it probably not even won't even be like a
With the
today
hashtag
thing.
Harris James yet again. Who are these children? Why are the parents not tagged? Why are the names of the children not given? These are all pretty pertinent questions. One of the most disturbing images is the one where this young girl here is taped down to the table while the commenter says, "New seating area for your guests, hilaire or hilarious," and Kate Damon there tags Harris James yet again. Here's Jimmy Comet showing off a pile of pills and bills, and notice in the comments here it says ping pong in London. This next post shows James in an article expressing his love for playing ping pong in Germany, as well as in London, at a place called Dr. Pong's, something we'll revisit later. Here's Jimmy Comet displaying 3 masked children, which was also linked to another very creepy account called
Okay.
Mr. Solier.
Okay.
I'm not sure who these children are, how old
I get it. So far he's just been doing a lot of like, creepy and sus stuff. But
what this is a reference to, if this is an art piece, do the children know this is
where's
an
the
art
rest of the stuff? Okay, you already established like in
One
like
of the most controversial images is the one where a man here is holding a very young child with what has been identified as a sex bracelet around the man and child's necks. Jimmy Comet here tags chicken lovers, with a chicken lover defined as a homosexual man who is attracted to underage boys. Yet another hashtag Harris James,
Oh my
and
gosh.
strange and downright disturbing comments such as what in the butt. In this next image here, we have a large refrigerated room, and the comments here are just flat out creepy. Just rinse it off when you're done, says one. Just a pile of money under a sheet, says another. Hashtag murder and hashtag kill room are all very alarming. What are these people referring to? Where is this room? Do these people visit it? And if so, what do they do there? The commenter working on my night cheese has the most interesting name for an Instagram account when taking into consideration what cheese means according to the FBI. Working on my night cheese also has a kill room at his artist studio, the Pajama Factory. And also
okay,
has
yeah,
a
see
museum
there we
where you'll
go.
be familiar with the hashtag kill room.
So there was another location called Pegasus. See, I got distracted here. Come on, can I copy? Guess I'll do that. I'm just curious. So not the pizza place, right? Because I'd have to imagine like a place with like lots of traffic. Pegasus. I don't even know what the hell I even like. I don't even know what that even what kind of keyword would I even search for? Would I just say Pizzagate? Would it know? Would Google know what I'm talking about? That's what I thought. I don't even. I can't think of the key. What the hell keyword would I? Pizzagate kill room found Pegasus Museum. Okay, here we go. What location was this at?
Hi guys, this is Ryan with PizzaGateGear.com. We have a super exciting breakthrough here. As y'all have all seen this video, or this picture right here, we've been working on trying to find the kill room and where it is. And we're 99% sure we know exactly where it is. So guys, I want to look at this picture, and I want you to bring your attention to the circle in red and look at these bricks inside here. You'll notice there's going to be cinder block on top, cinder block on bottom. Then you'll see a red brick, and there's a split in this brick right here on the left. Now we're going to go to the next photo. Now this is a photo from somebody's website, a person of interest. And you're going to notice the same exact thing, the cinder block on top, the red, the black, and the split. And we're going to put these side by side and let you look at it for yourself. All right, guys, you see the split here, same angle. All the bricks are in the same pattern. Even the center block, the crease, the gap goes right into this black brick. Again, the gap goes right into this black brick. So, guys, there you have it. We found the kill room. This is very exciting right now, but we have a lot more stuff we're going to be looking into. So this is the website we found where the bricks came from. So this is from margotwork.com. This is one of the guys that helped design Comet Ping Pong, helped design Pegasus. Oh, and guys, that's where this is. This is at Pegasus Museum, and we're going to be introducing you to that shortly. Okay, so guys, we go here, and we see Comet Ping Pong, or Comet Pizza, designed by Joe Wills. That's a very important name you're going to need to remember for later. James Alefantis, Peter Hapstack, and myself. Okay, so we go down here. Now this is actually a page that was deleted. So we go to the page now, and it's gone. It's something completely different. That first name on that list, Joe Wills, this is actually some stuff he posted, and we believe this is at Pegasus Museum as well, where the kill room is located.
James Alefantis threatened a researcher.
So you're going to see the brick covered in white. Again, same as Smith Steel from Pajama Factory. He's a steel worker. Some very interesting stuff in these pictures, and we'll come back to it later. This is somebody that works for Joe Wills, and he's wearing a Comet Ping Pong sweater, and we believe this is in what is called the kill room, the picture we saw at the very beginning. Let me go to it.
Hey,
it's in this room right here. So Joe Wills' employee is working in this room. Guys, we're going to move on. This is actually from James Alefantis' Instagram. So by itself, it's not much. But then when we go to the actual Instagram, we zoom in on this one right here. It says, back at it, at Joe Wills. Thoughts? So he's contacting Joe Wills via Instagram and asking what his thoughts are on this design. This design is going to be come in useful later. It's actually the design for the roof of Pegasus Museum. So we go through Joe Wills. We look up Square Form, which is his company. Now, I can't get his LinkedIn information, but it does tell you right here, owner at Square Form. Next thing I wanted to introduce you to is this LLC. So Castellum Achilles LLC.
It was formed by James Alefantis. He's the governor, CEO, governor, and then Robert Harris is the agent. Skipped one. Okay, guys, right here is the actual purchase of the building where the kill room is located. So you're going to see the address is 3518 11th Street, Northwest. This is actually in Washington, D.C. in the Columbia Heights neighborhood. And the owner's name is Castle and McKillies, which we know James Alefantis owns. His mailing address is 5031 Connecticut Avenue, which is Bucks. And then we go here. So, guys, this is the work permits to build this kill room. So you're going to see the address over here on this side. You're going to see the dates, which is very consistent. So the first picture with the hole is...
Okay, so far, okay, the kill room, but what's the significance of this of this building? Did they actually find Pegasus playground? Yeah, right, because you can just, I mean, you can always just abduct the kids and take them straight there, right? Like, I thought he was about to show me, like, with the whole, like, these holes in the ground. I thought they was about to be like, okay, here's, like, the secret hatch or whatever with all kinds of, like, ish underneath it. Let's see. Relative heights of door and bricked over. Oh, my gosh. My thing is going. Are we still good here? No, we still look good here. Okay. 6 more waves to go. Let me see. So... Over the dock, Jimmy comment photo of interior match door and brick, blah, blah, blah. Shadowed area and arch. Okay. Maybe we got to come back to this after we finish this video. Because I don't understand, like, the significance of the kill room. Let me just go back here and see.
We have a large refrigerated room, and the comments here are just flat out creepy. Just rinse it off when you're done, says one. Just a pile of
So
money
I
under
see
sheets,
says
says
kill
another.
room, but
Hashtag murder and
that
hashtag
doesn't
kill
look
room
like,
are
I mean,
something we'll revisit later.
Go forward a little bit.
No, this is a controversial image identified as a
Come on.
disturbing comment. Large refrigerated room.
Yeah, like right here, like this is clearly like a I don't want to say small per se, because you know images can be a bit misleading, but I mean this is all steel here, so I mean, like, unless they like tore it all apart. But yeah, we probably gotta just watch. I still don't know. I just know Pegasus is shady. It might not hold up in court. Well, we'll see. I gotta figure out, like, where does this alleged kill roll thing, like, falls into this Pizzagate
Comments here are just flat out
scandal.
Just rinse it off when you're done, says one. Just a pile of money under a sheet, says another. Hashtag murder and hashtag kill room are all very alarming. What are these people referring to?
Yeah, so just that's you know, one of the things about the internet, for all the good that it does, it allows very creepy, like, crazy people to be able to connect with each other a lot. If all of this is, like, legit. Oh shit, they broke one of my security blocks. I need to fix that.
Do these people visit it? And if so, what do they do there? The commenter working on my night cheese has the most interesting name for an Instagram account when taking into consideration what cheese means according to the FBI. Working on my night cheese also has a kill room at his artist studio, the Pajama Factory, and also has friends who are apparently familiar with the hashtag kill room. Here, working on my night cheese is welding together a coffin table, or a coffin table, with that coffin just about fit for the size of a small child. And this image of the back of a van by Mr. Night Cheese is pretty interesting. You can see it seems to be reinforced in the back there, like there's a door or a metal cage or something, and the comment is illuminating. It's like concrete, but plywood, but concrete. What is going on here? What is this man used for? What does working on my night cheese do for a living? Here is working on my night cheese commenting on another Jimmy comment post, asking if James is burying a body.
Oh wait, so hold on. So yeah, so this is okay. I got it. He's burying a body. Surely, like, the bones would have been found. Yeah, no. When you got people that talk in this manner, like, I mean, I personally think they're probably just more, like, effed up in the head than they are anything else. But I mean, this is always stuff that just always, like, try to take and look into.
Asking if James is burying a body.
Oh shit! I ran into that damn body
Some of the
by
other images
mistake.
from James's account are very risque. Here we have Comet Pizza being jokingly renamed as the Long Dong Pizza Shop. Someone tagging Comet Ping Pong here with 2 people giving oral pleasure on a giant slice of pizza. And here is another, and another, and another. In this post, we see the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, and it says Democratic Party, Republican Party, and the box checked is Pizza Party.
Holy,
This post is quite disturbing, and in the comments we find someone saying, "Whip me a
what in
Haitian
God's
sausage,
name was that?
Which, once again, according to the FBI code words, would mean a young Haitian girl.
Okay, well, I see what I gotta do.
honestly, there's something
I got
about
editing to
this
do
one
now.
lascivious and downright
Jesus
perverse that a
Christ.
reasonable person would believe should
Oh
be
wow,
found
look at that.
at a children's pizzeria. We'll just leave it at that.
For the sword,
Before we move on, I just want to mention 3 things, all of which are just creepy and in general downright bizarre. First, the name James Alefantis can basically be translated in French to mean I like children. I offer no other commentary on this other than to point out that fact. Second, and please note that this is pure.
This is a really good. This is a really good documentary so far. It's like nothing but just actual, just like just the showing of the actual things in black and white, right? Assuming nothing is docketed or anything, like everything's being true at face value. All of it looks really good, actually.
Teachers had mentioned that since the hashtag #CarisJames did not seem to be addressing any specific person, Caris might possibly be a reference to the drug carisoprodol, which is a muscle relaxer that might be used on alleged victims. And lastly, and this is something that is not speculative at all, the profile picture of James Alefantis, or Jimmy Comet, is the Greek god Antinous, who apparently was deified as a living god, and it just so happens that Antinous was sexually attracted to young boys. We'll get back to Jimmy Comet's Instagram in just a bit. This is John Podesta. John Podesta was the chairman of the 2016 Hillary Clinton presidential campaign and has previously served as chief of staff to President Bill Clinton and counselor to President Barack Obama. John has had close ties to Washington for a very long time. John has been in the inner circle of some very, very powerful people within the upper echelons of the Democratic Party for a very, very long time. WikiLeaks has released thousands of John Podesta's emails, and after many researchers rifled through them, it was found that there were an enormous amount of strangely worded references to pizza and hot dogs. Needless to say, it is very clear to see that John and many of the people whom he was communicating with are speaking in code. And not only are they speaking in code, but it is the same code that has been well established by the FBI. A few emails worthy of mentioning are here. Here we have an email discussing that the White House is flying in $65,000 worth of hot dogs and pizza. And yes, you could argue that the White House spends a good deal on high-profile events, and thus it is silly to assume that this email has anything to do with child trafficking, but really, 65 grand to fly in hot dogs and pizza? Who flies in hot dogs and pizza? Does this hot dog and pizza catering service have a name? And 65 grand? At the very least, these people are wasting an insane amount of taxpayer money.
I'm kind of curious on that point, though. White House, $65,000 pizza. First one to talk with staff while ordering pizza. 20 in this is 2011 though. So this ain't it. Right? Because the Pizzagate stuff was like 26. Hold on. Wait, but Trump was president. What was the dates behind this? Did not spend. Barack Obama, okay, claim Barack Obama spent 65,000. Claim theory spawned during Hillary Clinton's second campaign. President's campaign alleged that Clinton ran, blah, blah, blah. Claim surface post in August 8. Post to user his account. The post features a black and white image of a man holding a sign that reads Obama spent 65K. Yeah, I was saying it's pre-Trump. Which is just, which to me is like kind of odd because like, I think like all of the Hillary Clinton stuff didn't really kick off until like about a year out from the actual election. So I'm just, oh yeah, we can close this. I'm just curious. Let's see. He is referencing a statement from an email chain between employees at Texas-based geopolitical intelligence company Stratfor. The chain was released by WikiLeaks in 2012. Okay, so yeah, so this was 2012. I think Obama spent about $65,000 on the taxpayers money flying in pizza and hot dogs from Chicago for a private party at the White House not long ago. Assume we are using the same channels. Pedal codes. Blah, blah, blah. Rumor has it that hot dogs are a pedal code. King did not respond to a request for comment. WikiLeaks released email chains. Claiming Stratfor is actually a front for a secret agency that provides confidential intelligence services to large corporations and the government, including agencies like the Department of Homeland Security. If this is the claim, this is crazy because then like, how does this like not get discovered as like president as the presidents are like cycle through, especially when Trump came in? Yeah, they're talking in code, but if you're using official government services in order to do the stuff, like how does it how do you not how does it not get leaked, or how does the other president that comes in not then expose all of that stuff, or how does like the Republican inquiries in Congress, like it's just like it's a level of secrecy that it's just impossible. Because if the president is able to direct to have this stuff, then when Trump came to office, what happened? Oh, Mr. President, would you like your pizza? Would you like to set up this pizza deal? Like, and then he not say anything. Like, I find that hard to believe. Like, that to me that's wild. And then all the people that be around them, right? Because like the military guy that went to the inspector general for Trump's phone call, right? Like those people exist. So like, why? How does none of this get exposed? I don't. I find it's very hard to believe that it gets. It's just as bad as like it's just like when we're talking God, man, like the Drake stuff with the pedo. I don't know. Trump literally, was doing. I mean, Trump was literally doing essentially whatever the hell he want, and like it didn't seem like much of anybody was really stopping him, except for like when it came to like just like passing laws, just because that's just strictly legislative stuff. But like when he wanted to kill what was it, whoever that guy, that Iranian general in Iraq, despite that it's gonna look crazy and bad in the blowback, he's like, fuck it, let's do it. Right? That attack in Syria, he's like, let's do it. Like, I don't know. He seemed like he was doing pretty much whatever the hell he wants. So I find it hard to believe, because and then he's trying to win the presidency, right? So wouldn't it have been something like I could see him immediately bringing this up? Like, oh, while I was president, I was sitting there trying to handle this on the slide, but I might as well go ahead and put it out now, just so you guys know that the government do like really creepy things with kids. All right, I was there, I saw it, and I tried to stop it, but I just didn't have enough time. So this is why you need to elect me again. I like none of that. Like it's crazy. It's just crazy, and it's not like they could just assassinate him, because then now that he has Secret Service protection, right? It'd be a massive scandal to say that somebody managed to assassinate this man while he has Secret Service protection. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. It's a little. It's just a little crazy. Oh yeah, I guess I can do this one too. This is different. You can't fuck with U.S. blackmail. Well, I don't know. I'm not. I feel like of all people, I feel like Trump would have been like one of the first people to like had said something, like whether that was like intentional or by mistake. But I don't know. We'll see. And then then he had his children there. I don't know. Hold on, let me just let's go back to this. Well, let me just finish reading this one real quick. Warren had alluded a Super Bowl party held at the White House a few months earlier. However, only 75 people attended, bellying at some. Yes, if it's only 75 people, why would you spend this much? Matter of corporate policy do not address the nature of stolen start for emails or other documents posted on WikiLeaks. Either to confirm or deny their validity. Also told USA Today the fallout from the leaked emails was so severe the company completely changed its business model. Now part of RAIN, Risk Assistance Network and Exchange, a risk intelligence company. As a RAIN company, Zerm now serves clients with risk assessment and planning to avert breaches. Okay. During a taping of his television show, Jones accused. Oh, is this Alex Jones now? Hell yeah. Alex Jones accused the Obama administration of keeping FBI code words for kids out of a Homeland Security manual. Media Watchdog, Media Matters for America, which describes itself as a progressive research and information center dedicated to comprehensively monitoring, analyzing, and correcting conservative misinformation, posted the video to his website. I learned this with Pizzagate and stuff. You've got admissions and thousands of emails about the kids will be delivered into the hot tub for your pleasure, and then it's the FBI code words for sex with kids off their own Homeland Security manual, and they're talking about $65,000 of succulent hot dogs. Oh God, these are good. I had these hot dogs in Hawaii, and they were delivered by jet. It's male prostitutes. Jones said, Jesus Christ. I feel like, what was I looking at? Yeah. I don't know. InfoWars, Jamie White mentioned the Stratford email chain in an article responding to criticism made at President Donald Trump after he served fast food to college football players during reception. The corporate media completely ignored WikiLeaks bombshell global intelligence files released exposing government waste and corruption, but they have time to fact check every aspect of Trump's fast food feast, including the true height of the pile of burgers. Oh, is this all Wendy's? No, is it? I mean, this is Wendy's, but I thought he had like Burger King. This says quarter pounder. Was he just picking up from? Was he just picking up from like a bunch? I thought it was like one specific restaurant. Yet he just like go to like a bunch of different ones for it. That's interesting. Trump hosted the blah 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 burgers from Wendy's, McDonald's, Burger King. Okay, yeah, and other fast food were served. White House Press Secretary Sarah Sanders, oh yeah, I remember her, said Trump paid for the simple fare himself to cater the event because the partial government shutdown had put resident staff on furlough. Okay. Because it was not supported by research. The initial claim was based on leaked email chain between employees of a private company, but the statement references $65,000 for pizza and hot dogs is unsubstantiated. Yeah, I feel like all of I don't know. I don't know. Like especially once the Republicans took over like the House, like they had the power to subpoena and get all kinds of documents. Matt Gaetz is currently like you know under investigation for like the shady stuff. I just don't see. I don't. Well, I mean, maybe you could say it that I guess that would be the reason why they wouldn't like try to like look up stuff like that, but it would be damning on the Democrats. So why not pull it? So why not pull that up? I don't know. And then like I don't know. Then like you can elect whoever you want. So like Congress, I mean, I can't see Marjorie Taylor Greene being blackmailed that easily. I can't see Matt Gaetz. Well, now that he got his own like legal shit, I guess that'd probably be a problem. Trump's a Democrat. I don't know. He used to be. I think he used to be. He used to be a Democrat, and then he went Republican, and he has so much support and whatnot, especially from his donors and allies. That I don't know. If he's a Democrat. I don't know why like all of the Republicans are supporting him. Then, yeah, this is something we'll keep on the back of our minds and like looking up maybe later because I just be a little bit more interested in like the actual real content of said emails. If they were leaked by WikiLeaks, that means we should potentially be able to pull them up. So at least so like we have something, and then maybe then looking into like how the FBI stuff does it. A real Republican is hard to find. Well, they got chased out. So once Trump came in, a lot of those Republicans. I can't do this. Go back. Can I? Okay. Yeah, a lot of Republicans kind of pieced out. Ryan, what was that guy's name? Paul Ryan, right? Paul Ryan pieced out after a while because he's like he ain't gonna deal with this no more. That's why Mitch McConnell, arguably one of like the most successful Republicans in pushing the Republican agenda, right? He's piecing out after this election. Yeah, Paul Ryan was the real deal. Paul Ryan was definitely the real deal. Mitch McConnell was a very successful Republican in terms of how he got what he wanted. Like everything Obama wanted to pass, he shut down. And then once Trump came in, they were able to get what's it called, man? They were able to get 3 Supreme Court justices elected or pushed through. And then a lot of bills and stuff, attempted to pass. The only one that was just like kind of crazy was probably just the trying to kill Obamacare, the Affordable Care Act. That one was like wild to me. Like John McCain was also another real Republican, and he was able to keep that. He was able to keep them from like destroying the Affordable Care Act, which was amazing, honestly, because I knew some people, man, that like once Trump had removed one of those pillars, to the Affordable Care Act, then like that's when the premiums started going kind of crazy. And there was this one family, man, that had what's it called? They had a tax bill. Total trader. From what? What was his traitorous moment? I'm curious. Was it what I was just talking about like with the Affordable Care Act, or was it something else? You know, being a what Trump say? You know, because he likes his war heroes that weren't captured, prisoners of war. I'm so addicted to these. These are so good. I should probably expand this too. Yeah, I should probably expand this. Let me move you down. Oh, did he really? Let's take a quick look. Actually, now I gotta pause this and then actually try to see. For Pizzagate, but as a POW, I mean, getting tortured. Yeah, let's see. John McCain, POW, gave up allies. John McCain and the POW cover-up. John McCain, who has risen to the war hero candidate, buried information about POWs left behind in Vietnam, who has risen to political prominence on his image as a Vietnam POW. War hero has inexplicably worked very hard to hide from the public stunning information about American prisoners in Vietnam who, unlike him, didn't return home. Through his Senate career, McCain has quietly sponsored and pushed into federal law a set of prohibitions that keep the most revealing information about these men buried as classified documents. Thus, the war hero, who people would logically imagine as a determined crusader for the interests of prisoners of war and their families, became instead the strange champion of hiding the evidence and closing the books. But what exactly was he hiding? Almost as striking is the manner in which the mainstream press has shied from reporting the prisoner of war story and McCain's role in it, even as the Republican Party, blah, blah, blah. To sum up, the secrets of McCain has sought to hide is not small. There exists a telling mass of official documents, radio intercepts, witness depositions, satellite photos of rescue symbols that pilots were trained to use, electronic messages from the ground containing the individual code numbers given to airmen. I have no right to judge him, but he did stab his eyes in the back. Yeah, I'd be interested in finding that out. If he did, like it's shitty, and it would really suck. But oh, I read the last one. Damn. I mean, and that's just and really that's just well. I mean, they don't put everybody through their training, but this is why like they do have they have a specific training for interrogation for if you was to be captured, to try and harden you as much as possible, because I mean, like everybody at the end of the day is human beings, and if you're not tough enough, right, they just need to find the right amount of pressure to put on you physically, and you might crack. You may very well crack. That's why I'm honestly like a bit in between about like interrogation methods when it comes to whether those would be kind of like war crimes, because I mean those technically would be in violation of Geneva Convention, but they are a very, very, very effective way of getting information off of people. So let's see. The Pentagon has been withholding significant information from POW families for years. What's more, the Pentagon's that's what I'm saying. Like Trump didn't like this guy. So like after he did what he did, Trump could have been like, let's declassify these POW documents and make this man look crazy. That's yeah. It's just something like interrogation is just not. It's just I mean, people really don't know like how you hold up until like you get tried, and I don't know, like if you're not about that life, you just want to hope you never get you never get captured. That's why to me it's just kind of crazy. Like when people be doing when people be going to those other countries, they be doing like crazy stuff. Like that one dude that went into North Korea. He was an American, and then I think like what he got, like I guess he got accused of stealing something or whatever. Like, what did you think was gonna happen? The girl, the basketball girl that went to Russia and then had a weed on her, so then she got incarcerated over there. Like, I don't know like what people expect when you go in these places. Like once those doors shut, boy, you don't know what's going to happen to you. And in fact, the North Korea guy, he slipped into a coma. He came back in the U.S. and then he died like shortly after. Like it's just, oof. Let's see. Let me see. Including events that McCain and his government allies suppressed or sought to discredit is a transcript of a senior North Vietnamese general's briefing of such and such discovered in Soviet archives by an American scholar in 93. The briefing took place only 4 months. The general told this thing members that the Hanoi was holding 1,200 American prisoners, but would keep many of them at war's end as leverage to ensure getting war reparations from Washington. Through the Paris negotiations, the North Vietnamese tied the prisoner issue tightly to the issue of reparations. They were adamant in refusing to deal with them separately. Finally, in this date, former letter to Hanoi's primer, Nixon pledged $3.25 billion in post-war reconstruction aid without any political conditions. What the hell? Why? They're tying it directly to... this will be interesting. Let me see this. But he also attached to the letter a codicil that said that the aid would be implemented by each party in accordance with his own constitutional provisions. That meant Congress would have to approve the appropriation, and Nixon and Kissinger knew well that Congress was in no mood to do so. The North Vietnamese, whether or not they immediately understood the double talk in the letter, remained skeptical about the reparations being promised being honored, and it was never. And it never was. Hanoi thus appears to have held back prisoners just as it had done when the French was defeated and withdrew their forces being on. In that case, France paid ransoms for prisoners and brought them home. In a prior briefing in 1982, high-level CIA officials told me that as the years passed and the ransom never came, it became more and more difficult for either government to admit that it knew from the start about the unacknowledged prisoners. Those prisoners had not only become useless as bargaining chips, but also posed a risk to Hanoi's desire to be accepted into the international community. CIA officials said their intelligence indicated strongly that the remaining men, those who had not died from illness or hard labor or torture, were eventually executed. Sheesh. My own research detailed. Okay, McCain's role. Let's go to McCain's part in this. Okay, involved in 1990 legislation that started in the House. A brief and simple document, it was called the Truth Bill, would have compelled complete transparency about prisoners and mints and men. Its core sentence reads, head of each department agency which holds or receives any records or information, including live sighting reports, which have been correlated or possibly correlated to United States personnel listed as prisoners of war or missing in the actions from World War II, the Korean conflict, and the Vietnam conflict, shall make available to the public all such records. Bitterly opposed by the Pentagon and thus McCain, the bill went nowhere. Reintroduced the following year, it again disappeared, but a few months later, a new measure known as the McCain Bill suddenly appeared by creating a bureaucratic maze from which only a fraction of documents could emerge. Only records that revealed no POW secrets. It turned the Truth Bill on its head. Let's see one example at the left when the Pentagon cited McCain's bill and rejected the FOIA request. The McCain bill became law in 91 and remains so today. So crushing to transparency are its provisions that it actually spells out for the Pentagon and other agencies. Several rationales, scenarios, and justifications for not releasing any information at all, even about prisoners discovered alive in captivity. Later that year, a Senate committee was created where Kerry and McCain ultimately worked together to bury evidence. McCain was also instrumental. Okay, so he's just hiding a bunch of stuff. I'm looking for the... Okay, so there's a huge cover-up, potentially, of, like, American POWs in... Was it in Vietnam, right? I think it was Vietnam. But McCain was severely beaten. Okay, maybe this one might give me... What I'm looking for is see about him turning on... Or him, like, leaking information. To your question, was investigated by Rolling Stone magazine. At Fort McNair, an army base located in post-war Pomatic River, excuse me. I could probably do work for the feds, but they are against the Constitution. Oh no. We'll see. Would it be the feds or would it be the people that run the feds? So i.e. the people that get to be elected. Because if you think about this, right? So if McCain was never elected, who would have been pushing to keep all that information from coming out? You know? Because I'm sure he wasn't the sole only POW that came out or survived. So I don't know. Walking around the grounds, McCain runs into John Drensel. McCain is studying national, blah, blah, blah. There's a distance between the two men. Serve as chief war. McCain says his life changed while he was in Vietnam, and he is now a different man. But he's still the undisciplined spoiled brat that he was when he was... Yeah, that's why I skipped it, because I didn't even think I was going to get anything really out of that. But this is a Rolling Stone. 2000 profile of then presidential nominee John McCain offers a revealing portrait of the man who took on Obama. I want him telling the story is not what I want. Conduct as a prisoner of war in Vietnam was heroic, but the cause he sacrificed for was indefensible. Here we go. Oh, the cause he sacrificed for. So like, this is probably just going to complain about the Vietnam War itself. Our country dropped more bombs on Southeast Asia than all sides let loose in World War II. Doused more than 3,000 regions, which one of the deadliest substances in humankind. Yeah, so this is, I don't even have to keep reading. This is just going to just talk about like how bad the Vietnam War itself was. Nature of the conflict. He merely trusted civilian leadership. That did. Should inspire national shame. It is a story about our government abusing the trust of one of its most patriotic citizens. Presented as such, instead, it stumped speeches, op-eds, obituaries. McCain's service is typically framed as a testament to our nation's greatness or finest values. Yeah, that's what I thought. Broader misconceptions. Cost of, yeah, this is just all about just like the bulk of the Vietnam War not being a good thing. Shot down over Vietnam as a POW, but he didn't make things easy for, let's see. Sat on a stool in Hanoi, his teeth broken, his body battered from a savage beating, his arms tied behind him in torture ropes. Every 2 hours, on guard was staring McCain while two others beat him. They kept it up for 4 days. At the plantation, bloody mess, unable to move, his right leg injured when he was shot down, was horribly swollen. Yanked him to his feet, threw him down. His left arm smashed against a bucket and broke again. How do you break an arm again? Like in a short, 4-day. I reached my lowest point of my 5 years in North Vietnam. I was at the point of suicide. What happened next? Nearly a year after he was captured, is chronicled in the Nightingale song. Looked at the blah blah blah. He took off his blue control, rolled it over near his neck. Okay, so he's about to drop himself. Okay, a guard burst into the cell and pulled McCain away from the window. For the next few days, he was on suicide watch. Will have broken under the beatings. Okay, so this is probably going to dress this up by not talking about any alleged information he may have gave up. You wouldn't happen to like know where specifically you heard about him giving up people. Do you? Yeah, because I'm not finding was not tortured the prisoner of war guard claims. Why was John McCain called Songbird while imprisoned? Okay, here we go. We're actually getting the washer at half-baked pizza. Okay. I didn't know what they did, but factually, here's a few things we can all agree on. McCain had a terrible service record prior to his capture. That he was a legacy kept him from being. He was a legacy kept him from being thrown out of the Navy. Being captured doesn't necessarily make you hero, but it does preclude you from being one either. While capture Songbird, cause yeah, stupid. That's it. When it said Songbird, I was like, okay, this must be it. While captured, let's see, he was while captured, he was offered multiple times to be released, which he refused in solidarity with his fellow prisoners of war. Yeah, so we just read how he's getting beat in prison, so we know that permanent injuries. But he's certainly a blowhard. His military record is checkered, but his courage is impeccable. Okay. No other prisoner of war, those with McCain has ever called him a songbird and a rat. This is plain, unadulterated horse manure. And almost died from lack of medical care and injuries he suffered. He was placed in. Well, good on him too for like surviving a plane crash. Those things, like, you know, statistically speaking, right? They say like air travel is safer than driving a car. But goddamn, when something goes wrong, like it seems like you're almost guaranteed to die in any aircraft, helicopter, or plane. So I don't know. I think I'd rather take my chances in a vehicle. The son and grandson he refused to go until every man in prison before him was released, remaining in prison until 73 under horrific conditions. It is an insult to every man. Okay, so that won't hit. Was not called Songbird. Everybody's just saying that he wasn't okay. Admitted he was a war criminal. Unlike the poser of this question, I am the same age and as a reporter covered in the Pentagon, blah blah blah. Unlike the poser of this question, which he said a second time, okay. I sat beside a maimed and wounded Vietnam War vet, maimed and wounded Vietnam War vets at Walter Reed Medical Center in Washington, D.C., and interviewed naval officers returning from their stay in Hanoi. The war is long over. Most Americans are of reasonable objectivity. Intelligence now regret it. Blah, blah, blah. And false statements from another as if they are a matter of fact. A simple Google search shows on this location. Fact check, John McCain admitted he was a war criminal. He's tough, but snitching on the U.S. is bad as treason. Yeah, I'm trying to see like what, like I feel like something would have came out at least on the Vietnam side. Or like what he gave, what information that he would have gave up. Let's see. Okay, then this is talking about Trump. Desire to mislead. Yeah, it's not. Good collaboration. No, this is a promotion. Okay. Yeah, I'm not I wonder why it's refused early release. Let's just do John McCain Songbird. Red say Prison Wall Songbird is pilot, son of Admiral. Oh, there we go. Library of Congress. Fucking course. How the hell am I gonna read this? Lara sells Hanoi so smart. U.S. flyers well treated. U.S. flyers well treated. I know he said. Okay. Can I zoom in? Automatic zoom. You're gonna let me zoom. There we go. I gotta use this thing. Okay. Can I move around? Okay, I gotta use the tabs. Let's see. The broadcast was beamed to American servicemen in South Vietnam as part of propaganda series attempting to counter charges by U.S. Defense Secretary Melvin Laird that American prisoners are being mistreated in North Vietnam. A segment of the program monitored. Okay, so this doesn't seem important there. Let's see. Quoted Lieutenant Commander John S. McCain, a Navy pilot who was shot down. North Vietnam denied today that it was mistreating captives. Okay, and then this is when they quoted him. I want to know what he said about the Songbird. Oh, maybe it's just okay. A Navy pilot who was shot down 20 minutes ago says saying he received very good medical treatment from his North Vietnamese captors. That's funny. McCain's father, blah blah blah. The English language broadcast beamed beamed at South Vietnam was one of the recent series using American prisoners. It was in response to a plea by Defense Secretary Melvin in May 19th that North Vietnam treat prisoners according to humanitarian standards, by the Geneva Convention. Also asked North Vietnam to release the nearly 800 airmen, thus capped at, I think it says thus, that's captured. The statement from McCain is broadcasted, blah, blah, blah. I have bombed the cities, towns, and villages and caused injuries and even death for the people of North Vietnam. After I was captured, I was taken to a hospital in Hanoi where I received very good medical treatment. I was given an operation on my leg, which enabled me to walk again, and a cast on my right arm, which was badly broken in 3 places. The doctors were very good, and they knew a great deal about medicine. Whose statement? A statement from McCain as broadcast by Hanoi radio said, "Look, this sounds like to me that he could have been beaten, as like told you to say these specific things." So that's funny. Maybe it's this part right here where he says that I have bombed the cities, towns, and villages. Right? I guess that could be seen as like going against U.S. I want to say there are actually some regulation or guidance on speaking as a prisoner of war. I don't remember what they are, but I mean, I guess kind of it is what it is. I don't. I can't. Of course, it'd be impossible to tell like how authentic his statements were at that time while being a prisoner of war. Let's see. Let's see. Defense Secretary, blah blah blah. Today accused of responding to his plea for humanitarian treatment of prisoner of war with a series of contrived broadcasts. Yeah, intelligence assets are supposed to be let go. Shit, absolutely not. An intelligence asset captured as a prisoner of war. Oh, that man's never seeing the light of day. Oh, absolutely not. Absolutely not. Because somebody that's identified as an intelligence asset in war, one of 2 things is going to happen to him. Either he's going to get beat to death until he gives the enemy whatever information they want. Since he is an intelligence asset, it could probably give him a lot of information if they know if they can get him to crack. Or B, they're just going to kill him anyway because he's an intelligent asset, so he knows things about the enemy that the enemy doesn't want to get released, and then they're going to murder him. like hell no. Like you get identified as an intelligence asset, it's a wrap. That is actually why most countries have law on the books on espionage. Like if you get identified and caught as a spy, you normally get put to death. You typically get put to death as far as the law is concerned. Now, whether that actually happens in practice, I don't know. But that's why they codified that in law explicitly. You an intelligence asset, you get busted, you're going in the ground. You are going into the ground. So yeah, that's why like that's why like that kind of job is hard. That's a really tough job. That's a very tough job. Okay, I got sidetracked enough. We got to finish this Pizzagate video here and see what's going on. Jesus, we only got 15 minutes in. Oh my god. Do I really want to cut off this AC? I do want to cut off this AC. All right. Give me 2 minutes. I am going to make some AC adjustment changes real quick, and then we're going to get back to covering this Pizzagate. Hold on, did my phone disconnect again? Why does it do that? Hold on. Let's just get it at least plugged back up here. And let's put you back on. Okay. All right. I literally need like just 2 minutes. Be right back. Had to add music. I gotta do some more editing on my thingamabobs there. We'll be that stuff. But all right, let's actually get back down to this
wasting an insane amount of taxpayer money.
Pizzagate.
Oh, and one last thing. It is protocol that
And then my it's getting hot out here. My AC was already set to 73. And now I set it to 75, but if it gets up there, I'm gonna set it down to like 68. I hope I survive.
Food served at the White House is prepared at the White House due to worries of contamination and poisoning and the like. So all the food at the White House is made at the White House. So what does this email mean? This next one is addressed to John Podesta and discusses dreaming of a hot dog stand in Hawaii. Are hot dogs really that good in Hawaii? I've been there and I was never once told about the legendary Hawaiian kosher footlong. What is the name of this hot dog stand? Does this person and John Podesta vacation together? Very odd and very disconcerting knowing what the code word hot dog means. I believe this one comes from Hillary Clinton's emails herself, and it says, with fingers crossed, the old rabbit's foot out of the attic.
Industrial fan? Jesus Christ. I'm sure it's like hot as balls over there. Let me let's see. Currently, oof, we're approaching. Yeah, we're approaching around the 90s. Yeah, no, looking tough over there. Let's see.
I will be sacrificing a chicken in the backyard to Moloch.
I think also too, like all the buildings and stuff, it's gotta be hot in those streets. I'm sure of it. Just the way those buildings are designed.
Enough said. Here's one from James Elefantis.
Let me make sure my thing is still survived over here.
Incorporated into it. Now remember, this is the owner of a local pizza joint emailing the campaign chairman for a presidential candidate about a logo and saying, "Do not forward it."
Shit!
What kind of relationship do John and James have? How close is James to Hillary? These seem like pretty important questions. Here's one. I'm coming to town and I'm bringing walnuts. And another email here speaks of walnut sauce. Who writes emails to each other concerning walnuts? I guess maybe people that work at the Diamond Nuts Corporation or Planters Peanuts might, but politicians? All of this makes a whole lot of sense when you realize the FBI code walnuts means a young child of color.
Jesus.
This email is very telling. The realtor found a handkerchief map that is pizza related. Why would anyone feel the need to write someone?
Yeah, but oh well, okay, because this is just somebody else from the Steve Sandler Foundation. Okay, I'm thinking these were like government emails for a second. I was like, hold on, that can't be right. And then I'm just put a couple on here. Okay, so I have to clearly beef this up over here because this isn't gonna work.
Pizza-related map handkerchief. The FBI has also reported of a handkerchief code, with each color of handkerchief apparently having a specific meaning, such as oral or anal sex.
Jesus
Even if you knew
Christ.
nothing of FBI codes, you don't need to be Inspector Gadget or Sherlock Holmes to clearly see that these people are speaking in code with one another.
Oh my God.
Should I play dominoes on pizza rather than pasta? This email is just downright strange. Why would anyone play dominoes on pizza or pasta, and why would they sound almost excited to do it? If we are to take seriously the code words and their meaning, then this email becomes unsettling and sick. This is John writing his brother Tony saying that he would love to get pizza for an hour. This email includes an image of a party, what apparently looks like Tony Podesta's house, someone we'll get to in just a bit, and someone emails a couple of pics saying they are capturing the spirit of the evening, and at the party they have a cutout of the Pope. Nothing too damning here other than the query of why would they have a picture of the Pope at the house. Email 1037 has an image that was shared by many different people, and the sender here says, "It doesn't get any better than this," and attached is a file simply called pizza. The attachment shows two Asian women biting into the crust of a slice of pizza with a little girl. So what, one might say? An attachment called pizza, people eating pizza? Duh, where's the conspiracy? The only problem with this is that the people that have been confidently identified in this picture are Una Lee and Laura Ling, two reporters who were supposedly kidnapped after they were reporting on, you guessed it, child trafficking. This last one is just downright gross and in my opinion leaves little room for interpretation. Tamara Lozado is sharing her excitement about the reprise of our gang's visit to the farm in Lovettsville. We plan to heat the pool, so a swim is a possibility. Bonnie will be transporting Ruby, Emerson, and Mauve, 11, 9, and 7, so you'll have some further entertainment, and they will be in that pool for sure. What kind of entertainment involves 3 young children and a grown man in a swimming pool? So yeah, you get the point. Even the most elementary mind can clearly see that there is something else being discussed here besides hot dogs, pizza, and walnuts, and I've yet to find a single researcher to provide an honest and common-sense explanation for these private exchanges. One quick thing before we move on. This painting was found in an image of the campaign office of Chairman John Podesta, and it shows 2 individuals holding dinner plates about to carve into and what looks like dine on a human being.
You know, actually, just reminds me, I wonder if that video is still actually around. Bro, there's a video that's like, there's a one thing, I think you might be better off, I think people might be better off just saying that they do like some really weird-ish But what was it, bro? Wasn't it uh what was it? Wasn't it a cake in shape of human body event? I don't want to necessarily say Hillary, but wasn't it a Hillary event? Cake, food, right? Traveling reporter, Springs traveling reporter, chocolate cake. Bro, there was a dining event. It was dining event, body part. Yeah, I think is that what it was? Let me see. Fox cannibalism. Come here. Let me copy. Dining event, body parts. Cannibal restaurant verts true German. Let me say Lady Gaga. Lady Gaga is a witch. Jesus Christ, man. Is this it? Eats fake blood off woman's naked body. Like I said, bro, like it's just these people just be doing like all kinds of like just crazy stuff. Dining event, body parts. I thought it was like a Clinton event. Was it not a Clinton event? Bro, I could have promised you I saw a video of it. I saw a video of like, bro, they were dining in the like whatever was made that was like body parts, but I can't find it no more. Jesus Christ. Dining event. Food. Human like. Ooh, that is not how you spell celebrities. Yeah, I guess I'm just not gonna find that shit. It depends on the event. Appetizers and finger foods are eaten, but if you have a lunch of food, then this is about something completely different. Dining event, food is human-like. Should you approach celebrities if you were to have lunch with a famous person who would? Okay, yeah. All right, I'm not gonna find this shit. It's just no point even just searching anymore. God damn it, man. We need AI because AI would have had that shit goddamn indexed and just ready on demand. But yeah, no, like that. Yeah, that's the same. Like you got plenty of people that be doing like that crazy weird stuff where they just be they be partaking in like just like the craziest of looking things. And I could have promised you it was a dining event. There was a dining event, and the food that they had on the table was literally was designed to look like they were eating in the body parts. And I just I can see the video in my mind. This was so many years ago, but I have no idea how the hell would even have the know-withal to be able to pull it up. Dining event body parts. Approved human flesh and service partner menu. What kind of bullshit is this? Yeah, there's just no point in even looking. I saw it too many. It was so long ago. I just never understood. I just could never understand like why you'd want to do something like that. But what the hell kind of thing is this? Fidel Obama has sex with 10 dudes a day on taxpayer time. That's crazy. The hell kind of article is kind of title is that?
Of cannibalism. Not sure what the artist is representing here, but this is very, very odd. John's love for pizza seems to be a family affair. This is John's brother, Tony. Tony Podesta and his wife, Heather, were named by GQ to be the 23rd most powerful people in Washington. Tony's website, the Podesta Group, describes him as the following. Many people in Washington can tell you what just happened to you. Tony Podesta helps you change outcomes. Tony is recognized by his peers, the news media, and decision makers across the federal government as the man with the judgment and smart strategic sense to get things done. John, Tony, and James Alefantis are all close friends and are clearly people who share a lot of similar interests, to say the least. The Podesta brothers have been linked to the disappearance of a young girl named Madeline McCann after many people online noticed the artist's sketches of Madeline's supposed kidnappers are a dead ringer to the Podestas. Here are the police sketches overlaid with the pictures of the Podesta brothers. According to emails released by WikiLeaks, John's secretary was handling his emails the days Madeline went missing, and further, the Podesta brothers have been confirmed to have been staying in Portugal the day of her disappearance at the house of former member of parliament Sir Clement Freud, who is a convicted pedophile and who happened to live a third of a mile down the street from where Madeline McCann was abducted. An expose of Tony Podesta's house, lifestyle, and art collection was highlighted in Washington Life magazine. Within the article, we find pictures of his house, very clearly displaying art centrally themed around children. In one corner of the house, we find two large paintings displaying children laying on the ground. On the couch, we see in another room stuffed animals on display. The article begins by saying, if you've ever dreamed of strolling through a museum with a slice of pizza and a glass of wine in hand, you need to befriend super lobbyist Tony Podesta. Known about town as a legendary political fix-it man, Tony has turned his home into a shrine for contemporary art, including some of his favorite artists. The article goes on to say that Tony had recently come from a Hillary Clinton campaign fundraiser, and that he has worked for the likes of Walmart, Blue Cross Blue Shield, Wells Fargo, and Lockheed Martin. So no small potatoes there. Finally, the article concludes and says that he regularly opens his house to casual pizza parties, co-hosted by his friend James Alefantis, owner of Comet Ping Pong. We're going to take a quick look at three of the artists mentioned in the article. Louis Bourgeois, Biljana Derjevic.
Oh, I think that was that the girl? I think was she the one that made it? Maybe. Or maybe it was just a girl that looked like her. I think was like designing the food.
Biljana Derjevic and Marina Abramovic. Tony's first major art purchase, and one according to the article, the piece that is never taken down, is the 2,000-pound bronze statue by Louis Bourgeois called The Arch of Hysteria. According to the National Gallery of Canada, the Arch of Hysteria was created from Bourgeois' interest in the physical, emotional, and psychological aspects of pain and fear.
All
The
right,
piece was inspired
yeah,
by
give me a
knowledge-
second. Let me answer a phone call real quick. I gotta see what's going on. And we're back. Phone call we had to
Mark
get
Sherko, a physician
real
who sought to represent
fast.
hysteria by documenting the performances of his female patients. The physical tension of the hysterical arch and intense muscular contraction resulting in immobility and paralysis of the limbs is emblematic of an extreme emotional state. Regardless of the artist, it seems like a very morbid thing to have as your prized possession hanging in your living room. It's also been noted that the arch of hysteria seems to mimic the same position that the serial killer Jeffrey Dahmer would leave his decapitated victims in.
Mm.
The second artist we're going to look at is Biljana Đurđević.
See, isn't that interesting? There go Jeffrey Dahmer. Jeffrey Dahmer came up in this. Dahmer's photographed his victims' bodies in various positions that he found sexually significant. God, bro, that's just so wow. Sheesh.
The second artist we're going to look at is Biljana Đurđević. I'm just going to present a few of her pieces here without any commentary.
So is the Pizzagate? Well, I mean, the Pizzagate's. Well,
the last artist we wish to look at is Marina Abramović.
That
Marina
those
came
child
during
things look
2016
crazy.
when it was revealed through the WikiLeaks emails that John Podesta, through his brother Tony, was invited to one of Marina's spirit cookings. Spirit cooking is a performance art where blood, semen, urine, and other bodily fluids are used to paint in a live painting performance. Marina is a well-known artist collaborating with the likes of Jay-Z and is close and personal with Lady Gaga.
I knew I wasn't crazy. Okay, so I wasn't crazy. See, that was the same photo we pulled up earlier.
Marina is a big hit.
Yeah, like see, just yeah, see, when it just looked like
Now this is all pretty alarming to say the least, but is there anything to really get up in arms about?
Oh, okay. Okay. So my only issue, right? My only issue is just that this is just showing that these people that you now have a group of people that have all found each other, that all get to share and enjoy the most craziest of things together. I need to now see the actual tie-ins to like an actual event with Pegasus and the pizzeria.
Art is defined as the expression of
He did a very excellent job now just showing that, you know, if somebody was going to do it, these would definitely be the people that would participate. But this in itself doesn't mean that they would have done it. So now we need the rest of it.
You're, in my opinion, all of this may be creepy and repulsive, but nonetheless it is just art. Well, Marina Abramović was asked about the role of the occult in her art on a Reddit Q&A, and she replied this. If you were doing occult magic in the context of art or gallery, then it is art. If you were doing it in a different context, in spiritual circles or a house or on TV shows, then it is not art. The intention, the context, and what it is made defines what art is or not.
They're just creeps now. We need better evidence. Oh, see, here go Hillary.
Sort of spirit cookings. The fact that a presidential candidate and her campaign chairman are being invited by close personal friends to a cooking of these sorts is something I would assume that the voting public would probably like to know. It might be pertinent to point out here that Hillary and Bill Clinton have a laundry list of cohorts and associates that have been busted for child trafficking or pedophilia. I'm just going to briefly mention a few here. First, we have Laura Silsby, former director of the New Light Children's Refuge, was caught trying to steal 33 children. It was discovered that Huma Abedin, Hillary Clinton's confidant and top aide, had been forwarding emails directly to Hillary about Laura Silsby's organization, and there is evidence that Hillary worked directly with getting Silsby off the hook. Next up is Jeffrey Epstein, another very interesting character in this whole thing. In 2008, Epstein was convicted of soliciting sex from an underage girl and quietly paid settlements to scores of alleged victims, who claimed that he had serially molested them, as well as countless other victims.
Do you at least believe the Jeffrey Epstein stuff? You know, because my thing on a Jeffrey is that what was it, man? Because like people, like, it's so hard to hide this stuff, and like Jeffrey Epstein would be a very good example of just that, because like the shit he was doing was all like, it was all public for a very long time. Like he paid settlements. Like when I was talking about that whole thing between Drake and Kendrick, like I was saying, like if Drake was ever doing like anything pedophile, like we would have had information a long time ago, because like this stuff, right, there would have been some black and white documents on it. For Jeffrey, you had plenty of black and white documents long before all the whole Epstein Island stuff came out, right, that showed that this man was he was doing those things because he would pay settlements to like women that took him to court. Right, and then he's been in jail before. He had a sweet, like, awesome deal, but like he's still been in jail before. So it's like these things aren't hidden. R. Kelly, right, lawsuits well before the thing that finally put him in jail. Michael Jackson, lawsuit. You know, like it's just like Like we would have had hard documents. We just don't have that with Drake. That's always like my thing with that. Yes, I knew about Epstein for years before it became mainstream. He was a Mossad agent collecting blackmail. He's still alive. Man, you just full of all of the conspiracy good stuff. Because there's a lot of people that would love to find him if he's still alive.
Several women have come out since then claiming that Epstein and his powerful network of friends have continually trafficked children for sex on his private island in St. Thomas. Jeffrey Epstein's now famous Little Black Book, recovered by Epstein's house manager, reads like a who's who of political and social elite. Former President Bill Clinton, President-elect Donald Trump, and Prince Andrew all hitched rides on Epstein's private planes and visited his private island. And then we have
Wait, was Donald Trump also on was Donald Trump also with Jeffrey Epstein too? I think he was actually. Donald Trump, Jeffrey Epstein. Amazing that all these people. What Jeffrey Epstein files revealed about Donald Trump. Trump has been on the list of Jeffrey's associates for years. I'm amazed that, oh God, because like, what's all the different media I consume that be so obsessed with the Jeffrey stuff? PBD podcast. I am amazed that as much as they talk about all these different people, all these different Democrats that had these ties to Jeffrey Epstein, not once did they ever bring up the Donald Trump as well. Like that's crazy to me actually. Jeffrey Epstein introduced me to Trump at 14. Jeffrey Epstein introduced me to Trump at 14. Oh my God, that's crazy, right? See, this is why you gotta cut through all the BS. Because, like, if you just, be fair. Don't just, like, try to just show one side of it.
Pedophile, who, according to the Washington Post, molested girls less than 10 times from 1966 to 1985. Cloman was a close personal friend of Ken Starr, who is a former Clinton prosecutor. And then there's Anthony Weiner, former member of the United States House of Representatives, involved in 3 sexual scandals related to sexting or sending explicit material by his phone. Weiner's now ex-wife, Huma Abedin, is once again a close confidant and Hillary Clinton's once top aide. And then, of course, there's Denny Hastert, the 51st Speaker of the House of Representatives, and the longest Republican to hold the post, also a convicted pedophile, busted in the 70s for child molestation. Denny is apparently still a friend of the Podestas today, and is even mentioned in the WikiLeaks emails discussing sending Denny to an undisclosed location. Another very interesting connection to the Clintons and the Clinton Foundation is Monica Peterson. Monica Peterson was the assistant director at the Human Trafficking Center, who worked in Haiti, and it has been claimed that she had been highly critical of the Clinton Foundation and their possible role in child trafficking. Monica Peterson was found dead of an apparent suicide. According to the Washington Post, the Clintons played a major role in recovery efforts in Haiti after the devastating earthquake in 2010. Former President Bill Clinton was the public face of the U.S. efforts in Haiti through several recovery roles. He was the United Nations Special Envoy to Haiti, co-leader of the Clinton-Bush Haiti Fund with former President George W. Bush, and co-chairman of the Interim Haiti Recovery Commission. The Clinton Foundation raised more than $30 million for Haiti relief projects. There's a lot of criticism lodged against the Clintons for their involvement with the recovery efforts in Haiti, many by the Haitian people themselves, claiming that they never received the donations or promises made to them. There are serious questions as to how much Monica Peterson knew about the Clintons and their relationship with Haiti.
Well, I mean, to be fair, like when you're trying to get money to like all those places and stuff, like usually the amount of corruption is like so staggering over there that it wouldn't surprise me at all if all the people, if like almost none of them really got any of the money aid and it just all got funneled to people that, what's the word I'm looking for? To like local leaders, gang members, or whoever that sat there and like just took it all. I wouldn't be surprised because like it's the unfortunate reality. But when we give aid, like we won't police up or control where exactly that aid goes. We usually leave it up to the government of said country, and then the government of said country is usually like full of like just a lot of corrupt people or being blackmailed or whatever. So I mean, I can see that.
All this is found once again by focusing on information secured by those at the Federal Bureau of Investigation. People within the pedophile community apparently have logos and symbols they use to identify each other. A few from the FBI are posted here. So as you can see, spiral triangle means boy lover, the heart within a heart means little girl lover, etc. Comet Ping Pong on their menu had a logo similar to the child lover logo. The words play, eat, drink are displayed inside the paddles, and this just so happens to be an acronym for PED, or pedophile for short. And what can only be more than coincidental, these logos are used in businesses surrounding Comet Ping Pong. Besta Pizza clearly was using a pedophile symbol in their logo till it was recently changed after the scandal broke. Besta is Portuguese for beast, or in other words, their shop is called Beast Pizza. Besta Pizza is owned...
Okay, so that one I gotta kind of push back on because like you can't control like what other people like transform a symbol into, because I mean you gotta think of like the swastika from Nazi Germany, right? Because the swastika like originally was a religious symbol, and then the Nazis adapted it to their own cause, and now after that, right, you can't use the swastika no more, right? Even though it was completely used for something else. So like I wouldn't put too much emphasis on like on like a business on a business icon. But once they found out, then it was just like, oh yeah, we definitely want to change that.
By a man named Andrew Klein, who just happens to be the director for the Human Trafficking Prosecution Unit of the Department of Justice. Just down the way is Politics and Prose, which is co-owned by Lisa Muscatine, who has been a Hillary Clinton supporter and speechwriter for over 20 years.
Yeah, like it had yeah, it was some religious symbol. Yeah, so that I don't know. So he's starting to I'm still waiting. I'm still waiting for the what's the word I'm looking for? I'm waiting for that link now. All right, because he set everything up nicely. Now we need to start getting into the actual connections now being made. So let's see what we get.
We also have Beyond Borders, a foundation who works to end child slavery and prevent violence against women and girls in Haiti. And 2 stores away from Beyond Borders is Terrasol Bistro and Artisan Gallery, which has displayed yet another FBI pedophile logo. To put it bluntly, it has been strongly implied by many who have invested time and commitment into this investigation that the corroborating circumstantial evidence leads to the very real possibility that the owners of these buildings, all of whom are connected directly to extremely high-level people within our government, might all be involved in child trafficking in one way or another. It also has been speculated, mainly through pictures from James Alefantis' Instagram account, that there may be tunnels connecting the buildings underground, and this is why we see him doing work in what appears to be at Comet Ping Pong. Though the location of this building isn't tagged in this picture, we can clearly see a ping pong table in the background, which leads us to believe that this image is probably taken at Comet Ping Pong. If James had substantial work done at Comet Ping Pong, to the best of my knowledge, he never obtained a permit from the city to do any of the renovations. It is no secret that there is a network of underground tunnels beneath the architecture of Washington, D.C. Though many of the tunnels are said to be out of use, some of them have been reappropriated, including one turned art gallery called the DuPont Underground, and art display open to the public. Once again, this tunnel network is only mentioned here as something to take into consideration. One reason this is mentioned is that James recently said in an interview that there is no basement at Comet Ping Pong, and yet in an article a few years prior, he says this. We harvest a whole crop of organic tomatoes, 10 tons of tomatoes every year, can them all, store them in the basement, have like a harvest party when it gets loaded in. Seems like a very strange thing to lie about. I can't think of any reason to lie about having or not having a basement unless there's something hidden in that basement. Getting back to James Alefantis' Instagram account. There's something about. I can't think of any.
What was it if they couldn't believe you had made? Well, we make everything from scratch. Other restaurants, even good restaurants, will like not roast their own peppers. You can just buy the roasted peppers in a can, or you can buy garlic oil. Some products you can get, and they're consistent and they're easy. But I didn't even know that existed actually until they said that. I was like, what do you mean? There's another way. You can just buy these things because a lot of restaurants will open a can to put it on. Like our sauce, we harvest a whole crop of organic tomatoes, 10 tons of tomatoes every year, can them all, store them in the basement, have like a harvest party when it gets loaded in. Guy was very enthusiastic. We had a really great long segment and it aired, and we had a viewing party. Oh yeah, because like the basement thing, I mean that's like that can. I'm trying to be fair here, and like I can't see like why you wouldn't just think that he could just like easily misspoken. I mean, like he could have just said we storm in the pantry. But I guess like it's 10 tons of tomatoes, so it's probably a shit ton. So like I mean, a pantry probably wouldn't be the right word to really use for that. But I don't know. But and then like it's supposed to be a super secret basement where you're like funneling children. So like why slip up and also keep your cans of your major cans of tomato sauce down there and just expose like traffic into that area that you want to keep secret. That's why I was like, I don't know.
Any reason to lie about having or not having a basement unless there's something hidden in that basement.
Don't know.
Getting back to James Alefantis' Instagram account. Mr. Barack Obama, seen here, captured by Mr. Alefantis himself, seems to enjoy a game of ping pong now and again. The First Lady, Michelle Obama, plays as well, even taking what was deemed by the White House as a personal trip to China to have a hand at the paddle. Of course, this could be because of the long tradition of ping pong diplomacy, which is, according to Wikipedia, the exchange of table tennis or ping pong players between the United States and the People's Republic of China starting in the early 1970s. So all of this love for ping pong could simply be referring to diplomacy with other countries, or it could mean something else entirely. Joe Biden has the most disturbing thing on his own Instagram, giving the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, a children's friendship bracelet. One with a pizza on it. On James's Instagram account, he mentions a place that he likes to go when in Germany called Dr. Pong's, located in Berlin, owned by a man by the name of Oliver Miller. On Dr. Pong's website, we see a seedy sort of underground dive bar looking ping pong place, obviously not geared towards children, whose website is extremely sketchy and weird to say the least. You can check it out yourself. The menu on the site is the weirdest thing of all, and in one of the lines it says, "Sticky as a long, slow summertime fuck." Sounds delicious. Comet Ping Pong and Dr. Pong's website are hosted by the same...
What was that? Sticky as a long, slow summertime. Where was this place at?
Geared towards children, whose website is extremely sketchy and weird to say the least. You can check it out yourself. The menu on the site is the weirdest thing of all, and in one of the lines it says, "Sticky as a long, slow summertime fuck." Sounds delicious. Comet Ping Pong and Dr. Pong's website are hosted by the same admin. Apparently the kind of ping pong James likes to play is enjoyed in London,
Why is this?
Berlin,
this is over.
as well as in Washington, D.C.
Sorry.
Now, this isn't the first time that Comet Ping Pong has been accused of deviant, immoral, and illegal activities. In 2007, Frank Winstead, a member of the Washington, D.C. community, tried warning the neighborhood about what was allegedly going on at Comet Pizza, including lying, cheating, stealing, spitting in customers' food, encouraging murderers and rapists, and all-around debauchery. Apparently, Frank was essentially written off as a grouchy old party pooper who had some unsubstantiated grievances towards a local business, and that was that. And maybe old Frank wasn't crazy after all.
Wait, Frank claims that the screaming and crying that is heard coming from inside Comet Ping Pong are the cries of children being beaten and raped. Okay. Don't you just have people outside? Like, wouldn't they be able to hear it too? If a camera that's on the other side of the street is picking it up, then like all the people that are walking by, all the people that's outside, right? Because I promise you, right, the whole point of like trying to like hide an operation like this is to try and hide it in plain sight. So you would use a business like this, right, that has a regular operation in there, so that way you use it as a cover up to hide like the secret stuff going on. So like, wouldn't the regular people that's sitting here visiting this place, unless you're gonna tell me every single person visiting this place is already hip to the game? I don't know. I wouldn't like that to me is a little crazy. Could you imagine then, like, if traffic happened to have a car just stop right there, like Uber? I don't know. Don't know.
A pizzeria aimed towards children, and it is open from 5 p.m.
Oh wait, so there's actually children inside that play ping pong as well. Okay.
With parties often thrown in the back. This means that essentially Comet Pizzeria makes all of their money in roughly 4.5 hours a night. This is the bathroom located in Comet Ping Pong, and it shows a man here jerking himself off at a ping pong table. I ask you, does this look suitable for children? Apparently, since the scandal broke, most of the controversial art within Comet Pizza has been removed.
Is it a pizzeria? Was it really a pizzeria really meant for children?
Trust with their patrons. Here's a clip of the manager explaining Comet's relationship with its customers.
The secret is it's an empowerment. An empowerment, by definition, is trust. So, like, I trust that the relationship that I have with the customers is one where they understand that I'm looking out for them, and in response, they look out for us.
The posters for the bands that play at Comet Ping Pong are very edgy and rather lewd and perverse, to say the least. Here are just a few posters of some of the acts that have played at Comet.
Oh, so around the corner at the house of Comet wasn't the operation. It was around the corner. Okay, I just need to move you over just a wee bit. Yeah, there you go. It was around the corner at a house in Pegasus, right? Because like the place wasn't too far from the pizzeria place, right? Isn't that what we kind of got from this one? Hold on. Right, Pegasus, 11 Mile Road Playground Trolley turnaround. Did he actually show where? But I thought he showed. No, go back here to the beginning. Right, because this place wasn't too far from Comet, right? Or was it just like a completely like separate area? Hold on. Hold up. Pegasus, right? James, contributions from James Alphonsus added one place. Like, wouldn't it just be crazy? Like, this is what I'm talking about. Like, see, this here is like, well, I have a whole child operation. I have a whole child operation, and I see that it's not listed on Google Maps, so I'm gonna go ahead and add it. Like, oh my God, Jesus Christ. Where? Okay, I see Pegasus, but Pegasus Tower Playground. Right there next to the playground. So like where other adults would bring their children to that could hear. Okay, here we go. Pegasus Playground. Where was this Comet? I just need to know, where was this Comet place at? I don't need to Comet Pizza. Comet Ping Pong Pizza. Alright. Where exactly in DC is this? And then if I was to try to go to I need because obviously if I try to search Pegasus I probably won't find it, but if I can search 11 and Monroe Playground, I can probably get it like that. So let's do no, I want to go from the pizzeria to 11 and Monroe Street Park, right? Okay. No, so it is a completely different spot. Yeah, here, 11 in Monroe. Yeah, see, then here go the building. Where's my little guy? Come here, you. Put you down here. And, wait. How the hell? Is this a street? Oh, it is a street. It is technically a street. Okay. Oh, Jesus. Okay. I guess I need to come over here. Right? So this, okay, so the playground's right there. Oh wait, I might be on the wrong side. Let me see. Might be on the wrong, yeah, I think I'm on the wrong side, I think. Welcome to Monroe Tower. Tower, okay. Oh, so no, okay, so I am on the right side, okay. So, okay, so it's this building right here? It's this whole building right here. What are they? Is Monroe Tower just an apartment complex? That's what that looks like. This looks a lot like a, yeah, this looks a lot like an apartment complex. I got like the bars over here. Let me try to go around. Go around and, oh wait, is that a grand entrance over there? Oh, let me go back to that sign. What was that sign for? Oh, there you go. Look, see? They're making a deal right now. Jesus Christ, hold on. Come on, can I see that sign? What does the sign say? Now leasing. Okay, so this is a this is an apartment that's up for public leasing? Nah. Unless it wasn't like that before. Yeah, now leasing. Nah, if this was an apartment complex that was opened up to the general public to lease, nah. What's this over here? Looks sketchy. No. Now this is to like a completely different building over here. Okay, well, I guess now we have at least now we have a general idea, but can I go back? Can I zoom out? But it is definitely a lot further than I anticipated. Oh, gotta zoom out even more. There we go. Yeah, so Comet Ping Pong's all the way up there, and then the actual Pegasus spot is over there in that area. Okay, allegedly, but wait, but then that makes sense because if it's an apartment complex, unless it wasn't like that at first, but then they say tower, so it had to have been like that. Because then I don't see how you get like rooms like what the hell do you get like places? Where is it at? Yeah, this doesn't look like anything like this would be. I couldn't imagine this being like the interior of said building. If that's supposed to be the tower. You might have to actually look back at this video. Can't find the OG video, but this is similar. Yeah, I'm gonna grab it real quick, but I'm not gonna watch it till after this other one. Let's see. Can I fact check? Use this tab here. Yeah, Killer Room, Pizzagate Killer Room found, Pegasus Machine owned by, yeah, like where, how long is this one?
Senator Paul, you do not know what you are talking about, quite frankly. And I want to say that officially.
Hi, guys. This is Ryan with PizzaGateGear.com.
Okay, yeah, it's the same one we just saw on YouTube. Wait, what was that photo? Go back, go back, go back. Yeah, there's no way this could be in a... Okay, we'll just have to watch it. Oh, my cursor was like messing with me. Oh. So this part of the building here? Can we even see that? Can I let me zoom back in? What is that? Is that like a back alley or something? Oh, gotta go back over here. I mean, if I look at this diagram, no, it's the same building, isn't it? It's definitely the same building. Oh, just about. I mean, I guess I don't see no other building that's like close to it though. That's shaped quite that way. Okay. I mean, it's only 10 minutes. We'll let me just see this part. I just want to know like the exact location.
Where his kill rooms are. Again, it shows you.
Okay. So 13th Street, and here. Does that reflect what I'm looking at? Okay, 13th Street. Yeah, but it doesn't look like Monroe Tower. Oh wait, so wait. Why is this not matching up properly? Go back. Okay. Oh, me. Why do you... They show that there, but then they're showing... Yeah, it's the same building. But okay, no, so it's the same building. But why was this marked as Monroe Tower over here when it's over here? Oh, that's my cursor. Oh no, because I think I pulled out right here and then I came around. Oh, so maybe we do want to go right here. Let me see. Actually, so can I... Yeah, because I pulled out. That's why. So no, I just messed up my own damn movement here. Let's see. Gate. Yeah, man, I can't get in between. Right here. Okay, that's no you.
Has been removed. This place has been marked as removed. And again, confirming that this place was removed. So guys, this is an aerial map of Pegasus. So we have the building highlighted in red with a square box around it. Don't mind this tower. This was when I was on something else and I just didn't make a new picture for it. And this red box is the playground.
Yeah. Hey, we're not doing nothing better, right? We got to look and see here. Okay, so here's the little garage thing. So here is with the... Wait, is this the same white truck? This ain't the same white truck, is it? Can't be.
We're going to take a Google Earth view of it, so it shows the roof, which you'll remember this roof.
Oh, so he's using the Google Earth view.
Is actually
so, yeah.
the roof right here. Very interesting stuff. And you can see in clear view the playground from the roof. This is a street view taken. So you can see the playground right here, and you can see the Pegasus Museum right here. Another street view, you can see the Pegasus Museum in the background, and you see the playground right here. Something very interesting, when we zoom in, there's a person right on the roof of Pegasus. Seems to be on the phone or something, but looking at the playground. Guys, this is another street view. So Pegasus is right around here. It's right behind this row of buildings right here. So it's completely...
That's crazy. That's almost the exact same joke I just made about like having the construction people and the guy, just like the guy in the construction suit talking with the other guy. Bro, like just see that random person that... Oh my God. That's crazy.
By this entire row of buildings.
Right? Somebody talking on the phone. Because you know, because I don't know if you know how the Google thing works, but like they literally you get these little well, they're not little. They're like these big camera contraptions that they literally place on top of vehicles, and then have the vehicles just drive around and getting photos. So it's like, are we then gonna say like I don't even know how to even loop Google into it, but like just the off chance of Google actually happening to be there at the exact same time. Somebody's like, hey, we got 2 kids here. 500 each. Like, is it, I don't believe that.
Cannot see
one
it.
bit.
But guys, I want to bring your attention to right here. When we zoom in, kids, and it looks like an arrow is pointing underground. So I thought that was very interesting that right in front of Pegasus Museum is this little red paint saying kids. Guys, this is the street view from the alley of the back of Pegasus.
Oh my God, come on. Y'all gotta have something a little bit better than that. Bro, graffiti can be run by anybody. I can't imagine. I can't tell you like how many times I've seen people like, because they'll listen to stuff like this and then they'll go to the physical locations and then start like doing like all kinds of vandalism and stuff.
Is this little red?
This is what? Isn't this in when did this come? Well, he posted in 2021. The Street View says 2014. Wait, so see, now I'm confused. But his computer says 2017. What is this? What is with these dates? His computer says 2017 over there. The Street View thing says it's an image from 2014, and then this was published in 2021. My brain hurts so much. Okay, I'm gonna ignore it. Let me ignore it.
Paint saying kids. Guys, this is the street view from the alley of the back of Pegasus. This is another street view. So guys, I want y'all to look at this door. When we go to the next one, you can see this door, and there's a gap right here, a wall going back, and another door over here, and also a garage door right here. There's no windows on the first floor level. Again, no windows. So somebody posted this on Vote, and it talks about the kill room here, the back view of Pegasus, and then they drew out this this diagram showing you where everything's at based on this photo. So right here they had the door, which is right here, and then the photo is showing these trenches right here. So this building lines up exactly with...
Damn, it's gotten that hot. I set it to 75 degrees and the AC's on now. Okay, when it cuts off, I'm gonna crank it down real low now.
What this is. Now I want to show you this little crease right here in the wall. Well, not a crease, but you can tell there's something different. That's where the wall would start right here. Okay, so this wall right here is this wall right here. This door, which opens inside here with a doorknob here, and if you zoom in really closely, you can see the doorknob here. So this is undoubtedly the same exact place with all these connections.
Let me see if I can find anything with that coming up. I'd be interested. This would be good. Fake news onslaught targets pizzeria owner of the Comet Ping Pong, the restaurant. DC. My news website have called it on the home base of a child. The fake story that shows a conspiracy theory spread. Fake news purge, modern acceptability. Let's see. On a cold December day, Edgar Welch burst into a family pizzeria and accused the owner. Damn, we even got like a pipeline. In this work, we used the pipeline to discover the narrative framework of the Pizzagate conspiracy theory and contrast it with the narrative to gunfire in DC. It's finally revealed what was finally real was this guy driving from North Carolina to Washington to rescue sexually abused children he believed were hidden. Yeah, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, that's why like a lot of these conspiracy theories I don't believe, because like even when it gets to the most extreme part where like somebody then attempts to do something, then it nothing ever comes up out of it. As well, a father, former firefighter, and sometime movie actor who was drawn to dark mysteries he found on the internet, terrifying customers and workers with his assault rifle style as he searched Comet Ping Pong. Police said he found no hidden children, no secret chambers, no evidence of a child sex ring. Excuse me. Run by the failed Democratic candidate for president, or by a campaign chief, or by the owner of the pizza place. What was false were the rumors he had read, stories that crisscrossed the globe about a charming little pizza place that features ping pong tables in its back room. Story of Pizzagate is about what is fake and what is real. It's a tale of a scandal. Pizzagate, the belief that code words and satanic symbols point to a sordid underground. FBI director told Congress that he was reopening the investigation use of private emails. They faked that shooting event to get people to stop investigating. So like what? So like they found somebody willing to throw away their life and go to jail? Let me see. Let's see. Because I'm not even really interested in the story no more. Gunman is out of he's out of prison now. How long did he get? Because it sounds like he just showed up with a gun. So I wouldn't expect him to necessarily get too much time. So on he drove, supposed center corruption. Above all, it would reveal how conspiracy theories have spread. A big difference between 2016, Pizzagate, and QAnon isn't. Oh yeah, I haven't heard of QAnon in a long time, bro. What are they up to? Oh man. Conspiracy involved. What was this man's sentence? If he's out in 2021 and this happened 3 days before Welch released from his halfway house. Let's see. Oh god, the Confederate monument. Wasn't the children which thought were being children inside. It was the bubbly girl who was sleeping in her grandma's bed when someone drove by and sprayed bullets. It was her small body struck more than a dozen times. It was her mother. Oh wait, he actually killed somebody? Oh wait. It seemed normal except for all the questions. Did he still believe Pizzagate? Okay, we're gonna have to actually read this. Welch and his wife didn't respond to repeated requests for interview, and several friends said they couldn't speak without his permission. His father, Welch. Every time conspiracy folks get close to the truth, the U.S. government stages a shooting. Yeah, but somebody. So, like, how many moving parts? Like, you gotta get a family that's willing to like fake that they had a child. Then you gotta fake. What do you have to fake? You have to fake the body. You have to fake the investigators. You'd have to fake the morgue people. I don't know. His father, Welsh, grandkid spoiled here, shook his head when asked if his son could speak. He needs to get off his papers, blah, blah, few people for us, blah, blah, blah. Pizzagate didn't grip Salisbury like it did Washington. It was because of what happened to Ayanna Allen. On the same morning, Welch drove to D.C. on a mission to save children. A 7-year-old girl was slain just 7 miles from Welch's home. What was real wasn't the children Welch thought were being tortured. It was a small body struck more than a dozen times. It was her mother crying in the funeral home as she braided her daughter's hair one last time while trying not to look at what a bullet had done to her face. I just remember her lying on the table. She was shot so many places, and as that preoccupied the town for weeks. Police partnered with the sheriff's department to work on the case. No one was ever charged. The reason was no grand conspiracy, Woodbury said. Witnesses refused to talk. Almost evenly divided between white residents and people of color. Has grappled with the same racial, political, blah, blah, blah. Confederate monument, blah, blah, blah. Took flag major. Oh, no. So that was a completely separate event. Okay. Oh, do I mention it? 3 days from Welch's release. So, no. So this is something completely different. Click to return. Yeah, don't. Thing. Sentenced to 4-year prison term. Okay, let's try this one. Let's see. Sentenced to 4 years in prison on charges stemming from an incident in which he carried a loaded AR-15 and a revolver, scattering employees and customers, and fired his assault rifle into a door. Okay. Sentencing. Pled guilty. Federal charge of interstate transportation of firearm and ammunition, and a District of Columbia charge of assault with a dangerous weapon. He was sentenced following his prison term. Welch and my shit. What else are you doing? According to the government's evidence, Welch transported 3 loaded firearms. Upon arriving at the restaurant, he parked his car, armed himself. At about 3 p.m., he marched inside the restaurant. Customers and children. He was carrying an AR-15 revolver. He was carrying an AR-15 openly, with one hand on the pistol grip and the other hand guard around the barrel, such that anyone with an unobstructed view could see the gun. Customers and employees fled the building. At one point, could you imagine if you was just in that building at the time, you see somebody roll up with an assault rifle? Oh, Jesus Christ, man. That's crazy. Welch encountered a locked room, and attempted to force the door open first using a butter knife and then discharging his assault rifle multiple times into the door. A few minutes later, another employee entered the restaurant carrying pizza dough. Welch saw the employee turn toward the worker with the assault rifle. To mean fear he would be shot. The worker fled. Welch was alone. Imagine, hey boss, I got the delivery, and I go back out that same door. Like, oh my god, that'd have been a chaotic scene. Left alone in the restaurant after spending more than 20 minutes inside. He left his firearms, exited the restaurant unarmed. He was then arrested and remained in custody ever since. No one was injured. So yeah, he literally did actually find nothing. Interesting. All that fake children, fake death records, it's all legal. Yeah, I mean, there's too many moving parts and too many. My biggest thing is just like all these different mechanisms. Like that means like you have to control every hiring process to get every single person that sits there and cycles through these jobs, whether they get fired, get locked up because they do something. So then you got to replace them, find a replacement for the job. You got to do it quickly, especially if it's like already a low staff position, and then you have to then convince them to like then stay hush hush about these things. I personally don't believe it, but I mean we'll see. So far it's not looking. It's like not necessarily in between, but
as it turns out, even some of the bands that play at the pizzeria flash pedophile symbols or logos in their videos, including this one here by a band called Sex Stains.
Controlling records. Yeah, but how do you control? But how do you controlling records is easy, yes, but how do you control people? How do you control like different? How do you control people with different, like from different backgrounds and ethnicities who like could you imagine if somebody had that information and they were like in like financial hard times, like how much somebody would be willing to pay them for a story where they get to show proof that something was like fake or doctored or leak, right? That's your key lead thing. Like the whole espionage thing, right? Like the reason why like it tends to be a problem throughout any organization, any country, when it comes to espionage is because like a lot of times like somebody will find these people and exploit something of need from them, like i.e. money, or women or something like that, and then provide it to them in exchange for that, and that's how they get caught. I think like the very last one I read was like the submarine guy that was he was trying to share nuclear secrets with China, and China was about to pay him like a lot of money, like for all of these different things to happen, and then none of that to like happen with this kind of stuff. That's why it just doesn't click for me. Give me back my program. Jesus.
And heading to Chuck E. Cheese's, where a kid can be a kid, and seeing a band called Sex Stains.
I'm scared. If you're a part of conspiracy, imagine how scared you'd be. Yeah, I mean, if you're part of conspiracy, I mean, did you partake in it? Like, or would you end up being like that guy from the like Sandy Hook, the military guy? Oh, especially the military guy for Donald Trump's phone call with Ukraine. You got all these people that like would be willing to sacrifice their livelihoods to push out the truth. And then then you can argue, well, everybody's not built like that. So yes, right? Like you wouldn't want to put your, like, who would be willing to put themselves in that situation just for the truth when a lot of people really just worry about self-preservation. That part I would agree with and go with that. But then like to do it for so long in so many different places that every single person felt like that, you didn't happen to get the one justice warrior that would like push, that would definitely push, the push to like expose the truth. Like I don't know. Especially then with the covert operations, you can do to like get successful leaks without people getting exposed. Sandy Hook is clearly fake, and you have a whole community line about it. Well, that I'm not. Well, that's what I'm saying, right? Like so, how many actors would that be? I mean, you're talking an entire community worth. So like a small city worth of people that were all in on it, that all like were like just complicit in hiding the truth and stuff. I can't I can't believe it. Like immigration, natural movement of people between internally within the US. I don't know.
Sasha Lord previously worked as an outdoor facilitator at Hemlock Overlook, specializing in at-risk populations. Volunteered.
I mean, the find all these people that would be willing to never expose a secret or anything at all. I mean, I don't know how easy. I honestly don't know how easy that could be.
Helping to facilitate Girl Scouts beyond bars, and she also worked for the Girl Scouts of the nation's capital, running an outreach Girl Scout troop at the Prince William County Juvenile Detention Center. So basically, Sasha Lord has worked with children a good portion of her adult life, and now she is recruited to be a scouting/talent agent for the back room of a seedy, very politically connected children's pizzeria. Seems reasonable. This video is of an artist named Majestic Ape, who also goes by.
So I mean, is the pizzeria like meant for children? Then like, if the pizzeria is meant for children, then it would make sense. Like, because then you'd want her expertise on like making the atmosphere more children friendly. But then it would get weird because then they had those like them crazy ass paintings in there. So then that part would be sus. So that's what I'm saying. Like this stuff is actually good, but it just says that these people are just like hella crazy and strange.
By Amanda Kleinman, apparently, and has performed at Comet with her band Heavy Breathing.
Oh, okay, so these are people that blow up.
The video
That's
is of
why.
Sasha Lord's birthday party, and you can clearly hear Majestic Ape speaking casually about special pizza and discussing with the crowd the favors that Sasha provides. You can also hear in the crowd people laughing and casually speaking about pedophilia.
It is the day of the birth of our Lord, Sasha Lord. If you are like me, you love Sasha. Or if you don't, you want perks from her. Things like free pizza. Have any of you enjoyed this special pizza here tonight called the Hottie?
The hottie.
Jerry is known to hang out down here. He likes the world sounds. Tamales.
And little boys. And children. No.
Jesus Christ.
Further, Majestic Ape has mentioned pedophilia in her videos casually. To say that all of Majestic Ape's so-called art...
Yeah, like these people just care. Like these people just like be having like just the craziest like stuff that this
Majestic Ape has
joke
also worked with an
about.
artist named James Huckenpaller.
I get it.
Amanda Kleinman, or Majestic Ape, narrates one of James's musical compositions I found on his SoundCloud. James Huckenpaller has worked with Transformer, the artist-centered nonprofit organization that James Alefantis is the board president of. One of the many
Like those jokes are like crazy. If the government gave me $100 to keep quiet, I would too. $100,000?
Page document called Meta Monument, a PDF.
$100,000, right? But ask yourself, would that be worth then like the harassment you'd get? Like if your connection was to ever come out?
Website, superluckyland.com.
Like just think like with the Sandy Hook stuff, right? Like and like people passing these guys information. Oh shit, oh yeah, this is the boss one. Yeah, I hope. Okay, cool. Yeah, he's going down. All right, sector captured. You know, like Sandy Hook, like what was it? The wolf gang guy. I'd fake an event for $100,000 and then be potentially subjected to like years of harassment from conspiracy theorists that like know you were there, that try to like sit there and expose you, sending death threats and all that other stuff for $100,000. I don't know. No.
10 functional fictions that describe potential uses for the abandoned trolley tunnels.
Couldn't be me.
Formerly Pacific Circle. These dreams borrow liberally from cultural
Yeah, this
spaces in Berlin.
this docu is almost done.
By the location. And on the last page of this work, it says this: thanks to Oliver Miller, aka Dr. Pong, for hospitality in Berlin, and James Alefantis for patronage above and beyond. It just kind of makes you wonder what kind of hospitality and patronage these guys are offering. The scary thing about all of this is that when you start to dig through the endless material on this subject, following a lot of the leads, going down rabbit hole after rabbit hole, a picture becomes very clear. One showing that hiding beneath the world of high arts and politics, there is a very devious circle of people engaged in this sort of illegal, wicked, and highly immoral behavior. When this story broke, countless researchers, myself included, scoured numerous accounts on Instagram, Twitter, and Facebook, and uncovered literally hundreds of people engaging one another using these code words, saying things cryptically and posting images related to such behavior. This is not a joke. Literally hundreds to thousands of people discussing this stuff openly. A Twitter account named @eclipse_OW was banned temporarily for releasing a massive Google Doc of 23,000 accounts, including over 500 with their exact geographical locations of people involved in an enormous child pedophile ring. It has recently come to light that this pedophilia is on YouTube as well, with literally, once again, thousands of accounts discussing this stuff openly, sharing videos of young girls spreading their legs, posing in very sexual or precarious positions and the like. The comment sections of these videos are littered with perverse and sexually explicit comments about young children, and nothing is being done about it. I can't even show some of the videos here due to the fact that YouTube will probably take this video down, yet leave those accounts up. If you don't believe me, spend an hour or two and search for webcam video and peruse some of these seemingly randomly uploaded videos. From my own best approximations, there seems to be literally...
I get what he's saying. Okay, so I get what he's saying with that part. I just don't know. That movie, that docu movie thing that was released on Netflix called Cuties. I think I would probably put that in the same boat as that stuff, where it's like where I can see like how they're doing it to kind of get away with or trying to skirt by the idea of it not being inherently sexual, but clearly putting it there be so it can be used as such. But I don't know, right? Because like the idea the underage agenda. Yeah, well, yeah, I'm sure like the pedals had had a hell of a field day with that one, but like cause like what the director, whoever that lady was, right, was like, it was the show exploitation of children, blah blah blah. This is why we made the video, and then what? And then people, I don't know. It was just, I can't even think anymore. Just like how crazy that whole thing was. Oh man, am I really? Oh yeah, I am maxed out on materials. And UK age consent. Well, see, that's the thing. Well, you see, in today's age, because I was reading so much about this. In today's times, right? Like we have this. We have this general consensus, at least in our culture, about what the age of consent ought to be. But the problem is that when you go significantly back in time, especially in the age of undevelopment, because you got another big thing, another big thing that was really different was just life expectancy too. Like people back then weren't expected to live long. So like I can see, I ain't saying that would be the sole purpose, but I can just see like why like so many different things would be so different way for back in the day, that like things like age of consent would have been like different from what we recognize it now, right? And a lot of countries still have their age of consent, age of consent at 17, 16. There's countries that have it much younger. I want to say the youngest I think might be Nigeria at 9, I think, maybe. We pulled it up. Let me see. Age of consent in countries. Yeah, so you can see my purple thing. Like I pulled up Hungary 14, Iceland 15, 18. True, it's crazy. I'm looking for a girl between 20 and 25. Yeah, like see, but see, then the thing is like, see, depending on how old you are, right? That like people start accusing you of some sus stuff because of the girl being 20 years old. And it's just crazy. And that was like one of the key things why I said that I would not argue the moral point in my Drake video, because I was just like, because like the moral arguments are always just so hard to have, because like you can't stick them to any world of factual consensus, right? Because like on one hand, you've reached 100 messages today and recently. Oh, cool. Nah, 20 is not so. But dog, I'm trying to tell you. You will have people that will sit there and tell you that 20 is sus. They will sit there and they will tell you 20 is sus, right? And it's just, and that's why I don't. That's why I choose not to have the more arguments, right? Because like these people that will sit there and be like, well, can this 18-year-old date somebody that's 30 years old? They'd be like, hell no, that's crazy, that's sus or whatever. And then I'm like, okay, well then, why is that? And it'd be because she's only 18. So then I'm like, okay, well then if can a 19-year-old date the 18-year-old? And then they're like, oh yeah, sure, that's fine. But like, what changed from that person also still being 18 years old? Then they have a problem. Then they can't explain it to me. Then I'm like, okay, well what about she's 17? No, nobody should be talking to any girl, whatever, who's 17. And is it because of age gap or because she's 17? Is it age gap? Then like, okay, well then if the person's 18 dating a 17-year-old, then is it a problem? They'd be like, well, no. And I'd be like, but how? Because like she's 17 years old. She's not even 18 years old yet. Right? And it gets so messy so fast once you start actually drilling down why they can't have children. Yeah. I hear you there, right? Like once, like what? Like what is it? Once they hit 35, once they hit about 35, then like pregnancy, children, and all that stuff start to become not only very hard, but also a bit dangerous for them too. But look at that. But see, and here's my other thing too with that thing. Like, see, even human biology reinforces why it would make sense to me why age of consent, right? Why age of consent would have been like well before, I don't say well before, but before like the number 18, because like your life expectancy, people were dying very young way back then. That's why they had to have lots of children, right? A woman's body, right, start like the whole pregnancy, trying to bear children stuff becomes like hard after 30, right? It becomes scientifically like harder at the age of 35, that's when you start hitting like those challenges, right? Even our scientific intervention for these women, like IVF and stuff, not only is it even like all that reliable, it's also really expensive. So it's just there's so much that just tells me that, like, I don't know why people like try to push like their moral beliefs on like other people, because it's just like it's a cultural context that you can't pin down. So I would never say that this person's right for saying that, oh yeah, they can only date this one at this age, or the other way around. Yeah, we're dying today after 30. It's dying today after 30. It's sketchy. Let's see, what was life expectancy? I'm just curious. Life expectancy through human history. Early Middle Ages. Life expectancy 30 to 35. Pre-Columbian Mesoamerica 20 to 40. Jesus Christ, bro. Like, dude, like like this is like that's why I'm like, that's crazy. Could you imagine like just the living era where like the oldest you likely would get is 35? After that you get got? Like, you know, yeah, marry at 25. Yeah, you know, 20 to 25. That's honestly the sweet prime time. Jesus Christ, bro. Oh wait, no, I did not mean to. What happened? How did it? Let me see. Can I? No, is it gonna let me? There we go. I've got to get used to, there we go. Used to using Samsung Dex. Oh, I guess I gotta double click you to get you back open. But yeah, let's go ahead and finish up this
An entire subculture created around pedophilia and child trafficking. Conservative reporter Andrew Breitbart, founder of Breitbart.com, spoke of John Podesta and his supposed sex crimes in a tweet from 2011, where he said this: "How progressive guru John Podesta is a household name as a world-class underage sex slave op cover-upper defending unspeakable dregs escapes me." Andrew Breitbart dropped dead of a heart seizure in early 2012. Make no mistake about it, rampant pedophilia and child sex slave trafficking at the highest levels of society and government is something that people have been claiming and discussing for years. The Hollywood aspect of this whole scandal is pretty intense too, and it is a rabbit hole I will only briefly touch on here. The amount of celebrities, especially childhood actors and entertainers, that seem to be tied up in all of this is pretty damn alarming. Hollywood actor Elijah Wood, a household name, has come out and discussed openly that there is a pedophile ring happening within the underbelly of Hollywood and has been operating for years. Katy Perry has been known to have a fascination for pizza, even donning a pizza onesie, and Miley Cyrus has long been known to have some obscene obsession with pizza, as her entire Instagram account seems dedicated to this Italian food.
So Miley Cyrus is also like part of it? Oh, God.
It has been alleged for a long time that famed childhood actor Macaulay Culkin has been the victim of this Hollywood occultist, drug-addled pedophilia network, especially with his ties to the likes of Michael Jackson. Culkin now fronts an alt-rock art pop band called the Pizza Underground, where the band plays covers of Velvet Underground songs, except changes the songs into pizza-related themes. Their debut music video, shown here, is quite disturbing. When you start to include the fact that Jay-Z is linked to Marina Abramovic, and his lady Beyonce was spotted wearing a ring of Baphomet, literally a ring of the devil, on a live TV performance, you gotta start asking some serious questions as to what kind of lifestyle do these people embrace in private. Lady Gaga, Madonna, and Katy Perry have all performed essentially occult rituals on stage at various music award shows. With eyes wide open, the connections you can start to make are obvious, blatant, and at other times deeply unresting.
See, this is actually one of my more favorite like docus here, because like, see, like this is they are sticking with like actual real events and showing you like actual like the hard evidence. Like this is good. This is really good, because I am familiar with that stuff, because I remember who was like the first celebrity that I came across that was like doing devil stuff. I think it might have been, I think I was watching a video, it was like about Rihanna. I'm fairly sure it was about Rihanna. But yeah, no, like this is like really good.
I can only briefly mention here the government mind control program of MK Ultra, the predecessor to the supposed Project Monarch program. Yes, the government, by their own admission, was literally experimenting on people with and without their knowledge for years, at least since 1950. This subject is a documentary in and of itself, but let's just say MK Ultra and the government mind control programs undoubtedly play an enormous role in understanding this network of control. Though MK Ultra on record was supposedly shut down, there is no getting around the fact that this stuff happened. I think it would be extremely naive to believe that the government, under some guise or veil, isn't continuing these types.
Well, would have been nice though, like if you're gonna bring that up and invoke that, you could have at least talked about Damn, I did not mean to delete that. Jesus Christ. He could at least talked about like whatever effects and success, you know, any of the results of that. Just saying that they experimented with Spielberg. I've never heard of that one. I wasn't following the media too much, but I kept track every so often. Shit. Here we go. What's it called? Like at least like if you're gonna invoke about like some weird like project that was going on, at least like give like specifics about like what exactly were they doing, and like were there any noted like what were the noted results from it? That's what I wish he would have just spoke on, was just like, you know, hey, like, you know, they experiment on this many people, did it. Like it was just like the Tuskegee experiment, right, where like it was just like jacked up what the government's doing, but then like you had actual, you know, you had the actual bodies and people and the results, like they kind of like track and follow on
the programs today. Many of the so-called Hollywood stars and famous figures could very well be mind-controlled slaves, controlled by forces at work within the United States government.
Yep.
If you think
He
it's
was
kind of
crazy.
this notion, I understand your doubts, but no matter what your opinions are, this stuff is real, and it did happen.
Make us the spirit. Okay, hold on. I think the point is to make us the spirit, see ourselves as animal and ugly, to make us reject the possibility that God could save us. An exorcist. Okay.
The fact is, accusations of a massive pedophile ring have happened many times before. The Australian government had a massive pedophile scandal, and there was an expose done on it on 60 Minutes, which, to the best of my knowledge, never aired in the United States. Numerous researchers have discussed England's own supposed scandals, with the claims that many within the celebrity culture, including cultural icon BBC legend Jimmy Savile, are involved in sex, slave, murder, and child trafficking, amongst other things. We have the Franklin cover-up in the States, which is another very interesting case, in which it was claimed that the entire institute of government and the media itself colluded on covering up a pedophile ring, going so far as to call the FBI the orchestrator and architect of the child trafficking ring. Former President Senator John DeCamp was involved in the production of a documentary called A Conspiracy of Silence, which you can watch on YouTube, was set to air on May 3rd, 1994 on the Discovery Channel, exposing a network of religious leaders and Washington politicians who flew children to Washington, D.C. for sex orgies. But right before the show was to air, an unknown congressman threatened the TV cable industry with restrictive legislation if the documentary was aired.
If you do a video that's all evidence, I'm down with it. Yeah, like I said, like this one was actually really good. Like of all the conspiracy ones I've come across, this one's actually like pretty good with at least like one thing they definitely at least was able to prove was just like the what is it, the mindset of these people, as far as like the things, like because they had like all these weird cultural obsessions with like some really crazy stuff. Just realized, don't I have? Oh, it's down here. I was gonna say, it's like, where's my other food at? So yeah, no, like this is definitely good. I wonder how long it took them to make this.
These children claimed kidnapping, torture, blood rituals, sex, murder, and even cannibalism.
Mm-hmm.
The Hampstead cover-up and the implications of it are prime examples of how many different times a child trafficking pedophile ring, a satanically based sex slave ring, has been brought to light by the children affected directly by such madness. I want to include the following audio from the Hampstead case of one of the children who gave a testimony and police confession discussing these actions in her own words. I encourage you to go online and listen to the testimony from these children and the retractions that these children gave, and decide for yourself if you think that these children were lying. Out of respect, I have not included the child's name or face to the alleged victim. I just want to say this once again to reiterate. These children retracted their testimonies, and the claimed perpetrators were never charged with anything.
Who's they?
The teachers, the parents, the staff.
Every single teacher, or specific teachers?
No, every single. The whole school does it. The whole school, and we got our own church.
Yeah.
Too, so because they do, because after, as I said, we kill babies, we drink their blood, we eat them. Okay. But then after so the social services who are in it, they go to families, so the families can't afford, so they got a baby but they can't look after it.
Okay, is this from a video? Like, why not show the video? Why not show the video and then blur out the faces? Like, I like that you show the screenshots, but the audio, like. See, one thing that I always like really gets me upset is like when you have like evidence of something that can be like pretty damning. It's like it always gets right there to the cusp of being like really believable, but then there's always just something about it that just falls short, right? He showed us the screenshots, what I assume to be like the actual like of the recordings of the people talking, right? Or the interviews being done, which is like standard procedure, like that part, like, okay, I got that, right? But then you play then just the audio without actually showing the video, and then you don't, like, because you could easily just show the video and blur out faces, black squares, or whatever, you know, for identity protection. But when you do this, right, what it just looks like to me, like this can be audio from anything, right? At the very least, at least if I have the video and like the gestures and movements potentially are lining up, like, then, you know, that can be something. Just like you see what is it, like when the news people fuck them all the time, even though they are right. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's just like they don't know how to like you can't be careless. Like when you're doing something, when you're doing something that could be potentially scandalous and salacious, like you gotta handle it properly. Otherwise, because like you're already starting in a position where everybody's gonna be looking for any reason that discount like what you're saying, or show that what you're saying is like unbelievable or false. So like if you're gonna do it, like you gotta do it right and do it proper, and you have to always look at yourself at what you're doing to see, is there anything that I'm showing or doing that somebody can easily say is fake or unbelievable, and the reasons why they would say that. But this right here, like this almost would have been really good if you at least included like the actual video where the audio was coming from. Because to me, this could just be an audio. This could be literally an audio from anything, right? I won't know, and I won't know. So like that's yeah, it's unfortunate, but
When they can't buy food, or they can't buy clothes, they can't look after it. So the families who sell their children, so the social services get them, they say they get them to a foster home, but they don't. So then because our dad, he forces me and to do it, but because we can't, we're not strong enough to cut the baby's head off, he has us to hold a knife, and he puts his hand at the top of our hand, and he helps us to cut the baby's head off. Because he's learning, he's teaching me, and so when we're older, to do it to our own children and do this kind of stuff to our own children.
Where is it this that happens?
Wait. See, that story doesn't make any sense. Like, whose baby is it though, right? Like, what baby is it? It can't. If it's your own children, I guess. Jeez, that's crazy, right? So like, if you have what's it? You have a child. Okay, I guess that's the it child, and then after that, whatever other child they have next, I guess it's just on the chopping block then, right? That's kind of crazy. I wonder what they do. Like, I wonder in instances where like they have twins or triplets, right? How do they pick which one? And then how does the child not have any? How would the child, like in an instance of a twins, for example, right? Because they would have to grow up together and stuff before they're old enough to even partake in something like this. So then how would, unless they make both the twins in it and then they just have a third child? I don't know. This story's a bit. I don't know. This story's a bit wild.
Where is it this that happens?
The church, the kitchen in our church.
In the kitchen in the church.
What you've just watched is just a smattering of some of the investigative work that has been made in this massive.
And this, I ain't gonna say this is the reason why. I have a bunch of reasons why, but see, this is why, like, I believe in God, I don't believe in religion, because some of the stuff that be happening in underneath these religious institutions, boy, be crazy. Like the Catholics with the children, like, oh my God, man.
Citizen investigation. And I ask you, the viewer, to ask yourself, is this fake news? Is there enough evidence, even if circumstantial and indirect, to warrant a serious investigation into these matters? In my opinion, if I was an FBI investigator working cases in the child trafficking unit, and somebody came up to my desk and plopped in front of me everything you just watched, with the sources, the encrypted emails, the images, the links, the connections, the names, everything, as it has been collected online, if I was that FBI agent who maybe had a wife and kids, who loved his job, who worked up through the ranks and earned his position because he really wanted to fight people who harm children, if I was that father, I would have peed my damn pants at having been handed such a goldmine of investigative work. Is there, in this case, direct proof of guilt? No, not necessarily. But investigations don't start with proof. They start with leads, leaks, information, tips, connections, and there is no shortage of those things on this subject.
I'm not gonna lie. Everything that he did show thus far, though, like none of it was actually like something that I can sit there and see a law enforcement agency being like, okay, there's enough credible information here to show that there's children being smuggled at X location. There's just a lot of people doing like what's basically satanic ish and stuff where like morally you wouldn't agree with, of like having like explicit imagery in a place that children could potentially be around, like the pizzeria, right? But then they took those photos down. So I don't know. I got into philosophy. I firmly believe in God, but not religion. Yeah, I'm the same exact way. Like I can't. Religion just gets a bit messy. Even now, like with them like now pushing what the 10 Commandments in Louisiana, like all those got to be hung up in the schools. And then Texas saying that they're going to try and like pass the same law relatively soon. Like it's just like these people, people talk about free speech and freedom from government and everything, but then like a real quick to like really try to push like a specific a specific belief or something that they think everybody ought to believe and see. That's why like it's crazy to me.
No investigation being made. No arrests, no search warrants, no questioning, no nothing. Nope. To the best of my knowledge, the whole thing is being ignored by the FBI and the Department of Justice, swept under the rug and deemed a hoax or fake news by the news media. If an earnest and sincere investigation isn't going to be made into this, then it becomes quite clear that the justice system and the FBI...
Yeah, but like my problem with it is just that like you can't, if you do that, then you have to be fine with other religions doing that. It can't be just that one specific religion, because if you do that, and let's say it's going to get legally thrown out, but let's say if illegally it was good, okay? So then are you fine with eventually a Muslim majority then ruling that like, you know, holy text from the Quran should be put up, right? Or Catholics or Hindus. Oh, imagine a Hindu, right? That wanted those like golden statues and stuff. Now like wanting to be erected. Like it's not. It's like at face value you wouldn't really think too much of it, but it's like it's about application, like when it comes to all the religions, because at the end of the day, people like those people that talk big game about free speech, freedom from government, and all this other stuff seem to like really have a hard time remembering history when it comes to like how the country was even founded, right? We broke away from Great Britain for like two big primary reasons. One was like obviously the taxes, right? Because the taxes is what kind of like threw them overboard. But then it was just like the whole dictatorship control thing, where like they were trying to force them to like, you know, the believe and do like whatever it is they wanted to do, which is why they carved the very first amendment, why they carved that whole freedom of speech thing and said that the government shall not force people to believe or do these specific things. You're not allowed to police what I say. You're not allowed to make me believe whatever religion I want to believe. That was one of that's the very first amendment. That was the very first amendment. So that's why like to me, like I don't know why our party, why does our party have to put themselves up to this? Because then it just looks crazy to other people. Why do I have a leak? Why do I have a leak on this conveyor belt here? Wait, where's this leak coming from? Hold on. Where the hell is this leak coming from? Oh shit, it's right here. This is where it's coming from. Jesus Christ. But yeah, like it's just it really stuff like that just really aggravates me sometimes. It really does. Okay, let me fix that. Cool. So we got that fixed. Okay, everything looked good. I think we are about to actually jump to another sector.
No longer function in any honest capacity whatsoever.
Okay, yeah, but yeah, everything he showed was like cool, was good. But I don't think a law enforcement agency, what's this? I don't think a law enforcement agency would really act on it. I haven't seen anything that I would sit there and say that a law enforcement agency would potentially act on. I think if enough people complain about it, right? I think that at best what an agency might do is like sit there and like maybe do like a couple of like wiretappings or something to see if like you can find anything that might corroborate suspicion. But I mean, outside of that, and then I don't even know like the legal basis really for something like that. Yeah, no, it's 1,000% weird for sure. Well, and to be truly honest, you'd be actually being a little nice. I wouldn't even call that weird. Like there's a lot of things that we could say is weird. This is just like, you know, the stuff that they're doing is just is something else. I refuse to use the word weird for it anymore. For something like that, like when you start getting into like the whole like the satanic stuff, the bodies, like, you know, eating food that's like made in the image of bodies, and then the sexually explicit stuff in areas where like children where children could be around, like stuff like that. It's just like it's something a little bit more than just weird. It's like not necessarily demonic. I mean, satanic's probably a good enough word for that, but it's definitely it definitely got something crazy. If it's so much, I feel so strongly about it. I'm actually about to sit here and try to see. I need a synonym. Is it synonym? Synonym. Bro, I am retarded. Why can I not say words? Synonym. I really can't say it. You know what? First, we got to say how to actually pronounce it. Pronounce. Because I'm going to lose my mind. Synonym. How to pronounce synonym. because I'm losing my God freaking mind.
Synonym.
That doesn't sound any better.
Synonym.
Synonym. No, there's no way.
Synonym.
There's no way it sounds like that. It can't be. No way.
Synonyms.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Synonyms.
I'm gonna lose my mind now.
Synonyms.
I thought it was synonym. Synonym.
Hi there. I'm Christine Dunbar from speechmodification.com, and this
Let me
is my
duplicate
smart
this.
American accent.
And put that back. Why did it mute? Wait, how's it? Oh, I pressed
And
the button.
also
That's it.
what it means. So firstly, the meaning. A synonym is something
Synonym.
are words that mean the same as each other. So for example, angry is a synonym of mad.
Synonym.
So synonyms
Synonym
are useful. We
for
learn about them,
weird.
so we have variety in our language.
Synonym.
and
Synonym.
to know
Okay,
that
I'm gonna be sold on synonym. Synonym. It's cinnamon. Synonym. I don't know why I say cinema, like the movie theater. Okay, put you back. Synonym for weird, uncanny, eerie, unnatural, supernatural, unearthly, abnormal, ghostly, otherworldly. Is there something a little bit more bizarre? Eccentric, unconventional, unorthodox, idiosyncratic might actually be a really good word for it. It is grotesque, but that's not a word really used just to say something's grotesque like requires a lot of energy, I think, to use. Idiosyncratic is a little bit easier to say, but
Idiosyncratic.
she emerges one great, but I don't even know that's even a proper word for it though. But these are similar, so I will probably go with maybe abnormal. It's abnormal. Abnormal, creepy is eldritch. You know what? We might use eldritch.
Eldritch.
What does eldritch mean? Strange or unnatural, especially in a way that inspires fear, weird, or you know what? That's my word. I'm forever now call it eldritch.
Eldritch.
Okay, eldritch is not a word we're gonna stick on with that one. Okay, no, but the Pizzagate thing was actually pretty good. Oh yeah, I actually liked it. I definitely think it was worth something. Well, let's see. Is there anything else you want to look at? Because I think I'm gonna call it there. Because I think what I'm gonna want to do is I'm gonna want to. OnlyFans gave our generation a generation of bops power. Jesus Christ. Close this. I might actually call that. We might jump on later on tonight, but I think I'm gonna want to do some what's the word I'm looking for? Some video editing. Yeah, I think I'm gonna do some video editing. Oh, I can actually show real quick my music. I was working on more music stuff because I got another application. What is it? Waveform? I already had this, but like I got another plugin because I couldn't help myself because I felt like I was missing one that I really needed or really wanted to have, and so we ended up getting another plugin that works with the other two, and it looks good. Oh, that's the little window thing popped up over here. So let's look. Jesus, but then I gotta open it up stuff. And I finally figured out like what was going on with my what was it? My sound doctor. Although I haven't confirmed it yet because I haven't had a phase one pop up in like the test I ran, but excuse me. But it's all of it's working really good, and this was the new one we got, the bass dragon here. And so like now when I play all these together and this one off, okay, so this I'm gonna play it with this one off first, and then I'm gonna play it then I'm gonna play it with it on and show. Hella expensive. But hey, once you got them, you got them for life, hopefully. All right, you see, this is pretty good. And then I cut this one on. This one right now I have this one modifying the way this sounds when I cut it on. So this is what it sounds like without it on. And then I cut this one on. That change is crazy. Man. This is like really good. I'm definitely, once I get around to it, like I will be producing my own like background music for stuff. Just it is really cool. But let me turn it off now. No. The stuff was really good. So I think we finally figured it out. Kendrick's diss to Drake. Wait, he was it still part of that concert video, or was it something else? I should probably do a regular Google search on this now on YouTube. Kendrick officially won the beef. Wait, just because he played just because he had a concert video? Oh my god. Kendrick rock relationship explained. All this ranked from Kendrick versus Drake beef. Lyrically impeccable. You think Meet the Grants was lyrically impeccable? Oh my god. Jesus Christ, man. These people would just be so glaze worthy. Concert video. Oh yeah. The concert video. The concert video was really cool. I only saw the part of it. I didn't know the thing was like 4 hours long. Man, these people. Could you imagine trying to run a concert for 4 hours? Like you just up there on stage. It's just crazy. Yeah, I'm sure it was like really good. And then like the ambiance and everything that was going on with the concert, it looked pretty good. But and then the thing is, it's just he's doing such a good job taking advantage of so many things that he has the privilege of having that Drake will never have, right? Drake's diss track had to address a bunch of people and not just him. So like he had to do beat changes and other stuff. I'm trying to think of like how like Family Matters would even vibe on how Family Matters would even vibe on in a concert setting. I mean, I guess you could. No, because like that middle part just isn't really. It's not really something you really bump to in a concert. The drill beat, when he did the drill beat, and then he started going at ASAP Rocky, Rick Ross, and all those other people. Yeah, like it. I don't know. It was a moment for LA. Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, I'm sure it was. Yeah, but I don't know like why people. Every shot Kendrick took at Drake at the pop-out concert. Oh, okay, hold on. This one might be worth something to look at. There you go. They got it in 5 minutes. So let's see. This one might actually be good. Let's see what we got.
West Coast came together to pass the torch to Kendrick. And 13 years later, Kendrick brought it full circle and brought out every West Coast legend to dance on Drake's grave and cement him as the king of the coast. Even getting Dr. Dre to kick off his first of many performances of Not Like Us. This line just didn't really age so well. The point of this was to show how much culture and heritage Kendrick comes from, and the legacy that he's continuing. And nothing proves that he's the king of the West Coast more than his ability to bring every West Coast artist, from Tyler to Steve Lacy to YG to Roddy Ricch. Okay, so this whole concert was he structured it as, so he did structure. Oh god, so now I'm just curious like what Drake's gonna sit there and do. Sorry, I'm trying to. What is Drake gonna sit there and do? I wonder. To all the original members of Black Hippie to a single show at the Forum, including West Coast basketball stars like LeBron, Russ, DeMar DeRozan, and DeMar was on Toronto's Raptors, Drake's hometown team, but came home to Cali as Kendrick said on Not Like Us. It's to show how him being the king of the West Coast means a lot more.
A lot of people think that that he beat Drake. I think I honestly do think that at best he probably edged out above Drake, but Drake, with like the amount of people he had to directly fight and address in his rap beefs, and just the fact that he's like really Drake is actually it's like with the Chris Brown and Quavo beef. I don't even know if you check with that, but like these boys are like really are really singers before they're rappers, and so then for them to actually show and prove that they can also do the rap stuff too, right? To me that warrants extra points. Like Chris Brown like murdered Quavo in that diss track that he had that he did. And so, like, for me, for Drake, like, one of the things that, like, makes me really put him up there is just that it was just multiple people taking a shot on him, which he had to address. Kendrick only had to address just Drake himself, nobody else, right? And then Drake is more of a singer than he is a rapper, and so he still had to bring it. He still had to bring it and do what he do. So whereas Kendrick, like, I don't think there's any songs of like Kendrick like singing anything. I think he's just exclusively like just like a really good rapper. So I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, no, Drake definitely did really good. So I'm curious, like, what were all the shots in this concert video? Let's see.
Hip-hop and in hip-hop culture, than Drake being the god of the six. And it was a show that was really a history lesson about LA from the very beginning, a way to unite the city, to heal it from the tragedies of losing Kobe, Nipsey, and many others.
And then one of the things I really liked it too is that Drake was also like Drake's a professional troll. Like I think he's the embodiment of trollism. In them, right? Because like that Family Matters video, like just the imagery and stuff is just crazy from the good kid city van like being crushed, to like the cakes, the Michael Jackson references, like there was a lot of like there was so much subliminal messaging and like how he was doing it. It was just crazy. Yeah, it was a really good beef. It was a really good beef until it became crazy where like somebody came up and started shooting at like, and you see, we just looked at the pizzeria thing, right? And this is what I'm talking about. Why, like, gotta be careful about the things you say and do, because like if you get potentially tied to it where somebody actually do something based off of what you were saying and what you was feeding, you could be held liable. And hence why, like, you know, why the whole Sandy Hook thing happened the way it did with Alex Jones. And, you know, then you got, like, you know, the stuff that happened with the pizzeria, Drake's house getting shot up at. Like, it's just it is crazy. That's a lot of people.
Shining hope on the West Coast future with inspiration from its past, using moments like news samples before Tommy the Clown's performance.
Yeah, because I feel like, bro, I can promise you that if that shooting did not happen, Kendrick probably would have then dropped another diss track, right? Because like Drake dropped the Heart Part 6, which is a play on Kendrick's songs, because I think Kendrick has like the Heart, the songs are titled The Heart in it, Heart Part 4, Part 5, and so he did the Heart Part 6, and then he said all that stuff, and then I feel like Kendrick like still had like a couple of more loaded. But then when, like I said, when the shooting happened, somebody had to have pulled Kendrick to the side and was like, look, if you don't stop this and they find a way to, which they probably can, as of now, right, they will link you to this, and then you're going to have a whole lot of legal problems. You need to kill it now, right? And so, and then that's what I think probably happened to the whole beef. Yeah. After the shooting, I promise you, Kendrick got told, like, because you gotta think too. It wouldn't even. I don't even know if like when famous people get sued like that, I don't even know. I think some of them pay out of pocket, but I also think that sometimes too, like their agencies or whatever, like have insurance and stuff that they have that ends up having to pay. I could be confusing it with just some other like conceptual things that I got confused at the moment, but like because like he could have sued. He could have sued Kendrick, right? And then technically the publishing agency that's publishing his songs from him, right, could be held liable for it too. So then the agency can there is a lot of other people that it would affect, which is the reason why I truly do believe that they would, like, somebody had to have told Kendrick he got to chill out and he got to kill it now. Now that somebody shot at the man's house, that's it. Once that cover art, once he did that cover art thing where he showed Drake's actual house with fake sex offender pins on it, right? And we just looked at the Pizzagate stuff like as a clear example, like that's it. And the shooting happened shortly after, like a week or two later. Nah, it's a wrap. It's a wrap. Dog, I don't give a damn what you think. You cut this shit now, or there's gonna be some legal trouble. That's what somebody had to have pulled Kendrick off the tell him, for sure, for absolute sure.
city of Los Angeles is taking a different approach to gangs in the hot summer season.
Samples that talk about his influence in LA through dance. Responsible for inventing crumping, he had a huge impact on lowering crime and violence and being an inspiration and hope for the youth. Like he said, it was about healing and bringing everyone together a lot more than it was about any back and forth. This was the legends who performed and popped out to the show. Like if he uses this for the music video after this, I would not be surprised. Turning the Drake beef into such a special moment for the coast was a great way to put a bow on the whole feud and turn it into something positive. But tonight was still a show full of subtle and direct disses towards
yeah, exactly. You know, like especially like if everybody at that point before the shooting is saying that like you won, then like there's no need to go any further. And then the shooting happens. It's like, all right, well, like it's time to actually dead this for real. Yeah, for sure. So yeah, definitely. Such as everybody's, I don't think he did, but like it's definitely gotta cool it.
American rap culture. First off, he did the show on Juneteenth, after calling out Drake for rapping about Kendrick trying to free the slaves through his music. This photo of everyone on stage was put under a black and white filter and projected, and Kendrick made a point out of stopping to take the picture, making me think in a way he's calling back to the To Pimp a Butterfly album cover, which had this dead white guy at the bottom, kind of saying that this is Drake and this is the West Coast right now. During his performance, he called out Drake for using AI Snoop and Pac on tailor-made freestyle, saying,
yeah, see, and this is what I mean by like Drake just being like and that's another thing too. Like Drake was doing stuff that people have never done before. Bro, like to sit there now that had used like AI Tupac and AI Snoop Dogg to sit there and to be rapping as dumb to try and get Kendrick to like say something because he had gone, I think it's like what, like a week, maybe a week and a half since Drake like posted like that first response. And it was just crazy. Like he was like that. He was grade A trolling. Like he was like grade A trolling. I remember looking at all the YouTubers that was reacting to that, and like everybody just felt like, bro, like this is just crazy. Like, oh my god, man, it was just crazy. Drake did good too. It was a moment for rap, bro. It was a moment for a lot of things. Just like ingenuity, hip hop. Just oh my gosh. Man, it was just crazy. Like that TaylorMade as a matter of fact, I think that TaylorMade one I can actually play because that one shouldn't be copyrighted because he had to take it down. I'm not even gonna play it, but I might play it later maybe.
Don't let nobody disrespect the West Coast, huh? Oh, y'all ain't gonna let nobody mock and imitate our legends, huh?
He also changed the line in Euphoria to say, referencing the Pac ring that he showed off in the Family Matters music video. He played all the disses except for Meet the Grams, which was sad because I wanted to see how LeBron would react to Hey LeBron, Keep the Family Away, and the second half of 616 in LA, which was sad
LeBron was over there?
Ak would react to I Could See the Vibes on Ak, even he looking compromised. Kendrick also used the set list to rework songs from Damn, specifically DNA and Element, as Drake disses, playing them right after opening with Euphoria and emphasizing the parts that could be directed at Drake. But the disses came way before Kendrick even came on. Right before Mustard's set, we got James Brown's song, The Payback, the song Kendrick samples on King Kunta, which he performed later in the night, notably sampling the line, I can dig rapping, which Kendrick follows with one of his first Drake disses ever.
What the fuck?
Then we got the intro to Mustard's set.
They try to replicate the slang and act like it came from their brain.
Directly referencing Drake, something Mustard backed up in his set by playing Juvenile's 1998 classic Back That Ass Up, which Drake sampled on his song Practice. The intro to Mustard's set also included the first reference to the beef.
The real takeaway from the Drake and Kendrick beef is that it's time for a DJ Mustard renaissance.
Sampling this TikTok, where this girl said what needed to happen after the beef was a renaissance of DJ Mustard. In other words, a renaissance of West Coast sound and West Coast hits.
When every song on the radio was on a Mustard beat, we were a proper country. It was happier times, the closest we have ever been to true unity.
She made a pretty good analysis there because I feel like this show is going to be the reason that West Coast hits are going to be back on the radio for years to come, with Not Like Us hitting 2 million units sold tonight. During Mustard's set, he brought out YG, even though Drake name dropped him as being one of his ties to the streets on Family Matters.
You know who really banging set my nigga YG?
Drake was listing off The Game, Chris Brown, YG as his connects in LA that would keep him safe, and YG coming out in the show and then coming back out for Not Like Us shows that if that was ever true.
Oh yeah, you remember what was it? Wasn't it bro, it doesn't seem like it was that long ago. Where Mumble Rap was making a hell of an emergence. I was like, bro, like I can't believe people were like really sitting here thinking this is music. Like when Mumble Rap was potentially grown into something, bro. I'm glad that shit got killed.
It's just not anymore. I think it's also interesting that he brought Tyler out when, if you remember, Tyler brought Drake out in an LA festival, and Drake got booed for half the set. The show was also partly produced by Dave Free, showing that despite the rumors that Drake tried to spread in Family Matters, Kendrick still stands by his childhood friend. And let's be honest, if Drake tried to do a show like this in the 6, he'd have to bring out Toronto All-Stars like Smiley, Sheen from Jimmy Neutron, the dude from Wagwan Delilah, he could bring out Nav, and The Weeknd if he wasn't also beefing with him. I really want to see him try and sell tickets to some shit like that. Let me know what I missed down below, and as always, subscribe for quick, straightforward analysis of music, videos, and concerts from your favorite artists.
That was good. I was into drill, then SoundCloud, Mumble Rap took over and ruined it. Yeah, bro. I'll tell you, bro. I remember. I remember. So it wasn't that many shots in this concert, though. I thought he did a few more for 4 hours. I was expecting like a lot, but yeah, no, it's just he probably just trying to just also keep it low. Let's go to a new sector. Hold on. I want to go to a new place and start going there. Planet map. I'll go to the tech tree real quick. What's some technology I want to unlock first? Okay, I want equipment first, so I'm looking for. Okay, yeah, I'm looking for these, right? From an improvement drill capable. Yeah, here we go. Let me get the titanium. I do want to mine some titanium. Yeah, get the metal glass. Hold on, pulverizer. Oh, that's incinerator if you just want to evaporate stuff. Wait, what's this? Scrap in the slag. Oh yeah, yeah, we are gonna need that. Okay, I gotta pick a planet though that. Oh yeah, we are gonna need. Yeah, we're gonna need all this, like some of these actual equipment, electricity generation. That's what I'm looking for. I'm looking for the ones that actually, working on making electricity. Capture biomass synthetic. Hold on, is it this one? This one's okay. No. Where's the one that helped me? Where's the one that made the coal? There's one that mines coal. Paramite mixer. Okay, hold on. Here we go. Coal combustion generator. Okay, here we go. Yeah, the power node. So yeah, so we get these. What is the next one? My real favorite genre is 70s classic rock, but I got bored with it. I'm trying to think. What was one? You know, growing up, I was never really into music. I actually honestly wasn't really into music like that. I was actually I need to research titanium. Oh, Jesus Christ. I was never really into music or anything like that, but I did I think how old was I when I started into music? I want to say like it was like around high school. But high school even then in high school, it was just like only the major hits. It was never really anything quite like that per se. So I can't even say I really had a particular genre that I had that I listened to, but if I had to pick one that I really liked, what would it be? I'm actually more of an instrumental person. I like I hear the major hits now. Yeah, I like if I sit there and I'm gonna listen to music, it's gonna be because like I grew up like doing video games and then of course like the anime stuff. So like I either watch instrumentals or I listen to like actual like musical instrument stuff. So like not necessarily like classical music, but just like of certain instruments. Like I forgot the girl's name, but she plays like the violin that I actually do like hear from time to time. But raps that are themed around like anime, I thought were like really good because it's just something different outside of like mainstream hip hop that can also be really good. I'm trying to think like what else. Yeah, I guess it really would just be instruments and yeah, I guess it really would be just instruments and bro, where is there not a place around here that has the resume? Wait, was I already here? Oh, no, I was already over here. So this is what I beat. Okay, hold on. Hold on. Now listen, ambient. Yeah, there we go. Later, the ambient stuff, like the chilled cow or low-fi stuff, man. I really like Adult Swim. Like, could you imagine Adult Swim? Adult Swim's channel. You know what? I need to follow it on this YouTube account. I should. Adult Swim actually has a really good one that they started doing, or that at least I came across. Their ambient swim. Their ambient swim is like really, really cool. Answer a question. None of the above. Leave me alone. Like the ambient one, like I'll listen to a lot when I'll when I'm just like working on stuff. Okay, because I don't know if it's copyright, so I'm gonna just play it for like too long. But like their imagery and stuff, their imagery and stuff be like really really cool too to like just have. Like I have one screen with it just playing, and then yeah, then I'll just be working on my stuff on the other. Oh, there's got to be an island somewhere, right? Frozen Forest. Am I only able to do the Frozen Forest? This is Ground Zero, so that was the OG. I can't get that one until I get the Steam research. Creators. I guess Frozen Forest is going to be the only one I can do right now, and then I could probably open this one up. That's probably, oh yeah, mechanical pump. I guess we're doing this. Oh no, I already get, okay, so we're, hold on. I gotta figure this out. I have to figure this out now. Where can I go? Okay, Ground Zero is the very first level we went to. Right? The craters. We did this already, right? I do miss rock and roll though. No one is into that anymore. Yeah, I don't hear anything about rock and roll no more. At all. I think heavy metal's also like on a slow decline as well. Cultivator, Spore, Runeshore, Research the Mechanical Pump. Okay. Frozen Forest. Yeah, I did this one too. This is crazy. Hold on. Give me a minute. I'm losing my mind here. Why am I not able to find anything? Is there other stuff I can research that I just haven't yet, and that's why it's like screwing with me? No, I don't. It only works after you put a thing down. I guess. Okay, so I guess I just actually I guess I have to literally just pick a random sector then, and just try to find one that actually has the materials I'm looking for. Yeah, I guess so, because I'm sure not. Definitely not clear. All right, well, if that's the case, then I guess I can start. I guess I'll start with this area here. This area looks like this might be. Yep. Ooh, as a matter of fact, yeah, let's try. If these mean anything, these squares, where would I find titanium? Maybe here? Do I want to try here? Insufficient core resources. Yeah, let's just max that out. Okay. Let's all right, let's put back on YouTube now. Okay. I'm back. Oh yeah, and it got, I was right. It do got titanium in it. Oh no, wait, is that, oh, it do got titanium on here. Awesome. All right. Cool. Now we know where we're going here. Hold on. Let me just identify where's the enemy coming from? Is it, can I zoom out? Golly. It would be nice if they were coming from here, because that's an easy like funneling, but I bet you it's not in that area. Okay. Let me hold on. I gotta find out where they are. Okay, so it's definitely not over here. A big circle's gonna pop up when it tells me I'm getting close to like enemy spawn area. Okay, yep, and here it is right here. Okay, so pause. Well, hold on, like pause. There we go, pause right there. Okay, now let's actually go ahead and let's pull this. We haven't got the country we had when I was raised. Whew, wait, is this? What uniform is this? It's 2000. Oh, thank goodness! I know I was would have been quite a surprise. Oh, is this like uniforms of American Soul? Oh God, there's other parts to it though. No, they're all, well, Maybe besides that one, but no, they're all distinctly different from that. That one, actually, that one looks like more like a Vietnam. Maybe no, is that like World War II? World War II American uniforms. Is that like World War II uniform? As I say, I don't remember like a World War II uniform. Not even the dress uniforms. The dress uniforms were green. What about Vietnam? What uniform is that? Oh, I said VN. Oh, hold on. No, that's the current. Well, not the current, more the transitioning back to the greens, but that was like blue. This, I'm just curious, like what uniform is this? Marines. There we go. Bro, I don't know why I was like sitting there, it's tripping me out. It was tripping me out. Marines. World War II Marines. This was the uniform. World War II Marines. Ha ha ha. I thought for a second I thought it was like the Civil War. So I was like, bro, there's no way this man got like the Civil War uniform on. That's crazy. All right, hold on. All right, we gotta. I'm gonna pull back YouTube here. We're gonna refresh. I tell you what, we'll find something else to look at. Johnny Depp's testimony of Amber Heard. Pooping his bad. Why would this come up? I've seen this before. Adolf Hitler in English, AI reconstruction. Oh God. Do I look at that? I'm highly intrigued. My uncle's in Vietnam. I think Agent Orange fucked him up. Oh yeah, no, those chemicals back then. Those chemicals back then were no joke. Those chemicals back then surely were no joke. I hope that it's not loaded. Buster, wait, did somebody bring a? There's no way somebody brought a weapon into Congress. I wish he had been more honest of ourselves. Agent Orange is no joke. They just, what is it? Didn't Biden actually just passed the, he passed the law last year. It was the PACT Act, the like, so now like people with certain medical conditions that have been in certain areas, right, have presumptive linkage to military to like the military as far as like the cause of like their problems. So like the way it used to be, well, I mean it was always like this, but this just made it a little bit easier for people that's been in certain places. But essentially, you're in the military, you go to these places, you leave, you start having problems. The biggest challenge you had that you would have to overcome is show that the problems you're having, is directly linked to your service in some way in the military, and you had to have really good evidence to like show that. And if you didn't have any evidence, so like if you never went to the doctor, never had anything documented, yeah, you just kind of shit out of luck. But one of the nice things that Biden did when he passed the PACT Act is that now like people that's been in like in certain areas where like there was known like chemical agents used, burn pits and all that other stuff, is that now like if you have any problem and you've ever been to any of these locations, which is easy because there'll be some document. Yeah. Like if you damn, I didn't know that. Yeah, like you have to be able to prove that whatever it is you're experiencing is linked. You have to show something to show that it's linked directly to like your military service. Otherwise, there's no help for you. But with Biden's PACT Act, you serve in any of these locations, Vietnam, a lot of these Middle Eastern countries where we all know like Agent Orange, chemical war, chemical stuff, burn pits, all that stuff's been used. Now, if you happen to have any of these certain conditions that's listed in the law, that would have likely have been caused by these, you no longer have to prove that it was that you no longer have that burden anymore. You got to prove that it was part of your military service. They'll just see that, okay, you've been in this place. You have these problems that we know are that can be associated with it, regardless of like whether it developed while you was there or maybe years later because you might have been exposed to something else. Maybe none of that matters no more. Now, like you automatically entitled to the VA healthcare system, which was really really nice. So that was really good because that stuff. That'd be a really big chance because like in military, especially back then, the huge bravado and stuff, or like not sucking it up, not being sick and whatever. Like people don't I used to struggle so much with convincing people to go to the doctor, right? Like while you're in the military, go to the doctor, seek medical help, right? For anything big or small, because later down the line, right, when something is wrong and you need to be able to prove that like this is because of like your time in the military service, you have nothing. You literally have nothing. If you never went to the doctor and then you're trying to say, well, the military, because of like all the stuff I was doing in the military, like jumping off of aircraft and landing, like going 20 miles an hour, hitting the ground and running, right? That stuff is, you know, that stuff will wear and tear on your back. And if you don't, you don't go to the doctor to at least have the stuff, the document trail, when you go try to like say that, yeah, you can't do some of the most mundane stuff now that you're out of the military because of what you did in the military, right? You just shut out of luck. And it's sad. It's a sad and unfortunate, but you know, at least some of that's like been going good. Nice I avoid the doctor too. Now outside of the military, right? If you can self-help yourself, you probably want to do that to avoid the cost and expense, because if it was any other country, if there was any other country that had universal healthcare, I say you should definitely go to the doctor. Here in the US, that be my one flag against capitalism in the United States. Capitalism, I said, big, support capitalism and everything, but I do truly believe that of all the industries, healthcare should be the one industry we should not be allowing capitalism into, because we shouldn't be having cases where people are not able to afford the things that they need for their very livelihoods. That should not, of all things, that should not be allowed. There shouldn't be a reason why. What was it? I still remember to this day, during Trump's presidency, it was either the first or the second Congress under Trump's presidency, where like their very first hearing was about a woman whose daughter died because she couldn't afford the penicillin. Like that, to me, that's crazy, right? Anti-venom, like there's like some really bad poisonous animals we got here in the US, like over there by Texas, Nevada, whatever, bro. The anti-venom for like some of those at one point was $62,000, right? For the full course treatment. If your child got stung by these, right? And you did not have insurance, and then even if you did have insurance, you still had to pay like $1,000 or $2,000. I even think cancer is an industry. Maybe they might be. There's a lot of stuff to be argued about, like about certain aspects of the healthcare industry for sure. And why is that? That's because of the capitalism. I mean, that's really because of the capitalism. I think like if we could at least carve out capitalism from the healthcare industry, at least, right? It'd be all good. We shouldn't be in a society where profits is a focus on somebody's life, on trying to get somebody's, life to be all right. That to me personally, that's kind of crazy. That is like really crazy. And that's why like a lot of other countries sit there, you can argue about the quality of their healthcare system, whether that, Canada, the UK and New Zealand, like whatever places that have universal healthcare or whatever. But I mean, at the end of the day, like if humanity in its entirety was to just agree on that, like, look, capitalism or whatever style you have is all good and anything, but keeping profits out of the healthcare industry, period, right, would be something that would be good for all of humanity. But that's just my my 2 cents. It's already too late. Like capitalism is too entrenched, at least here in the U.S., right? Because then a lot of doctors won't be making nowhere near the amount of money that they make anymore, and it would be kind of crazy for them to go through like 10, 20 years of school just to then only make like a small amount of money. So I don't know. Do you think the U.S. should have a free healthcare? Probably. The way I look at it, the way I honestly look at it is like this. If we're gonna do a bad job making sure that if we do a bad job at controlling the environment so that you don't get sick, then at the very least we should at least do something about your healthcare situation should you do get sick, right? If I can't sit there and like was it Michigan, was it Michigan with the pipeline shit? Like, we had lead in the pipes and whatnot because they're trying to cut costs or whatever, right? You got this thing where we don't regulate all the chemicals, right? We have a burden of proof where a company has to show, like somebody has to show that something is not safe to be used before it's used in the US. Like, is all these different things. It's like, if you're going to have it this way, then you should probably honestly, you should probably make healthcare affordable and easy for, at the very least, by free, like not free in the sense where you don't pay anything, but at the very least, like there should be a point of entry that everybody should be able to do in some way, shape, or fashion. You know, it can't be this thing where like, you know, where like if I'm unlucky and I happen to live in an environment where like I'm in an old house that has lead paint that's chipping like all over the place in my house or in my food, or the pipes in my water system, right, or slowly seeping mercury or whatever it is into my brain, like all this stuff is just is just crazy. I actually don't know anymore. Wait, am I persuading you to like go social? You know, it's that's only my only argument specifically with healthcare, right? Everything else, I as far as I know, as of now, everything else should be good to just be as it is. But like healthcare specifically, just because like our entire situation is uncontrollable and we rely on the government for a lot of things to be safe. Quality of air, you know, the quality of air of the city that you're operating in, right? The safety of your drinking water, the safety of the public water fountains, the safety of your food that's getting packaged and hopefully was inspected properly, being like tested and managed properly, right? All these different things, like you rely on the government for a lot of these things that can make you. I'm secretly pro free healthcare. Yeah, I truly believe that it needs to be, it needs to be an inherent right for everybody if we're gonna be in like this kind of environment, right? I say we rely too much on the government to be able to live and not get sick, right? There's too many things that we do in our day-to-day lives, right, where like the government has a responsibility to make sure it's safe and okay for us to be able to do so that we don't get sick. You know, E. coli poisoning, right? The you know, stuff that gets into the meat, contaminations, you know, when what is it? Those things where like people are dumping stuff into waterways and whatever. Like we expect the government to like step in and to police those up so that you don't get screwed. Because the thing is like especially in the US and you don't have healthcare, it just takes one bad experience and you're hoed. Like you are literally hoed. Like one of the nice things Obama did at the very least was just made it like when we talk like your credit, because you know your credit like has a lot to do with your ability to be able to finance a house, car, and all that stuff, right? And the thing is that like people were getting healthcare bills that you just will not pay. You just cannot pay. You know, like what, like a 5-night stay, and then you was looking at a bill of like $30,000, $40,000 and stuff, and it's like, I'm not paying that. And then it hit your credit report, right? And then that's it. Now that's it. Now any credit cards you get, right, the interest is gonna be crazy high, right? You're gonna probably get denied on like financing a car, or if you do get a car, the interest rate's gonna be crazy. Oh, don't even talk about financing a house, right? And you got and you have a healthcare bill that went into collections in your credit report. Like all that stuff, like bro, used to be crazy. And at the very least, like I if I'm not mistaken, Obama like signed something, right, that took at least that part out of credit regulation, right? Let me see real quick. Bro, why? Oh, because I'm clicking the wrong one. Obama credit law hospital bill, right? My proposal will remove medical debt from credit reports. This is 2024. Governance bill eliminating medical debt. Yeah, see, signing the Patient Protection and Affordable Care Act, right? So yeah, so like medical debt from credit source. Yeah, I really remember that. A doctor is a trained professional and you must pay. Yeah, and see, and this is the thing, and that's just really because it's just like how we structured humanity at least here in the U.S., well, in the Western side of it, right? How we just structured the whole healthcare system to be, right? Because that, like to be fair, right? These doctors, to be doctors, right, go through a hell of a lot of training and stuff for many years. Like the commitment is insane for them be like to be a brain surgeon. Like that's how long does it take to be a brain surgeon? Why? How long does it take to be a brain surgeon? 14 to 16 years. Could you imagine committing yourself to 14 to 16 years? And then the hard thing is that all of this is linked to other industries and other things that also become a problem too. 14 to 16 years, like you're committing yourself for a long time, and then to what? Get paid like what, like $50,000? Like you're not going to survive off of that. So it's like that's the other coin to the argument too, that like that people that we have to sit there and we have to agree, right? But the education, but I mean, one thing you could probably do is you could just make the education affordable, right? The only problem is it's just just the cost of making that education affordable, because somebody got to pay for it, right? Like, how much is that going to be? What are we going to do if somebody ends up dropping out? Do they need to pay that money back? Or let's just it's a lot of really hard, tough questions that you really need you need somebody in the government to actually solve the problem, and put a committee together that actually sits there and does the research, investigates, pulls all the smartest minds together to figure out how do we do it. The thing I will say is going to be this, is that like some changes are going to have to happen eventually, especially once AI gets developed to the point where it's operating just as effective as the humans are. But like, we're going to have to figure out something and do it pretty quickly. Otherwise, society will collapse, right? Because then people won't have jobs, and then it's a wrap after that. But see, now that's getting further down the line. Just healthcare specifically, I would be really curious to see how the other countries are doing it that have universal healthcare. I wonder how much maybe doctors can. I mean, does a doctor really need $200,000+ a year to do it? Now, and then the other side of that is just that, well, I mean, the debt that they probably took on was probably $250,000, so maybe, right? And it's just, it's all hard. It's all really hard stuff for sure. All right, let me see what can we look at here. Euphoria Live. Oh, he did the other songs too? I was thinking it was just like not like that. If I spent 10 years in education, I'd want... Yeah, you see? That's what I'm saying. And that's fair, right? 10 years? Like, 10 years. 10 years of nothing. Like you have to go through your entire childhood in school, and then you have to spend almost that exact amount of time then going to school again. Like it's crazy. It would be crazy. I think what? So I think in technicality, if I was to do the short end and say it was 14 years, and you knew from the day, if we knew from the day your umbilical cord was cut from your mom that you was going to be a neurosurgeon and you was going to work really hard, I think the youngest you could probably graduate out of high school is maybe like 16 or 15. Like if you're like really excelling like that, and then if you go straight to college and then straight to medical school, you could be you can get to 29, 30. Yeah. There's no quick easy answer for this. Like you'd have to put a committee together. And they'd have to spend like, they had 6 months to a year probably researching and like trying to figure out like what's the best answer to this. But like the system we have now, honestly, is just too crazy. There's too many different ways when it comes to healthcare where your life can literally be ruined. Like it literally can be ruined. If it's not to actually save your life, it's to have a quality of life. When it comes to then like trying to get prosthetics, right? If you end up losing a limb or something, it's one of those sticking points where like I will like break away from Republicans real quick, and that's just like over healthcare, just because like I've seen it. I've seen it firsthand. I remember I had a friend, I might have told the story before, but like his wife had to give birth early, so the baby was you know, it was a prenatal, I think it's like the term for it, bro. And then like they were the baby was in like in the intensive care unit, the prenatal ICU or whatever, for I think they said for like 6 days or something like that. And he had he was in the military, and he was in the military in the reserves, and like after it was all said and done, he, you know, they got home, baby got to be good and everything. There's all that. He got the hospital bill, and he was like, the hospital bill was I think he said, what was it, like $70,000 or like $60,000 to $70,000. And the thing is, like, people don't know, but like at least in the military is the healthcare system would actually be the closest thing you could probably find as a social healthcare system, because everybody gets it, and then you know, it comes out of like the taxes and stuff that you pay, and then for the reserves specifically, you pay a very specific fee, right? That doesn't change or anything, whether it's for you specific fee, and then if you're insuring your family, then it's this other fee. Yeah, no, but that's the thing. They did. But the thing is that he had the health insurance, right? He had the health insurance that covered that. $70,000. He got the bill. He gave it to TRICARE, right? The people in it. That's it, right? Good. And I'm just trying to think, like, but like if you wasn't in the military, like how much money do you think you'd have to unless you have like really, and this was 2014. 2013. So like I don't even know if like Obamacare was like in full rollout back then. So I'm just like trying to think like what kind of health insurance would you had, because you would have probably had to have like a really high premium paying health insurance for that to have been fully covered. Otherwise, like you would have probably been sharing some of that cost, and it would have been wrapped. And that was the reason why one of the things Obamacare did was institute a cap on like your out-of-pocket expenses. Like once your out-of-pocket expenses exceeded a certain amount, that was it. It was stopped there, and then the insurance company would have to cover the rest of it. So like it's just like too many people's lives get ruined by just healthcare related stuff. Like if you're just one of those unlucky people, you get in a car accident or something, right? You get hit by a cow, right? And you get some like crazy medical bill that just like really puts you under, right? And if it wasn't for that, it would have been like through your credit score. And then now like it's hard for you to rent an apartment, right? Apartments do credit checks. You know, like too much stuff. It's just too much of it would impact your life. It's just crazy. It sure is. It sure is. All right, we are going. Okay, I'm actually going to switch to now just doing this for. Wait, what happened? Jesus Christ, man! Stop it. Oh, is it because I changed the full screen and that's why it's like, that's why I did it? Okay, so I need to go back to pause here, go here, and I just want to set up my initial stuff first, and then we can go ahead and I'll put you over here. Okay. Hold on. I want to get like just a few things built. Damn, I went really far from my base. The problem is the titanium drill, I think. Doesn't it still need electricity? Oh no, it doesn't need electricity at all. Okay. Oh, cool. So we actually can start like building this. Okay, hold on. Come on. Zoom in just a wee bit here. Put you, and I guess I can save. Healthcare is one issue where I'm kind of liberal. Yeah, it's just like, you know, like healthcare is just one of those things where, like, you know, somebody like your humanity, you have to default to the side of humanity. Like it's just like any other way, and people just like become at risk of just like the luck of the draw. You know, like all the people that get born with certain diseases, all the people that get infected and can get like maimed by just catching something. I couldn't imagine like just traveling the world, right? You travel the world and you pick up some goddamn like brain parasite that that'll sit there and like mess you up. It's just it's all crazy. It is all crazy. Oh no, I need to hold on. Did I just okay? But healthcare is the only industry I can think of. Is the only one I can really think of at the top of my head where I'm like that, where like I think it would probably be better to be a little bit more liberal with it. Everything else I think is good to just be on the capitalism side, but I still argue that eventually we really should like think about transitioning to a socialist system at the rise of AI, because AI is going to really nuke quite a lot of jobs, and it'll do it really fast. And then the worst thing is that all the big businesses that love capitalism, that like swear by capitalism and how you should be working hard and sacrificing everything like that, they're going to turn on you very quickly once AI hits the point where like they can transition the entire corporate structure to AI and not have to pay anybody anything. That is immediately what's going to happen. Can I? Jeez. So that's the only thing. That's the only thing that kind of like just like makes me upset. Like whenever I hear like just the most richest people, then talking down on these like socialist policies and everything, but then won't sit there to admit some of the problems that capitalism can have, which is like the healthcare is like one really big example of this for sure. As a matter of fact, isn't shoot, my robot is about to start sweeping the house. I need to, because I did not prep the area for that. I forgot to do it since I was streaming. I am going to, oh well, actually I think no, I have my phone there. I'm gonna be right back. I have to go tell my robot to stop and go back to his dock. Oh my god, man. My ears do not like that. Hold on. Literally, it'll take me like less than a minute. I think I'm gonna push right here a little bit. So, caught him before he came into the room. All right. Oh, look, see, my robot is a perfect example of that, right? See, now I no longer need to spend time sweeping up my whole house. I have a robot that'll literally sweep up my house, my carpet, and I'm happy. All right. And then someday I'll get the ones that can also mop at the same time. That'd be really really nice as well. Can I do this? Yes, I can. And then go here. Okay, we're going to stop there with that. And what I'm going to want to do now is actually I'm going to put this here for right now, but this looks like a, hold on, this looks like this would be a huge, no, there's no way I'm going to be able to build this. I am going to have to, I got to build something closer and shoot. And then it's going to kill me if these people, if there's any flying enemies. I wish I could see like what enemies this map would have. I'm going to have to build like right here. I build right here and then just dedicate, yeah, and then just dedicate it to this, right? Because I can fill this little area with some turrets, and then try to like just funnel. That's what it look like what I might. That kind of looks like what I might try to like force them down here. Hopefully, I can't hear my robot like sitting there like vacuuming itself. Also got self-emptying too, right? So I don't even have to clean it. I just on occasion I just gotta clean the dock, and maybe like just for the sake of proper maintenance, I clean the robot too. But it can sweep my whole house out, sweep my carpets out, and then once it's done, they'll go to the dock, and the dock will then vacuum it into its little bin. It is truly lovely. It is truly a godsend. And I can put that there. Okay, so the goal is I need to see how much out. No, that's too small. Yeah, like this. I don't want to do too many because I'll blow through my current bank. Let me let's kill this, and I want to no, I do need to do one more, and then I can go like this, right? No, I have to go like this though. Okay, hold on. Let's see here. I'm just trying to get an idea like how I'm gonna want to funnel this. What I should do is I should just do like the little pieces first until I can, right? What can I do? No, I'd have to do like right here. Okay. Let me see. Yeah. Okay, yeah, so it literally just be like, oh no, can I? No, I can't. I gotta go like right here. Right? Okay, yeah. At this point here, I can maybe force some. Okay, this is to the extent here. And then I'd have to go down. Okay. Yeah, then I have to cover this, and I'd probably like make a layer from here, maybe a little bit of here in case they try to shoot over the wall. And okay, now we have a good idea like what's happening. So what I want to do now is we want our initial turrets. I will do. I mean, would the graphics be? Oh no, the graphics won't be used for none. So yeah, why not? I guess I'd use this. No, I think I should probably just stick with the mechanical for right now. Let's do mechanical for right now, and yeah, I can still path that. I can't. No, unless I like put it right here. I can't have nothing in front of it though, otherwise it gets boxed in. So, yeah, it's just gonna have to be like this then. Okay, cool. Okay, that'll do it. And then yeah, we just go ahead and make some initial pathway of turrets, and this looks like this should work. Okay, this looks like this will be good here. Looks like it will be good here. I just need an initial defense system. Let me get an initial defense system going, and we can go from there. Can I zoom out? Yeah, I gotta go like this so I can actually see what I'm doing. Okay, and come back here. I used to play this game so much when I was I don't want to say when I was young, but like it was like, I think I haven't touched it in like 20 years, and like maybe 6, like 5-6 years. I think like 5-6 years. Probably. Hold on. Oh, this too. I might as well. Okay, cool. I can't do it. Hold on. I might as well have my custom music playing and in the background while I'm he's playing here in the background. Okay, hold on. Last game I played hardcore was Red Dead 2. You know, I never I really wanted to play the zombie one, the Red Dead Redemption. I forgot what it was called. I think it was like what was it called, like Dead Nightmares or something. But I don't remember what the name was for that Red Dead version. But I never got a chance to actually play that Red Dead Redemption. It's crazy. I played like a lot of like other ones, but Red Dead Redemption for every reason like always escaped me. I think I might have been drenched in poverty back then, probably. So, which is crazy because I'm still poor. But at the very least, at least I know how to borrow from my future effectively here. Bought the game on 360. Oh yeah, so yeah, it was old. Bro, what's going on? Why? Stop it. Okay. Red Dead Redemption, Red Dead Redemption seemed like really interesting to me, but never got to play it. What did I play? What game was I playing hardcore? The only game actually growing up, so as a child, the only game I ever played hardcore like that was Kingdom Hearts. I don't know if you're familiar with that one, because that one's like with the Final Fantasy Disney character kind of mashup. That one was oh yeah, did not go like this. Yes. Yeah, okay. Yeah, that one I really liked. That one was pretty good. And then eventually, as I got a little bit older, I think I would say in my young adult life, I played Destiny. Destiny was really I just deleted the whole setup. Fuck! Oh, they hold me. Why is that button there? We gotta change that. There is no way it just... Bro, I just spent so much time doing that. God! Oh no! Fuck! Who makes a button like... Who puts a button to delete schematics next to your movement buttons? Fuck! Clear building. Man, set this to... like the squiggly line or something. Yeah, hold on. Reset. No, rebind. Jesus fucking Christ. Oh, you know what? We're gonna do a little like this button. Oh, bro, I had so much built. That's crazy. Wow. Why would they do that? GoldenEye. For the N64. God, what did we play? I didn't 007 ones I never got to do, but what the good ones for the N64 were what the hell was it called? We had Mario Kart. Mario Kart was a really good OG classic. What else did we do? Donkey Kong 64 was another really good OG classic. I really liked that one. Yeah, see, my shit doesn't even look the same as like what I had it before. God damn. Mario Kart was so good back then, and then it had the little battle mode too. Mario Party back then was like really, really good, man. You're talking about times that were like my God. There was something about like that kind of wholesome of games that I'm honestly not even too sure if... Oh yeah, the only one I gotta link up is just this one right here. Okay, cool. A level of wholesome games that I don't even know if they even made like that anymore. Nintendo, well, I mean, technically those are all Nintendo games. I'm trying to think, what was a non-Nintendo... Well, I mean, it was a Nintendo 64, so it's kind of hard to say, like, what was a non-Nintendo game on a Nintendo 64. I miss those days. Long gone. Yeah, it was definitely long gone, for sure. Because then you realize that, the ability to have fun and just enjoy being alive is all fake, because you have this thing where you need to create a living for yourself, and if you don't create a living for yourself and something happens, i.e. you get sick, like we was just talking about, right? You're hoed, then living on your own, right? The expenses with that, and then just how much time it costs people in order to just make a whatever amount of income. God damn, why is it messing with my ish like this? To make whatever income to just barely be able to live. I don't know. It's all terrible. Me and my dad playing Mario Kart was the truth. Oh man, that's really nice. Like I said, like just like those family moments and stuff, man. It's just where, how can I put this? Where like, cause I don't know your family background and history, but like your dad probably didn't have to work like 2 jobs in order to survive now. Because now the hard thing is at least like back then, at least the cost of living hadn't inflated to the part where like you couldn't live off of one income. Now like it's damn near impossible really to live off of one income. If you and that's why like I don't know if you're familiar with like red pill spaces, but like I also feel like have a certain feeling like towards that, because like that, like it's so crazy that people think that we live in an era where we really truly believe that one person is going to be able to work a job and afford oh shoot, I don't think I should have brought it this close, is going to be able to afford an entire family. Like a wife and 2 children is typically like the setup. Like, nah, she's most definitely gonna have to work too. And then if you have kids, it's just a wrap. Like, yeah, there's no only one person working and then the other person gets to stay home, raise children, or live life and be happy and stuff like that. All that's just fake. And like that ideology that's just being pushed by the red pill and stuff. Because it's like they start off with, I don't know how familiar you are with the red pill stuff. They start off with like really good, positive, like pro like build yourself up kind of rhetoric, but then it always then transitions to like just like some like really outlandish, crazy stuff. Yeah, you know, and then the thing is that like it's just hard. Like you can't just snap your finger and then you catch a job that either pays you right or gives you the hours to where like you can get paid right, but not have to work more than 40 hours a week. You know, like it's just like that stuff just doesn't exist. Like that's like how much? What is it, right? Because I only remember like maybe like 2021 numbers where they were like only 10% of the entire US population makes $100,000 or more. You know what I'm saying? Like percentage of population by income. Probably want to do this by United States though. Oh wait, did the Bing actually not? And then it's going to cover the goddamn results. Jesus fucking Christ. You can't make this up. You cannot make this up. Why? Jesus. I want my kids to be playing for home cooked, made by my, yeah. You know what I'm saying? And the thing is, it's just that like, it's going to be difficult. Like, if you want that, you got to work really hard and land one of those jobs that allow you to do that a majority of people in the US aren't able to land. Let's see, pre-tax gross. Okay, so this is pre-tax. Why would I do? I really wish I guess to keep it consistent because tax laws change and stuff, so I guess, but I would love to show process. Like for example, like me, I only make $50,000, right? At my job, I only make $50,000 annually, and that's like kind of like the baseline, like I guess you could say in the middle. But at post taxes, right, then that jumps down to about $39,000 a year, right? So really, my home income for the year is $39,000, and that is very tough to live off of. You got to do some really, really, really good shopping to like have some spare money over. That's why I have these things. It's just because like I can get really good at slimming myself down as much as possible. The place that I'm in only costs me $950 a month. It's $950 a month. $135 was a fixed rate for utilities. A lot of my friends that work the same job that I have, they're and that's your basic necessity just of dwelling space, right? I'm at like 1,100 basically, right, a month. Where my other friends, they got like some of the places that they were only able to find, they're paying like $1,300, $1,400, $1,500, just in dwelling, just in rent and utilities to include whatever fees and stuff alone. And it's tough. We're cooked in the modern age. Yep, we're definitely cooked. And just wait until AI comes through. Wait till AI comes through. Once AI comes through, like life is hold. Life will legit be hold, because everybody on our side, especially on our side, on the Republican side, is sitting there and is like really pushing capitalism really pushing capitalism and stuff, and they're not preparing anybody for like what happens when AI starts really blowing through jobs. AI is going to blow through the jobs, and then like capitalism is not going to come save you. It just isn't. Hold on. Is this percentage? Let me look at this real quick. That's so sad. I need a good wife. Yep. You need a good wife that's going to be willing to, and oh man, and then you know the kind of person you pick. Okay, so the bottom number is percentages, and then this is the income. Okay, so let's see here. So no, or is it the other way? Oh, but then it's backwards. So like if I come here, like this will be like the top 3%, 99%, right? Am I hours worked? I need something a little bit simpler because I'm not understanding this. Hours worked, 30 plus, average income. Right? Am I reading this right? I have to read this backwards. Where this would be like the top 1% making over 400. Okay, I'm assuming that that's what this number is reading, and it's inverted to where like I have to be like, okay, at the 99th percentile, that means that this is the top 1%. So top 1% over $400,000. So yeah, so like if I look at 50%, yeah, half of the US population is making $50,000, right? And so then when you get to, because really to make a decent amount of living, let me just click on this so that way it doesn't like lock on me. Cool. To make, I forgot it. I gotta use my computer over here. I want to open up the calculator, right? To make a decent amount of living, you want to be able to be making, yeah, $50,000 is nothing. And remember, that's pre-tax, right? Post-tax, you're looking at about $39,000 roughly. So it's like, if you want to be able to make a reasonable amount of living where like at least you're not on crunch for your mandatory living expenses, you want to look at somewhere around because $39,000 a year translates to about $3,000, which if you are super frugal, if you're really good at being frugal and whatnot, you can get by, but you do have a lot of limitations that can be hard, right? You want to look at $100,000, but as far as like your net income, right, on a monthly basis, you at the end of the day, because you don't want to focus at a number, because even at $100,000 at post-tax, it's still a little bit less than what you might think. But if you wanted to like have a decent amount of income, you want to try and get to like $5,000 a month. $5,000 a month should be really sufficient for you to cover your mandatory living expenses. You know, that's rent, that's utilities, right? That's your food. Hopefully you have healthcare, right? So that's your premium, right? Your car insurance, you know, your other services like your phone bill, any subscription you have that might make your living a little bit easier that you might have, like maybe like food delivery services or you know, your little like media consumption subscriptions, things like that. $5,000 in my opinion is about where you want to be at. And so then so you're looking at about $60,000 in net income, right? That's what you need to be getting directly in your pocket post taxes, $60,000. So now tax rate is like, I'm in a PhD program making nothing, but hopefully post PhD program you be able to land. Hopefully post PhD you'll be able to land something. I think IRS income bracket, right? People, I like to use like the high numbers, because like the way a lot of people don't understand about like also like how taxes are actually done to you is that the tax bracket you're in, it goes in a tier system. So like you might already know this, but just for anybody that's listening that might not know, right, is that like if I'm let's say if I'm making $100,000, right, I'm in the 24% tax bracket, but that's not, my entire income isn't being taxed at that 24%. It's actually in a tier system where like the first 11,000 is being taxed at 10%, and then that amount between the 11 to 44 gets 12% applied to it, and then that 44 to 95 gets to 22, and then everything after the 95 gets to 24%. So it's actually a little bit less than if you was being purely taxed at the 24. But when I do my numbers, I like to just assume that like my whole thing is 24% just to give me like a little bit of wiggle room there. So at $60,000, if I was assuming that my income was completely taxed at 24%, then that means that my actual salary I want to look for, so 60,000 times so point it's 24%, right? So I should be able to just do 0.24, right? Let's see, 1440. That's how much? Oh, that's like 70. Isn't that like 70 something? 74,000? That can't be right, is it? Is it right? $74,000. Let's see. $74,000. That's how much you need to make annually in order to like get 60 grand in income. So 74,400. Right. I hope I'm doing this number right? 17,856. That number should, yeah. It's a bit confusing. Like it takes a bit. Like sometimes I even still get it wrong, but yeah. And then if I minus that by, what they say? They said 74. It said 74,000, right? Yeah. I knew I was tripping. Let me do that one more time. See, that's why I gotta always do it, because like I probably somehow like fucked it up. Times 0.24. This is how much gets taxed from me. So if I add that to 60,000, it's 7440. All right. So then if I minus that by that amount, oh my god, I need a scientific one. Yeah. Oh, I deleted my shit. Ah, come on. Right. Yeah, this would be 24%. Sometimes I'll be like jacking up the numbers, and then right, and I add that. Right, because this is the net income I'm looking for if I want to make $5,000 flat, right? So then if I sit there and I then do $74,000 minus, can I open that? Yep, 74. Whoa, Asterisk, go back. Why are you messing with me? $74,000 minus, right? 74,000 times the 0.24. Right, because that's the tax amount, right? We go like that, and then we divide per month. No, so I did mess that up, right? Oh, my order operation. I got my order operation wrong. See, this is why you gotta do right, bro. Why is this so difficult? Okay, let's just do the first part first, right? How much do I need to have a wife and one kid? A wife and one kid. You actually might not. Well, do you want her to stay home? If you want her to stay home, you're probably actually looking at around, roughly around this this income bracket. Once I can actually do the goddamn math correctly, right? 0.24. This should give me the tax amount. This should give me the amount of taxes that get pulled out, and then your net income. $56,000. $56,000 is what you. So if I divide that by 12, 4,072. Okay, yeah. So I was right. So yeah, that's not gonna work. So let's do $80,000. All right. I think $80,000 is when you finally breach 5K a month, maybe. Let's see. Right, 19,200. So 80,000 minus 19,200, 60,000. Yeah, $80,000. So you're looking for $80,000 divided by 12. Oh, but then you know what I'm also forgetting? I'm forgetting about state income. State taxes. Hopefully you live in a state. Okay, you want her to stay home? Avoid New York, avoid California, and you probably want to avoid Florida too. Let's see, divided by 12. Yeah, $80,000. You're looking at, so you want to shoot for like a salary if you can get the $80,000, and you want to avoid. You're probably going to want to avoid what you looking for? Avoid those really high cost areas like New York, California, and Florida if you're gonna have if you know if $80,000 is what you get to. That's probably that's kind of grazing it, right? Because you know, as long as you do your spending right and you got a good wife that's not gonna burn through your wallet, which I'm sure you'll be able to pick her just right. I mean, it'd be really nice if she can work too, because then y'all can really get some savings going. But I think 5,000 a month should be able to cover living expense, and then anything the child might need, assuming everything goes right and nothing goes wrong, right? And then the thing that'll really dictate that the most will be your healthcare expenses. Honestly, that's probably like the biggest thing that you're gonna have to worry about, just because, right? Should anything happen, it can literally screw up. It can literally screw up everything y'all got going on over there, just from like an unexpected like bad situation from healthcare. I mean, she can work, but I really want to be the supporter. Yep. So I think 80. Avoid those high cost areas. $80,000, and then maybe she can do something on the side, like maybe online. Like there's some like online jobs I think that she might be able to get away with. One thing you should probably keep this in the back of your mind. I want you to keep this in the back of your mind. That would be a good one for a stay-at-home mom, would be annotation jobs. So with the AI, I don't know like how much deep in the AI you know, but long story short, one of the things that really powers AI is the data that it runs off of. But the data that it runs off of has to be touched by human hands. In a sense that like it has to be properly labeled and categorized properly, right? Like people kind of take for granted that like ChatGPT doesn't inherently know that this word phrase like has a particular emotion in it, like, oh, like this person says this when they're angry, or they say this when it's happy. A Luddite. That's funny. Like this particular phrase, or like this photo is a cat, or this photo, like somebody has to actually go in and label that, right? So there's actually a lot of there is a decent amount of demand I've seen online for people, like if they want to make some like extra little bit of money. It's not much, but they want to make like a little bit extra money. Like they do have like a lot of requests for annotators, where like they put like a data set in front of you, right, whether it's phrases or anything like that, and they tell you to annotate like what it is. This is a picture of a cat holding a gun, shooting at dogs. This is a photo, or this is a phrase that somebody has said in response to something that made them upset, and they are panicking while also being mad at the same time. Like it's just like those kind of things, like those type of annotation stuff, like there's actually like a decent amount of online demand for. That would be, I think, really good for like maybe a stay-at-home mom to be able to do. But for academic stuff, it does suck, but like it is something that you can imagine like somebody at home being able to do, for sure. Okay, so I need to, hold on, let me just want to make my initial blocking path here, at least so I know where. And I want a decent layer, so I'd say about like right here. So, and about like right here. So I want to say this is my limitation, so like right here, because I want all of this blocked off, so that way I don't get murdered. Okay, so the arc has a much smaller range, so although it can, okay, we'll just stick with this one for right now. Hold on, that's actually yeah, see, like I could put the arc right there because of that gap. I do want 4 on each side. I think we're cooked. Wrong generation. Well, I'll tell you what. This generation right here. This generation right here. Is in a really good position to figure something out before it's too late. I think anyway. Let me move this up, because I think like the other generations, like anybody, I tell you what, anybody being born right now, by the time they become an adult, life will really be whole for them. You and me are currently alive right now, where like there's still stuff that we can do to at least get ourselves and our families ahead of ahead of the ball game. But everybody else that's just like coming up, and then assuming, right, this is assuming this, yeah, you know, property, and not even so much as just like the property alone. You got, what's it called? Just like you know, like just other ways of making money that is still like accessible to us. You know, like I can tell you for sure, in about like, if somebody was born right now, 18 years from now, I am highly confident that I think like the very last thing we're waiting on a breakthrough would be quantum computing. Once quantum computing happens, it's just gonna look really get flipped upside down, because then like I want to say that's probably like close to the very last thing that's like holding us back from allowing AI to really truly achieve its purpose, because then the processing power and capacity would have like magnified. Yeah, no, well, I mean they're babies right now, so like they ain't got shit to worry about right now. But yeah, no, like damn, am I really gonna have to, fuck, how am I gonna do this? I think I'm gonna just have to, I don't know how the hell I wasn't thinking about it. I guess I can put, yeah, I guess I really don't have a choice. I guess it is just gonna have to be like this. All right, well, yeah, they're just babies right now. It's not gonna really hit them until, it's really not gonna hit them until like I say around their teenage years. At their teenage years, when they see their parents, to see like if their parents weren't so lucky, yeah, it's a wrap. And then like hopefully like there's no actual widespread war going on. Hopefully like states, you know, some of the states in the U.S. didn't secede from, or didn't attempt to secede from the U.S. Yeah, no, it's all gonna be hold for sure. Hold on. Okay, so all of this is ready right here. Now I just need to actually refix what I had in this section here, and then I should be good. And I'm probably going to need to use that drill for yeah, right here, right? Then I'm gonna need some of this too. How much of this do I have? Graphite. I have a 600, 1020. Okay, that's not too bad, right? How much you didn't use any graphite at all? Anybody use graphite? Just the upper ones. So okay, so let's get some pressing going. And you know the government is gonna pull some bullshit at everyone. Well, that's if the government's even still standing. Because really, like, you know, a nation whose people are in decline will definitely become unruly. The thing I'm just worried about is just like then who do the people then elect to put in charge, and what do they do? Like this election year is going to be crazy. Like don't get me wrong, but the one to really watch, in my opinion, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 90, 100. Okay, so I got enough. The one to really watch is going to be the election right after, because after this election, no matter what happens, Biden and Trump will be out of the picture. And so on the Republican side, I don't know who is going to take the mantle to fill that void that's going to be created and not be crazy. Right, because like I said before, the one thing I really did not like from our party was that like we had people that actually thought it was a good idea, that actually thinks it's a good idea to conduct a military strike or to take a military action on New Mexico. Give me a break. Trump v. Biden, they're both the same. Yeah, that's the saying. If you think that's bad, If you think that's bad, just wait till after this election year. After this election year, like this stuff's gonna get like really terrible. It's gonna like legit get like kind of crazy. I think I'm gonna just use 2 here, right? Yeah, it looked like or 4. I'll just use 4 here. I don't want to burn too much, but I'm gonna need some time. I'm gonna need some more titanium. I should lower that down some. Hold on. I forgot my music was even playing back there. There we go. Okay. Bro, where's Firefox? My Dex. I need my Dex back. But you know, you gotta pick somebody. Or you know, somebody gotta do something. And that's what I'm worried about. Because people don't understand how worse things can get until you get somebody that actually like makes the situation work. A military strike into Mexico would definitely be such a situation. But you see people that be all for it or support it. Yeah, I don't like that. Okay, now we're good, right? Yeah, now we should be good here. I'm picking Trump for now, but I don't trust him. Yeah, no, I'm as of right now, I'm leaning Biden for now, but who knows? I think after these I think I am gonna actually stream that one debate coming up. I think the first one's coming up in less than a week. Between oh god, I gotta do this instead. Between Trump and Biden, where I think we send it straight up. We're gonna send this straight up here. Where they get their first political debate. Although I think too, isn't Trump's sentencing coming up? Which is going that one's also going to be crazy. Like Trump's sentencing should be coming up sometime next month too. I think July 10th. Didn't they put it July 10th as like the sentencing date for Trump's case with at New York for the whole porno person. I don't know how the hell that shit's gonna work, but I guess I'll stream both of those and see what we find out. But like this, as of right now, I'm leaning Biden, and I can't see much that might come out to make me go for Trump. But I guess we'll see. I guess we'll really have to see. I gotta really see like what's being said. Okay, everything here is all set up. Everything here is all set up. I don't have that stupid button next to me anymore. So let's hit play. Okay, I need to be careful. Okay, I got $1.5 grand of it. Oh yeah, we got 3.5 minutes to build. Okay, so we're good there. As long as I wasn't off on my calculations for like how much resources I'd be burning making this stuff. I should be good. Let's see. Cool. Oh, that's being made. Okay, hold on. I'm at 1,000 already. Oof. Okay, those stuff is being. I'm trying to stick Republican, but Trump is a New York Democrat. Man, maybe that may very well be the case. I said I don't know. We'll see. We'll kind of see what happens. Okay, hold on. Okay, I need to stop it, and I need to go get my copper stuff made first here. For burns me dry. No, actually, I think I would have still had enough. Okay, this looks good. Okay, cool. Yeah. No, like I said, I don't know. Seems to be a proud Republican that everybody's supporting. So, we'll see. Okay, cool. We got that. All right. I only got 168, so I don't even have much left to be able to build. Do I have anything? Okay, so this looks good. I'm gonna just save this real quick. I'm still gonna keep playing, but I'm skeptical because it don't crash my game like 2-3 times whenever I try to resize this. Okay, can I resize? Can I resize? Okay. Can I resize? What, do I have to press this? Can I resize? Do I have to right click? Okay, I have to right click. Boom. Okay, now let's go ahead and pull that back up. Yeah, see? Crashes whenever I have to resize. Okay, hold on. I'm getting another phone call. Let me hold on. I'll be right back, guys. Be right back. And then I gotta change. I gotta make a quick change on the stream too. And then like we're gonna get back into something. Gotta find something to look at. And we're back. Okay. We're good now. Let me get back to this. Oh yeah, now we're actually gonna pop up something to watch. We gotta get something going. Let me refresh. Anything of interest or good in, can I move you over here? Anything of interest or going on that's good over here in the YouTube world. Dr. Disrespect situation is crazy. There are no answers. Why did Dr. Disrespect get banned? Oh yeah, because they get banned from Twitch. Get ready for a big mess. Supreme Court holds final rally before presidential debate. Oh no, Trump holds final rally. I thought I said Supreme Court. Oh, I'm tripping. Anger man and emotional crash outs. Bro, why would I even bother? The murder capital. Why show something like this, man? Country long made history. Is he the last real Democrat? Why? Why about, like, see, this is what I'm talking about. Like, why are you like these people aren't slick. These people aren't slick. They keep pushing this RFK person just because, like, they're hoping, right? They're hoping that like him being in a race takes away just enough votes from Biden's side so that they get Trump win. Since Trump and Biden are like neck and neck, right? They're hoping that this man to sit there and somehow pull off a siphoning event from Biden to be able to actually get Trump elected. These people are not slick. And then because they're not even serious, they're not serious about about supporting this man. This man, like what? Like, this is crazy. Why do this? Like, I don't even want to talk about. Oh, why am I gassing it up? I'm gonna just keep going, right? The man had a goddamn brain worm. Like, I don't understand how a man in his divorce hearing, right, would sit there and say that the goddamn brain worm was affected so much in his future potential income, and but the brain, like, that brain worm needs to run for president if it actually knows how to eat somebody's brain to make sure that it only impacts stuff related to a divorce, but nothing else seemingly in the rest of their life. This is crazy. Actually should be mad at all politicians for the COVID lie. I don't know. What exact part about the COVID lie did you have an issue with? The only thing I didn't like about COVID is that I was told it was gonna go away by Easter, which it didn't. And then I was told the one that I really was hoping for was about my magneto powers, that it was gonna magnetize me if I got the vaccine. Like, I'm still waiting for my magneto powers. Like, do you know how many vending machines I would have been robbing if the COVID vaccine had gave me the magneto powers I was looking for? You know how many quarters I would have slipped in and out? and would have just been getting all kinds of snacks, or at least the laundromats. I'd never have to pay for a laundromat again. Just pop it, COVID magneto power, get the quarterback, and just, oh my god, like, it's just like that's what I'm upset about. But what part of the COVID lie got you out? That whole thing was a lie. My university tried making me take the vax and I refused. Well, it's good that they didn't. It's really good that they didn't kick you out or anything like that, because that wasn't the case for a lot of places. A lot of places, I guess I will eat this. A lot of places, if you didn't get the vax, you got taken out, and maybe that part shouldn't have been allowed. I should have had like a testing thing going on, but yeah, they tracking me. Yeah, I'm sure they did, but from a legal ground perspective, and I'm sure like they know it would have failed. It would have failed like the legal challenge. It likely would have failed the legal challenge. So I don't know, like I'm trying to think, what case was it? I think because at the time, like, it was an FDA emergency, and it took quite a while before it could be fully approved by the FDA. So but the thing is like a lot of these schools and colleges already require you to be vaccinated from certain stuff. So, I mean, COVID would have been no different. A lot of people's contention with COVID is just that is they don't like at the speed at which the vaccine was created. It's usually either they don't like the speed that the vaccine was created, or they don't like that it uses a new technology that hasn't been used before. My uncle died from the vax. Well, firstly, my condolences to your uncle for dying, because I'm sure that's unfortunate. And the thing is like, how do you think certain medication rollouts were, like penicillin, like in our earlier days, as we was like building up medication, like penicillin, for example, right? I'm sure they didn't. How did they discover people were allergic to penicillin, right? How did they figure out people were allergic to penicillin, right? Because my argument with this is just that, like with all medications, like all medications had like some form of risk in taking them, right? There's always some type of side effect or something that's going on. Penicillin, but people still die from the penicillin, right? You know, a highly sensitive penicillin skill test is available to diagnose penicillin allergy and can be used to determine if you're allergic to penicillin, right? There were 2 clinical results. I'm trying to look for the historical context. First case of allergic reaction to penicillin. Of course. First case of the facts about penicillin allergy. True penicillin allergy is rare, with an estimated frequency of approximately 1 to 5 per 10,000 cases, right? And this sounds like a, I don't know what. Can anybody tell me when was the first incidence of the penicillin super 2? I know it still happens. I want to know when was the very first case. A 54-year-old man developed a sear after 16 years and 5 standard treatments. Oh, Jesus, that sounds terrible. Okay, it's probably going to take too much for me to just search for it. But like the idea that I'm trying to get at is just that like all these medications, like no matter how safe and tested they all have side effects, and they all have things that are still technically unknown about them until they get pushed out in the mass. This is the reason why like these tests, right? When penicillin was developed, I guess in 1800, like probably, right? But like, can you imagine how somebody probably found that out? Because I promise you, the standards in like vetting that stuff back then isn't like what they are now. So like they made it, they saw that it helped people, and then they probably just put it out there, right? And then it wasn't until somebody, like after somebody got it and immediately died, like shortly after, that then it was like, oh, we should probably, maybe there's some other testing mechanisms we can probably use for this, right? Like that's the, like reactions and side effects have always been a common thing. And so like COVID vaccine, I don't understand like why could the COVID vaccine would potentially be anything different. It's just like everything else. So, not to discount anybody that's, that suffered like said reactions from people, suffer said reactions from taking the vaccine. But remember, right, but people have the hardest time understanding that you are not comparing taking the vaccine from not taking the vaccine. You are supposed to be comparing like taking the vaccine versus what happens if you get the disease that you're actually vaccinating from. You don't live in a bubble, right? You can't not take the vaccine and never be at risk of potentially contracting the actual disease. This is why we did huge campaigns for other certain diseases that had a much higher mortality rate that we wiped up. Does polio still exist? Polio still exists. I say don't take it. That vax is fake. Well, it's continuing to cause cases in border areas of Afghanistan and Pakistan. Failure to stop polio in these last remaining areas could result in as many 200 new cases every year within 10 years. Oh yeah, because my understanding is polio is like on the verge of being eradicated. And so I guess there's still like a few other countries that it's left to spread it. But see, I say don't take it that vax is fake. But the thing is that they have the numbers. They have all the numbers in scientific research to prove that. Like, I'm sorry, they have all the numbers to just prove that that's just not the case, right? You had this amount of people that were contracting it on a daily basis that were coming into like, you know, whatever medical facility. Then the vaccine rolled out. Then you started seeing the numbers drop, hospitalizations drop, death rates drop, right? And then you could look at the death rates before COVID happened, right? Where the death rates are at. Then COVID comes out, right? Now all of a sudden, for whatever reason, right? Then the COVID, then deaths like spike. So it's not, you can't even say it's inflated, because like you can't inflate death. You saw Event 201, you know they planned it. What is Event? I have not heard of that. Event 201. But like you can't inflate deaths. Like you can't manifest death certificates and stuff like that across all countries around the world. So like if on average about 100,000 people were dying monthly, and then all of a sudden you started getting 300,000 people dying monthly, right? Then like it's then like we clearly know that COVID is definitely like, and the big common fact here is that the COVID then, you know, started hitting the populace. Okay, now we got to look at something here. And then when we sit there and see that now we're getting this many people hospitalized, this many people dying, and then the vaccine comes out, and then we start rolling out, because it's easy to track how many people is getting vaccinated, right? Because of the vials and stuff you're pushing out. And then we start seeing these numbers drop. I mean, it's hard data. Event 201, the pandemic exercise. When was this? In 2019? Foundation. Yeah, you can fake deaths all around the world. It's the New World Order conspiracy. Well, I don't know like how cooperative certain countries like. So then, in order to believe this, and in order for that to be true, you'd have to believe that there is a single entity that has perfect brainwashing control over every nation, and a significant portion of its populace, or has a mechanism in which they can then exert full absolute control once you get into a position of power where if it's not taken care of, there can be an issue. Man, why is that messing with me like that? And that's what I'm saying, like as far as like world control, I just don't believe it. Like it's so hard to get like people in the same company to like sometimes agree, to get a city government to like agree and work together, to get states, to get whole nations, right? To, oh my god, to get dictatorships to even like even have like a coherent union within their like their structure. There is a single entity, U.S. runs it, but the New World Order will be birthed in Israel. Well, I don't know, because Israel isn't looking too good right now with the International Court putting out. Let me make sure I read that right? Doesn't the International Court have a warrant for the Prime Minister's arrest? ICC warrants. Oh, ICC issues warrants. Israel to pay their illegal fees over ICC's arrest warrant request for Netanyahu and Gallant. Yeah, right. Prime Minister. So they want to arrest the Prime Minister and I believe the Hamas leader. So now the thing is too is that I don't even know what countries can he potentially travel to and not potentially get arrested and sent to the ICC. And the crazy thing is that the U.S. is supposed to enforce that too if he was ever to come to the U.S., but I don't see the U.S. ever doing that. It was outrageous to apply for arrest warrants. There was no equivalence, none between Israel and Hamas. Well, so why, it's a common goal, but why has it not been successful? How long? God, man, this AC is going to be the death of me. I'm gonna have to put on my heat. I have heat up socks, right? That got little batteries on them that I attach to heat them up, because this AC just be killing me, man. But it's the New World Order. But why is the world in such chaotic shambles if we have a New World Order? It will be successful one day. Well, we'll see. I don't know. I can't see it. I can't see it. There's too much variable. there's way too much variables going on for it to make it. Let me. Sex neuroscientists. Right? Oh, those sex robots, right? Maybe sex robots could be part of that scandal. Sex robots, those would be things. Have you seen those things? Those things look crazy. I'm waiting for the materials. I'm waiting for enough copper materials to hit me up before I can. I need like at least like 500. I really should be making like another pathway. I feel like, yeah, see, I do. Okay. Let's do this. Let's go. I'm gonna pause this real quick. And do I really want to listen? You know what? Fuck it. Let's actually listen to this Ben Shapiro.
Meet your next pillow.
That sound like a good time. Yeah, it sounds like an amazing time.
Why do we make
Sounds
our
like
pillow
quite like
shape?
an amazing time. Quite an experience that'll be. Quite an experience that'll be like unique. For lack of a better word, but oh my gosh, hold on. I can do this, right? Yeah, I think I can. Right? I can just. Can't I just? And then I could just, right? Because I could just put a pathway through it, right? Yeah. Okay. Okay, yeah, it did work exactly like I was thinking. I was thinking about the bridge mechanics. The bridge mechanics, you gotta be careful because they'll leak into like the other conveyor belts. Okay. So that should hopefully, like fix that. So I can get like a little bit more copper to please come on through. Oh, I definitely blocked this one off. Damn. Oh wait, is it still hitting like this little corner here? That'd be. No, it's not. It's just getting stuck right here. Okay, I was about to say that. That's crazy. All right, let's go ahead. Let's look at this.
The child has an independent interest. What do you say to that?
The solution of having the state come in and dictate choices that that the woman is making is not that's not a good solution.
You don't believe that the child has an independent right to life, for example, at any point during the pregnancy?
You know what? You and I will differ on that, and that's just a place where I differ. And I understand your position. I have tremendous respect for you, for having that kind of absolute moral clarity on that position. But I think it's more nuanced and complex than that.
Today, we're joined by a figure whose family legacy is etched into Democratic Party and American history, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. RFK Jr. is not just known for his storied lineage, but for his own advocacy.
Okay, that'd be good, right? So cool. So they differ on the whole abortion thing. So that'd be interesting.
Born into the Kennedy dynasty on January 17, 1954, RFK Jr. is the third of 11 children of the late Democratic Senator Robert F. Kennedy and Ethel Kennedy.
Okay.
RFK Jr.'s early life was marked by personal and family tragedy, including the assassinations of his uncle, President John F. Kennedy, and his father, Senator Robert F. Kennedy.
Okay.
He's overcome personal struggles, including battle with drug addiction and illness. However,
Okay,
Kennedy
so
was
it's
still
about the.
carving out his path and pursuing education at
Okay,
one
what I'm
prestigious
gonna want to do is I'm
University
gonna want
of Virginia before dedicating his career to environmental advocacy and legal practice. Kennedy is known as a defender of the environment,
right?
set environmental legal standards that continue to influence policy and advocacy. This commitment to environmental causes led him to prominent roles, including serving as senior attorney for the Natural Resources Defense Council and president of the board for the Waterkeeper Alliance. Now, RFK Jr. is making waves as a candidate in this presidential race. First running as a Democrat in the primaries, then shifting his bid in October 23 to run as an independent. Polling data as recently as April 10, 2024, placed him at 8.5% against incumbent President Joe Biden and President Donald Trump, with Trump in the lead at 41.9% and Biden at 40.3%. This would make him the single most successful third-party candidate since Ross Perot. Today, we delve into RFK Jr.'s vision for America and his hope for the Democratic Party, discussing a range of topics from chronic disease to AI, culture and entitlements to foreign policy, and his position on abortion. Join us as we explore these critical issues with Robert F. Kennedy Jr., seeking insights into his campaign and what it represents for the future of American politics.
All right, let's see what we got. Jesus.
Robert F. Kennedy Jr. Senate, became senator from New York, and was killed running for president in '68 in Los Angeles. My other uncle, Ted Kennedy, was one of the longest-serving members of the United States Senate. He was in the Senate for over 50 years. He has more legislation with his name on it than any senator in history. My aunt Eunice Shriver was the founder of Special Olympics. And so there was we were raised kind of in a milieu of public service and politics, and it was all around us. I was at the convention in 1960 as a 6-year-old boy, and we had front row seats on everything that happened during that Camelot period. I became after my dad's death in '68. My mom had 11 kids, so I had 10 siblings, and my family was at that point, after my dad was killed, it was very chaotic. I began a 14-year experiment with drugs that turned into an addiction to heroin. I got sober in 1928 and then became one of the leading environmental lawyers and activists in the country. I co-founded a group that became Waterkeeper Alliance, that became the biggest water protection group in the world. And I mainly was litigating against polluters. In, I think, around 2015, I or 2016, I started another group called Children's Health Defense that focuses on children and public health.
So, looking at the history of your family, obviously it's intertwined intimately with Democratic Party politics. You're running as independent. You're the highest polling independent since Ross Perot in the race right now. So I think the obvious question for a lot of people is, why aren't you running as a Democrat? Or more importantly, now that Joe Biden has wrapped up the nomination, why aren't you simply supporting Joe Biden for the presidency?
Well, I began running as a Democrat. The reason I ran is because I saw the Democratic Party, my country, but also the Democratic Party, departing from a lot of the values that I was raised with. People call Kennedy Democrat Party. I think if my father, my uncle, if you outlined their top 20 policy priorities, that I would check the box for each one of them. And I'm kind of a traditional Kennedy, a Democrat, traditional liberal. I believe in free speech. I believe in the Constitution of the United States. I believe that corporations should not dominate our government. My inclination is to be against war and very suspicious of the rise of the military-industrial complex. I'm an environmentalist. I think particularly reducing the toxic exposures to our children, improving the sustainability of our soils, protecting water, clean air, all of those issues are Purple Mountain's majesty. Those were the centerpieces of my career. Environmental justice was another. Civil rights was a priority for the Democratic Party, and personal freedom. And the party has I think particularly since the Citizens United case in 2008, the party has become the party not of the middle class, which it was when I was growing up. It was the cops and the firefighters, factory workers, but it has become the party of Wall Street and the party of pharma and the party of the military-industrial complex. And when I ran, I was really, I would say, triggered to run during COVID when we saw all the censorship happen and Democratic politicians sign on to censorship of speech in this country for the first time in our history. And the support of the Democratic Party for the war in Ukraine, which I see as a contrived war and an immoral war. And that really prompted me to run. But I ran as a Democrat, and my intention was to try to call the Democratic Party back to summons it back to its core values. What I found was, and my campaign manager during the outset of the campaign was Dennis Kucinich, who's run for president a couple times himself and was kind of the conscience of the Democratic Party, a core figure and beloved figure for his integrity, for his for his courage. And he said from the beginning, they're not going to let you run in this party and you're going to have to leave. And I was the last person in my campaign to believe that. But the Democratic Party began taking all kinds of steps to make sure that no matter, even if I won the primaries, that I still could not win the nomination. They canceled primaries. They passed a rule. There's just one of 60 different things they did. They passed a rule that any candidate who stepped into the state of New Hampshire during the election could not, that all the delegates that candidate won in New Hampshire would go to President Biden. And there were a number of transparent efforts to fix the election that came from the Democratic Party, and that prompted me ultimately to make the decision that if I wanted to make a serious run, that I had to leave the party. So I declared independent, I forget, maybe 4 months ago. And I've been running as an independent ever since.
So that answers why you're not backing President Biden, but many of the issues on which you disagree with President Biden have a lot of crossover with President Trump, who obviously is running on the other side of the aisle. So you're in a strange position where Democrats are suggesting that you're a President Trump plant in order to take votes away from Biden. Some members of the Trump camp are claiming you're a Biden plant in order to take away votes from President Trump. Why not support President Trump as an alternative to President Biden?
Yeah, I don't see it that way. I think that President Biden and President Trump are much more like each other than most people, and Democrats and Republicans like to acknowledge it. And let me say this, because that's going to be a controversial statement. I want to qualify it. I think President Trump and President Biden are very different in their temperaments, and extremely different.
I'm just curious, as to why he didn't, so he acknowledges that people are saying that he's just a plant to take votes away from Biden, but is that really hard to believe if both Trump and Biden are both neck and neck in terms of polling data, and one particular party has a much more diehard, I'll say, base than the other. There's only one implication. As a matter of fact, I was looking at something else. There was polling data as far as it was showing between the two parties, who was voting for John F. Kennedy, and I believe percentage point wise, Democrats were there were more Democrats voting for him than there were Republicans. There was still some Republicans, but the numbers were still a lot larger on the Democratic side. This is no secret. It's set up if the voting was to happen right now, it's set up to where he would pull more Democratic. He would put a little bit more Democratic votes than he would Republican votes, which would, in a very tight race, would only hurt Biden. I don't know. We'll have to look and see. There's a lot of clamor over over Trump, but we're gonna have to wait and see exactly how the who actually shows out the vote. Can I put this in? No, I can't even put that there. I can't put that there either. Damn, I have to go like this. Crazy. Yeah, it's just I don't know. I'm not convinced. I'm convinced it'll be really close, but I think was October. October is going to be quite a month, man. There's going to be a lot of activity in October. There's going to be quite a lot of activity in October going on. That's for sure. My God. Let's get back to watching this.
They're different in their professed ideologies. They're different in their personalities and their rhetoric. But the issues that they differ on are in a very, very narrow band. They're mainly culture war issues. They're abortion, it's guns, the border, woke ideology, those kind of transgender stuff. Some of them very, very important issues. The border is the only one that I would say is even vaguely existential. But the big issues that America that are existential to our country, that really threaten all of us, that are most concerned to all of us, neither of them has even taken positions on the debt, for example. They're both equally bad on the debt. The debt is the most important issue. It's $34 trillion. The service on that debt is now larger than our defense budget. Our defense budget is larger than the next 10 defense budgets for the next.
That is pretty funny. My prediction is that it will be close. Trump will win and do another war for Israel. My prediction, I'm gonna give my prediction, and then what will happen if the other case is true. My prediction, assuming nothing happens, and if Biden has nights exactly like the everybody tuned in to the State of the Union when he was talking, if he has nights like those in his debates with Trump, he'll win. It'll be close, but he'll still win. There'll be a tremendous uproar because once he wins, if he wins, then a lot of stuff that's being put on hold because Trump is like gearing up to potentially be the next president, all the legal cases, those are going to go into full swing. As a matter of fact, that federal documents case, right? I believe the next hearing or whatever is in sometime in October. So once he loses the presidency, it's going to be a wrap for him. When that happens, there is going to be a tremendous amount of uproar in the Republican establishment and a really defining moment for the country. We'll start pushing race. Oh, no. They ain't going to be nothing about race. It's not going to be anything about race when the BS starts to happen. It's not going to be anything about race. It can't be, right? Because as of right now, right, Trump is gaining a lot more black support than before. It's not going to be race that they're gonna start pushing. It's gonna be something a little bit more deeper than that. It's gonna tie into political leanings and religion. That's what I'm telling you. It's gonna tie into, right? Because they're already fomenting some of the arguments to be made, like that whole Ten Commandments thing, for example, getting into schools, showing that they're attacking Christian values. They're doing the whole immigration thing, where Congress, Republicans and Democrats, was in a good spot to solve the immigration crisis. Because if you actually look deep into the immigration stuff, right, like this notion that the walls are going to somehow prevent the flow of immigration is just is just wild to me. Religion is next level. Might be true. I'm telling you, it's gonna be more political leaning laced with a lot of religion. That's gonna be baked into it. I'm telling you, that's likely what it's gonna be, and it's gonna and the chaos will then begin to ensue. Where what? I don't know. I don't think another January 6th will possibly happen, but I think some people are definitely gonna try to do something. I think a very small group might actually get a little crazy and potentially try to do something. That then again, then the actual federal government will have to step in to the put down, because I said that attack on the Capitol when they were certifying the votes, that shit was crazy. Of course, all the legal challenges are going to come through where they're going to want recounts. You're going to get all these goddamn videos of all this stuff that at face value looks like they're making it seem like there's something shady going on. And then in the court system, right? And then in the court system, when the stuff actually starts coming out, Oh yeah, I gotta do my business stuff too. I gotta make sure I probably do that tonight. When the court stuff starts coming out, government will stage religious-based shootings during the new Trump era. So how does Trump get to be how does Trump get to be president, and then the government that he'll be in control of, where he gets to elect the people he wants to do? Because you know, as the head of the executive branch, you get to pick who's your attorney general, who's all these different positions, what the focus of the law enforcement is going to be. I don't see it. If I'm gonna finish up the Biden scenario, then I'm gonna go to if Trump wins, right? So this is the Biden scenario, right, where it's gonna be all kinds of like chaos, all Republican led, for like the first couple of months, and maybe even up to like certification of the votes. After the certification, then that's it. Then it's done. Because at that point, because like all of the, I want to say like a majority, if not all of like any court challenges, recounts of stuff would have been done already by then, and yeah, and then it would have been a wrap. Yeah, because any uptick in violence and stuff would be immediately handled. I don't know if maybe somebody might get the grand idea to secede from the U.S. Like Texas is, like the Texas group is trying to do. They filled, emboldened, empowered. I don't know that part. I don't think so, but that's that. Now for Trump's case, Trump wins. Okay, Trump wins. There could possibly be court challenges for recounts. No, there might be like some acts for recounts, but I don't see any court challenges coming unless there was something like really, really shady. And then even if there is, it would be led by like some independent group and not necessarily by Biden himself. January 6th should happen without an issue, right? Well, the certification of the votes should happen without an issue. And then after that, then once Biden leaves and then Trump's get into office, the very first thing to look at if Trump wins, they will push race and religion. When you say they, are you referring to like the Trump side of things, the Republican side of things, or the government side of things? Because see, once Trump is then officially in office, first and foremost, that all of the crimes he committed, where he's being investigated for, at least on the federal side, he's going to immediately pardon himself from it, right? That, unfortunately, like, even though it's kind of hard to say this, because at face value, that's an extremely bad thing when a person is able to pardon their own self from crimes that they commit. But then on the other side of it, it's just, I'm at the New World Order, president is useless. New World Order, president. Well, I'll say this. Regardless of what the New World Order decides to do, he'll make full use of like what he's able to do as president, and absolving yourself from crimes is going to be the very first thing, and then that's when democracy fundamentally changes, because one of the key tenets about democracy is that you have a justice system where like somebody at least, like if they commit a crime, like it at least gets addressed. It's not that they themselves, the person who commits the crime, gets to just wash it away willfully. But that's exactly what he's going to do for the federal stuff. The state stuff is going to get incredibly messy, because I think the New York Democrats might be stupid enough to not allow this man to then go to the White House. If his sentencing that comes up in another week or so puts this man in jail, and then he still wins the presidency, if they do not allow him out of jail, so if the governor does not come out and say, well, he committed this crime, but unfortunately he has been elected as president of the United States, and so because of the will of the people of the entire country, not just New York, I will pardon him so that he can then actually go to serve the presidency. If that does not happen, they're like, he committed the crime, he's staying in jail, and we have a jailed president in the same country that he is now the president of. That will be a very, very massive problem. Politics is about to be lit. He'll pardon himself. Yeah, he'll pardon himself for the federal crimes, and then he'll pardon himself for the federal crimes. The governors in Georgia are going to pardon him. Will pardon him for the Georgia state crime. Right now, they're going to let the Georgia state stuff run its course. But and I'm telling you, I can see the game already, right? They are going to let the legal stuff play out in Georgia. If he wins the presidency, then the governor will step in and pardon him. If he doesn't win the presidency, then they'll allow the court case to run his case. And like if he makes it out of that, cool. If he gets convicted, he will go to jail. But if he wins the presidency, Georgia governor, I promise you, Georgia governor is going to pardon him. New York, the New York governor, the New York side is going to be a bit of a different story. I hope that they do pardon him. If they do not pardon him, and you have a direct, you have a once and probably a lifetime clash like that between the state and federal government, where like people might become super emboldened, like the like that's going to be the flashpoint. New York sentencing that's coming up in a couple of weeks. When that happens, if he gets jail time and it's long enough, like post his his election win. So like if it extends beyond, what is it, March? No, January. I think January is when do presidents get in office? Isn't it January? When do presidents get sworn in? January. Okay, yes, I was right. So it is January, right? And so his sentencing happens next month. So we're looking at close to about a year. If he gets at least a year, at least a year in jail, right? You'll have a direct conflict that I would not be surprised. I wouldn't be surprised if some of the Republican governors say that we are going to go in there and forcibly get him out. He's the president of the United States, right? And then as commander-in-chief and president and president of the country, right? At least on the federal crime side, there won't be shit that they'll be able to do because Trump has the power of pardoning, so he'd be able to pardon them. Should they, be subjected to any federal crimes? And then the thing is, state crimes only work. Imagine that. That'll be chaotic. That'll be the amount of destruction and things that'll happen just from the political fallout would be diabolical. But the thing is that like on the state side too, like state crimes only really work when you have a means of being able to get that person to come back into your state, right? So let's say like if that was to happen and the governors like utilize whatever to like get Trump out of prison in New York, obviously there'll be a lot of crimes committed, New York crimes committed, but New York wouldn't be able to do anything because you have to have the power, you have to have the support of the federal government and the state in order to extradite somebody from another state into New York in order to get prosecution. If I go and I commit a crime in Ohio and then they find me in Utah, right? Ohio has no jurisdiction over here, right? Either the feds or the state law enforcement have to get me, lock me up, and then send me over there, or then have Ohio come pick me up. Ohio cannot cross into the state in order to come grab me. Right, they have to have the support of law enforcement. So obviously, so like the clash of like whatever state onto New York, right, would create a chaotic event that I do not know how we sit there and recover from, and it is a scary situation that I am hoping that the governor would sit there. He'd be reasonable. He'd be like, he committed a crime, right? He was found guilty. He's now unfortunately president of the United States. Right, and so we have to pardon him. We can't. Otherwise it'll be set up for like an actual political disaster for the United States. It would be, oh my god, it would be crazy. It would be so crazy if that happened. But can I? Okay, yeah, there we go. I was gonna say like, what the hell is it doing? So yeah, we'll oh boy. We'll see.
Countries in the world all put together. So
when I find out the exact, I think the exact date of Trump's sentencing is like, didn't they say the 10th? When is Trump sentencing date? July 11th. Yes. So I will be definitely try, unless it's on a Thursday. What time? When and what time? Hold on. And what time? I don't think I'm gonna be able. Jesus. A judge has set for July 11th, just days before. Well, it's probably in the morning. It's probably in the morning. Okay, never mind. I'm not gonna be able to stream that one. I'm gonna most certainly be at work. Well, if it's early enough, I might be able to get the first couple of hours, but then I'm gonna have to roll to work. Did they get a time for this? It was unlike Trump would do jail time if convicted. Experts say, I don't know how this, I really don't know, because if I look at Michael Cohen, like the guy that, you know, helped orchestrate like the illegal payments, he went to jail. If he can go to jail, I don't see how Trump doesn't go to jail. So I think they might just be saying this. Yeah, I don't know what time. If it's early enough, I'm gonna definitely jump on the stream and look at it and see what happens. But if not, yeah, we're just gonna keep a watch and see what happens. But I will be doing that, and then I will be doing like the I think Trump will pardon himself and do an Israel war for real. He's definitely gonna pardon himself. I don't know. I don't know, but I don't know what Israeli war, like an Israeli war against who exactly? Like a war against Israel itself, or are you talking about a war like on behalf of Israel against like the Palestine group or Iran or what's those other countries that don't like Israel? Was it like Syria and Yemen? I think maybe. Yeah. I'm curious what country you're like referring to. Iran probably on behalf of Israel. I doubt it. They're not gonna start nothing. They're not gonna start nothing with Iran. I can almost assure you. I mean, just look at the shit that happened between Iran and Israel, right? Iran sat there and sent missiles into Israel, and like they were all shot down, almost all of them. I think like one got through, but I think like it blew up over something, and then like it was only the debris that caused damage. And then what? Then Israel sent like drones into Iran to like blow up like some key parts of Iran that were like free of civilians, no actual real infrastructure, but close enough to real infrastructure to make it clear that if they wanted to, they could have attacked like some important infrastructure, like the I think like the place where Iran has like the nuclear stuff going on. And then after that, and then Iran literally just turned a blind eye. It was like, oh, like it wasn't nothing. And then then it stopped. If that could happen with these two countries directly attacking each other, I personally don't see. I don't see how the U.S. possibly gets dragged into it. And then the thing is Israel, regardless, is going to have their own problems that they got to deal with the Palestinians, and the international court. Because right now there's a warrant for arrest for the prime minister. He's not going to be going nowhere. And after they deal with the whole Hamas stuff, then they got to figure out how all of that going forward is going to be. These Jew war, I hate these Jew wars, but Iran is next up. I mean, we'll see. We'll see. Say what you want. Everything was all cool while we had the while we had the nuclear deal with them. We ain't had no issues cropping up like that with Iran until Trump like nuked that deal, and then he was selling everybody that good story, saying that, oh, he's gonna create a better deal. He's gonna create a better deal that they're gonna have to sign. And then what happened? Nothing happened, right? He killed the deal. Can I move this down? I sure can. Cool. Oh no, I gotta go. Oh, how am I gonna do this? I guess I could just go like this, right? No, I don't want to go like that. Hold on, I gotta figure this out, right? Electricity. I don't need to bring coal down there. I just need to bring electricity. So no, I want my coal. Oh, wait, so I just want all the coal then to come right here. No, I need one for graphite press and one for electricity generation. So it looks like this one will be generation electricity generation. This other one would be whatever. But anyway, getting back to it. Jesus, I lost my train of thought because like I was sitting there about to like hold my whole goddamn setup right here. But Iran, yeah, I everything was cool like while the Iran deal was still good, and now that it's not, now we have all these issues cropping up. So I don't know. I honestly do not know. I guess this would be fine for right now, and then I can just right, and then I guess I just make a line of generators, right? How much does it cost for a generator? Is it down here? It's over here. Battery. Here you go. Combustion generator. Lead. Okay, yeah, I got plenty of lead coming in, so I should be good there. Let's go ahead and let's go like this. I'm gonna just do just 4. No, you're right. What I want to do actually is I want it to look good. So, but I also want to know too, I need to be able to see just how much coal is in use. So I'm going to create like links of 2 kind of outputs here. Let's also play back that video too. Thinking about this. Oh yeah, we can turn this music off now. Oh, I forgot this shit was even playing. Okay, here we go.
That is, and you know, President Trump and President Biden are largely responsible individually for that debt. President Trump ran up the biggest debt in history. He put $8 trillion on that number. And that is more than all the presidents in 283 years of history before him. And President Biden put almost that much on it. So within 5 years, 50 cents out of every dollar that is collected in taxes is going to go to servicing the debt. Within 10 years, and particularly if interest rates rise, within 10 years, 100% of every dollar collected in taxes will go to servicing the debt. This is really an existential crisis for our country, and you don't hear President Biden or President Trump ever talk about it. And they have no solutions for it.
I want to ask you about what your solutions are to that, because we can talk about the defense budget, but the reality is 2/3 of the American budget is entitlement programs that nobody wants to touch.
Well, the biggest cost is our medical costs, and the medical costs are preventable. And you know, this goes to another issue which neither of them ever talked about, which I believe is the biggest issue, which is the chronic disease, even bigger than the budget, which is existential, which is the chronic disease epidemic. When my uncle was,
we'll see.
6% of Americans had chronic disease. Today, 60% have chronic disease, and that more than any country in the world. I mean, one of the reasons we had during COVID.
We'll see. Watch Trump pardon himself and go to war. We'll see. I don't know. I don't know how likely that'll be, but we'll see. He'll definitely pardon himself. That's 100% guarantee. The war stuff, I don't know. You still need even from an authority standpoint, the president can only do so much with the military. He needs congressional backing. I don't see the Congress back any of that, unless they want to make it absolutely for sure that they're going to lose the 2026 elections, right? Because isn't it the congressional seats every 2 years and then the presidency every 4 years? Yeah, so
we had the highest death rate, the highest body count of any country in the world. We had 16% of the COVID deaths globally were in the United States. We only have 4.2% of the world's population. And a lot of that was mismanagement, but a lot of it was also because we have the highest chronic disease burden of any country in the world. The CDC says that the average American who died from COVID had 3.8 chronic diseases. Now, you take these chronic diseases individually. Juvenile diabetes, when I was a kid, a typical pediatrician would see 1 case of juvenile diabetes in his lifetime, his entire career, 40-year career. Today, 1 out of every 3 children who walk into his office is pre-diabetic or diabetic. The cost of diabetes now in this country is higher than the defense budget, one disease. And that doesn't even include Alzheimer's, which we now know, which has now been reclassified as type 3 diabetes. Alzheimer's coming from the same cause that's causing the diabetes, which is food. It's poison food. We have 1,000 ingredients in our food that are banned in Europe and other countries. And they're killing us, literally. The autism rate in our country has gone from 1 in 10,000 in my generation, 70-year-old men, 1 in 10,000 has full-blown autism. In my kids' generation, it's 1 every 30.
And you see, and I want you to just pay attention too. Like, see, we was just talking about that earlier too. I'm telling you, of all the different things we got going on, healthcare is the one thing that I'm telling you, if you are the unlucky person, you will get hold. You will get hold something crazy from a health situation, right? And it seems like the environment to which we expect the government to like actually ensure is safe and we don't have to worry about things seems to be failing, which is why I say that at the very least we should definitely do something about restructuring the healthcare industry so that healthcare is provided. Right? Yep. Bipartisan issue. Yep. I'm telling you, this is because I can tell he's saying all kinds of stuff that Ben is probably like just like twisting in his stomach right now about, like, for sure.
According to CDC, 1 in every 22 boys.
Because like these are all factual data points that you just can't argue, and then like you know, there's been an uptick in so much chronic diseases and stuff, and like what has changed besides the environment that we're operating in now?
Oh, this is a national security issue. It's the cost. Mark Blaxell just published a peer-reviewed publication that shows that the cost of treating autism alone is $1 trillion a year. So this is, like I say, this is existential for us. And then there's all these other diseases that suddenly appeared around 1989. All these allergic diseases, food allergies, peanut allergies, eczema, asthma exploded. We had that early. You know, when I was a kid, I knew people with asthma. But today they're in every classroom. There's albuterol inhalers in every classroom. There's EpiPens in every classroom. Nobody's talking about this and explaining why the neurological disorders, ADD, ADHD, speech delay, language delay, tics, Tourette syndrome, narcolepsy, ASD, autism, these are diseases that I never heard of when I was a kid. Nobody ever knew about them. They were unknown, you know, to any except for esoteric specialties in the medical profession. The autoimmune diseases that suddenly exploded. I mean, most of the great bulk of my followers are young people, and I do selfie lines after every speech, and they one at a time they come up to me and say, I have POTS, I have, you know, ADHD, I have all these autoimmune diseases. And rheumatoid arthritis, juvenile diabetes, lupus, Crohn's disease, things that we never heard of when I was a kid, and suddenly they're exploded. And then all of these other, you know, the autoimmune, the allergic diseases, the neurological diseases, and obesity. My uncle was president. 13% of kids were obese. Today, it's almost 50%. So, you know, and this is killing us as a country in so many ways. Not only national security and our ability to find people who will actually defend this, who are in shape enough to defend this country, but the cost of it is $4.3 trillion a year. So it is 5 times our defense budget.
We'll get to more on this in a moment. First, there's nothing like sitting behind home plate at a baseball game. You want the best tickets at any sporting event or concert, you have to act quickly or somebody else will get it instead. It's like if you're hiring for your business. You want to find the most talented people for your open roles before the competition scoops them up. The best way to do that is with ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter helps you find qualified candidates fast. And right now, you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/BenGuest. Immediately after you post your job, ZipRecruiter's smart technology shows you. So what's the solution to that? I mean, it sounds like tremendous regulation of the food industry.
Well, that's not the way I would do it. I think that's very hard to do. I think even if, you know, it ought to be fixable through regulation, but politically that, because of the control that the food industry and the, you know, big ag, the food industry, and, you know, then the big companies that own them all, like BlackRock and the State Street and Vanguard, which own both the food processors that are poisoning us and the pharmaceutical companies that are making a killing on the disease. They all want to keep us sick from just a pure financial incentive. And it's hard because they own Congress, they control the regulatory agencies, all those agencies are captured, but there's ways that you can do it. And the way that you do it is through good science. If you have good science, and that's why NIH will not study any of these diseases, the etiology of these diseases. NIH will not, because they know that if they try to figure out what's causing the obesity epidemic, they're going to end up, you know, offending the high fructose corn syrup industry and other industries that are so entrenched in our political system and our economic system, our financial system, that you know, none of the regulatory agencies want to lift up that rock. What's causing the autism epidemic? What's causing the diabetes epidemic and all these allergic disease epidemic? They won't look at it. So, and if you are a college researcher and you try to do that,
he definitely has a huge. I mean, it could probably be argued that he definitely has like quite a tremendous amount of support for Israel versus the U.S., but I mean, you know, I mean, it is what it is. Like, at least he's not being covert or necessarily secretive about it, per se.
Research, NIH will shut you down. NIH controls the university systems because NIH has a $42 billion budget. It distributes that money to 56,000 scientists, most of whom are at American universities, and the medical schools and the budget of NIH dwarfs the budget of those medical schools, so they have to comply. So they won't look. Nobody will look at this issue. But what I'm going to do as soon as I get in there, I'm going to go down to NIH, and I'm going to say, you know, NIH when I was a kid, NIH was 10 minutes from my home, and I used to go there because I had friends who were scientists there. I was fascinated by science when I was a kid, and I would go look at the rats and the mice and the guinea pigs and the monkeys, and the microscopes, etc. At that time in history, NIH was the gold standard scientific agency in the world. There were, in fact, you know, a lot of these new countries, after World War II, 122 new countries were formed, and a lot of those were new democracies that were modeled on the U.S., but they didn't have the budget to have their own scientific agency. So they would say in their constitutions, anything approved by FDA or NIH is approved in our country. So the whole world was relying on our science, and with good reason. We had gold standard science at that time. And in 1980, we passed a law called the Bayh-Dole Act. And that law allowed NIH scientists and NIH as an agency to collect royalties on any new drug that it helped develop, including the scientists who worked on that drug. So, for example, the Moderna vaccine, there are between 4 and 6 individuals at NIH who will get $150,000 a year as long as that mRNA technology is on the market. NIH owns half the patent, and they get 50%. So if you're a regulator working for these agencies and you're making royalties and you're paying for your mortgage and your boat and your alimony and your kids' education based upon the performance of that drug in the marketplace because you helped develop it, it tends to subvert the regulatory function of the agency because you have the regulators who are supposed to be looking for problems in that drug who are instead.
That's what I'm talking about. I'm trying to tell you. I'm trying to tell you about capitalism in the health, in the healthcare industry is a terrible thing to have. I'm trying to tell you.
I'm making sure they don't see any problems.
So assuming that you can go in and clean out NIH and
I'll summarize this. What I'm going to do is I'm going to redirect the science away. NIH has now become the primary incubator for new pharmaceutical products, and then it spends a lot of its time studying infectious disease, doing gain-of-function studies, and we see where that ends up, etc. What I'm going to say to them is, look, we're going to mainly give infectious disease and drug development a little bit of a break for a couple of years, and we're going to find out what's causing the chronic disease epidemic in this country. And we're going to start doing studies on all of these injuries and linking. We know there's an environmental toxin. Genes do not cause epidemics. They can provide vulnerability, but you need an environmental toxin. And there's a famous toxicologist called Phil Landrigan who looked at this issue and he said, this problem began in 1989. In fact, Congress said to EPA, what year did the autism epidemic begin? And EPA came back and said it's a red line 1989. Well, a lot of these diseases exploded in 1989. So Phil Landrigan said, let's look at what it could be. And he said, you need a toxic exposure that became ubiquitous in 1989, that affected every demographic from Cubans in Key Biscayne to Inuit in Alaska, and that has other characteristics that neurological injuries affect boys, a 4-to-1 ratio to girls. So there's other kind of signals that you can look for. So he went through all of the exposures that began that year. All of the exposures that were followed that timeline, approximate timeline.
I spent 15 years of my career.
I'm telling you, man, healthcare is such a difficult thing to get solution because it's so important, and then has such direct connections to so many different other things that you'd have to also address that is difficult. But not doing anything is worse than attempting to try and do something, right? So with the faults that the Affordable Care Act may or may not have had, right? At least they were attempting to do something. So that's my only position in it. Oh no! Oh yeah, link.
Began that year. All of the exposures that were followed that timeline, approximate timeline. And he came down with about 13 things. And it's predictable things. It's glyphosate, fluoride. Glyphosate was an herbicide. It became ubiquitous at that time. Neonicotinoid pesticides, atrazine, aspartame. The food,
I might not actually have enough.
High fructose corn syrup, cell phone radiation, PFOAs, PFAS. This is a class of what they call forever chemicals. I've litigated a lot on it, and they are, they're in all of our put around that timeline in all of our children's pajamas, furniture, etc. And so Landrigan came down with this list and said it's got to be one of these things. It's easy science to do, but NIH won't let anybody do it. And what I'm going to do is do it. Once you figure it out, and once you have a threshold of scientific studies, of high quality scientific studies, animal studies, bench studies, clinical studies, observational studies, epidemiological studies, then you pass a threshold, a legal threshold called Dalbert in the federal courts, and there's an analogous threshold in the state courts. That threshold says until you have a certain critical mass of science, you cannot bring to a jury any claim that a certain exposure caused a certain injury. Once you have about 15 or 20 really good studies, then you set the lawyers loose. And if you have 15 studies that say high fructose corn syrup is one of the major causes of the diabetes epidemic, and you have lawyers who can step in and say, I'm representing 10,000 kids who have juvenile diabetes and shouldn't, and we can litigate them. Now, people said to me, before we did the Monsanto cases, they said you can never regulate glyphosate out of existence. It's too powerful. It's got Cargill and Monsanto and the whole Senate Agricultural Committee that will go to the wall and die on that hill. But we were able to win a $13 billion settlement, 3 judgments, that ended up with this big settlement. We won 3 jury trials in San Francisco. The first one, $289 million. The second one, $89 million. The third one, we asked the jury for $1 billion, and they gave us $2.2 billion. Then Monsanto settled the case for $13 billion. We had, at that time, 40,000 cases. We were going to try one at a time. And Monsanto also agreed to remove glyphosate from home gardening products. So you can get them to do it if you have the science side.
So obviously this is an issue on which you're really passionate. Another sort of existential issue, or something you've discussed in existential terms, unless I'm wrong, I don't put words in your mouth, is climate change. So what are your opinions on climate change? Obviously that is a hot button issue.
Let me just finish what I was saying, because there are a number of existential issues, which are, one of those is polarization in our country. And, this toxic polarization that has us at all each other's, and nobody can really say, particularly with the social media algorithms, feeding on that and driving us further and further apart. We have not been so divided since the American Civil War. That's another issue. The state of our soils is another existential issue that we're going to hit a wall with just in soil productivity, but a lot of other. These are all issues that are ultimately the result of a corrupted system, a merger of state and corporate power. that no matter who the president is, that corruption of our system is going to spit out bad policies on this issue, keep running up the debt, keep destroying our soil, keep poisoning our children, keep the chronic disease epidemic, and no way to solve it. That's why you can vote for Trump and Biden. But you're going to get more of the same. We already knew they were both at 4 years in there, and they didn't change any of these things. They're not able to avert this train that's coming at us from all these different directions. They won't even talk about it because those policies are the products of a corrupt system, and I have the capacity to fix that system.
So when you look at that system, I mean, obviously you're looking at a variety of areas in the Congress, but it seems like the vast majority of rulemaking and corruption that happens is actually not, I think, the kind of baseline theory that members of Congress are getting paid off as much as it is that you have a gigantic regulatory state where regulatory capture is really easy. The Congress people aren't even reading the bills. I mean, it's agencies or committees that are largely having these things written by outside lawyers or by outside forces. So you become president of the United States. What do you do about the size and scope of the executive branch? It's completely unwieldy. You have enormous numbers of people who are supposed experts in their particular fields. How do you clean that out?
You do it one agency at a time. And I've sued almost all these agencies. I've sued NIH, CDC, FDA, EPA. I've sued USDA multiple times. And you know, almost all the other agencies are government that are the problem. And when you sue them, you get a PhD in how to unravel corporate capture. And you know, they didn't start out corrupted. They started out idealistic. They started out models for the rest of the world. They started out serving the public interest, and they didn't always do that perfectly because bureaucracies make mistakes. But you can restore those cultures, and I can tell you how to do it. You do it depending on which agency it is. You do it in different ways. You stop the profiteering. FDA gets 50% of its budget from the pharmaceutical company. Of course, that's not going to work. NIH scientists should not be able to collect royalties. The revolving doors that amplify, that put corporate capture on steroids. We have to get rid of those. A lot of this I can do with executive order. There's also, in these agencies, there are individuals at high levels who have corrupted them. And I'm not just talking about the agencies that I've sued, also the CIA. Mike Pompeo, I had dinner with Mike Pompeo about 4 months ago in Las Vegas, and he said to me, my one biggest regret in life is that I didn't clean up the CIA when I had a chance when I was running it. And he said, virtually the entire upper echelon of that agency are made up of individuals who do not believe in the democratic institutions of the United States of America. Now, my daughter-in-law, Emerlis Fox Kennedy, who's running my campaign,
Not saying anything really good yet.
Clandestine agent for the CIA. She says, yeah, that's right. There's 29,000 people who are employed by that agency, and most of them are patriots and good public servants. But the upper echelons are controlled by the military-industrial complex and people who would do its bidding. The same is true in NIH. When I sued Monsanto, when we sued Monsanto, we got discovery documents that showed that the head of the pesticide division at EPA for over a decade was a guy called Jess Rowland, who was secretly working for Monsanto the entire time. And he was taking his orders from the highest officials at Monsanto to kill studies, to fix studies, to hire these, bring in these phonies.
Oh, shit. They got destroyed, but what was I about to say? But see how important that is. That I tell you, like, lawsuits, the court, so important, because discovery, will the truth come out? See, he was able to get the documents that showed all the different things that he's sitting there and attesting to was actually going on the basically shady dealings, right? And this is what I'm saying. Like, you can't. Who sucks at debating? No. Wait, I don't know too much about him and haven't really seen him too much. But at least at the very least, you know, his past history of doing stuff like does have like some track record on it. Excuse me. So, but this is what I'm saying, like how important, like like I said, like the court said, like when you subpoena, I'm telling you, when you start doing documents discovery, that's when all the true stuff come out. So that thing with like the whole voter machines being rigged and whatnot, or you know, all these like fake votes and stuff like that, once you hit the court system, it's just so easy. It's just so easy that like don't ever believe anybody ever like try to sell you some story about like, oh, you know, they didn't have jurisdiction or some of this other stuff, because at the end of the day, if they had the evidence or they had the, you know, believable, I forgot what's the word I'm looking for, the warrant that this should be looked into, right? It would have been looked into. Which is the reason why which is why you get into your discovery phase and whatnot, right? To sit there and start looking for the evidence, start looking for the documents, right? That further proves what it is that you're in court for. So,
mercenary scientists, we call them biostitutes, to ghostwrite studies, and that he was the one that kept those studies. His job was to make sure no study got done that would look at the links between glyphosate and cancer. I can tell you who those individuals are at CDC.
Fake votes are impossible to prove. No, it's very easy to prove a fake vote. It's very easy to prove when somebody votes when they shouldn't have voted, right? Because like at the end of the day, I'm gonna wait till like I make my video on this mail-in ballot I have. But like a lot of these, I can't speak for, obviously I don't know like how every single state does it, but I remember when I was in Pennsylvania, right? The like the well, first off, right, if physically voting, right, you have to go there in person, and then you have to show some type of identifiable information to show that you are the person who's on this voting roll for this particular district or whatever, right? Then you got people that then sit there and argue like ID, but like but do not fall prey to that argument about the voter ID thing, because that's not actually real. Because like the argument is about a photo ID, right? People are still able to use, you still have to, you can't just show up and then say a name. You have to show up and you still have to provide something to show that you are the person that who you're saying that you are, right? People are just like trying to pick for a photo ID because like they sit there and they think that it'll dissuade people from voting, and then like on the Democratic side, like they sitting there and think that it'll, same thing, right? They think it's an abuse to try and like prevent people from who would have otherwise voted because they have other forms of ID from not voting. So like the whole voter ID thing is like it's truly fake. It's not, because if they was really serious about on the photo ID side, right, then they could have easily fixed everybody's problem by saying this: we will enact photo ID, but we will enact to make sure that everybody who wants to get a photo ID can get it. Right? When I move from one state to the other, right, and I got to re-register my car and everything, right, I shouldn't be having to come out of my pocket almost $300, right, in order to get a new driver's license and a new registration. And I like to have custom plates, right? So then the custom plates, because I can't obviously use the custom plates I have from my other state, right? That's a massive burden, right? Just the burden alone of just like the car, right? $100 and something is like, bro, like we was just going over, like, just like imagine, right? You making less than $50,000 a year, and then after taxes, right? You gotta pay, you just all of a sudden you gotta pay like X amount of money in order for you to just get an ID. Why is that not just inherently like a right given to you by turning in your ID from your other state, or just a right given to you just being a citizen in the U.S. period? You know what I'm saying? Like they could easily fix that if they just said that you get ID, but they won't ever push that. They'll never push that, right? Because that would solve the problem. That solved the problem right then and there with this whole photo ID stuff. Require everybody to have photo ID to get voting. Have it so that all states have a way for people to be able to get their photo ID, right? There should be no cost barrier. There should be no hassle or nothing like that. You can easily verify your identity with your social, with your social and whatever. Show up in person, potentially do it online, depending on like how to go about doing it. Because you can get your social, if I'm not mistaken, you can get like another copy of your social security card online, right? After you go through the validation steps. I don't understand like why this isn't the same. You can renew your driver's license. You can renew your driver's license online. Like I don't understand like why not also have it so people can like get their stuff online once they upload like proof of residency and their social security, whatever it is, right? But you'll never hear them talk about that. So now like your fake vote argument is really from mail-in ballots, right? And I can't attest to how exactly every single state does it, but every ballot is actually it is actually tracked. So like but the way Pennsylvania did it for me, right, like just get documents. Like it's so easy, right? You just get the documents, right, and then you show up. But there shouldn't be such like a crazy like cost and getting my license. Like it's wild. But then like on Pennsylvania side, like the way they did the mail-in ballot for me, I remember one time is that they sent me a PDF document. This PDF document was locked. I couldn't. It was digitally locked. I couldn't make copies of it. I couldn't do anything. And of course, you can argue that there's always ways to circumvent that. Sure. But the key thing that I noticed from it was that when I look at the document, there's they have digital codes in it, right? Which tells me that the document is also unique. So if I sat there and tried to like duplicate the ballot, like if I sat there and like maybe print like 5 copies of it and then tried to send them all out, like it would get busted instantly once it hits whatever like machine has to sit there and read it, because like whatever machine they use that reads these QR codes or something, and then like would definitely flag it, And then the thing is that like obviously, again, I don't know exactly how they do how they doing it specifically with the codes, but I'm sure the codes are also probably tied to the specific information given for the document. So it's not like I can like sit there and what's the word I'm looking for? Sit there and then modify the QR code to give like some other type of unique identity, because more than likely the unique identity for the document is probably based on a larger database. Think of like how you like how you make a digital purchase for something that requires a serial number, right? How the serial number gets produced in a database, right? And so now like whenever like whatever activation software you use that runs a serial number has to check with the database, right? So I can't just sit there and also manufacture like whatever uniquely identifiable information to make it different from the other the other ballots I would have printed out, right? Because it would get flagged in the machine, because there's a guarantee, there's almost a 100% guarantee that it's going to get flagged, because whatever number I'm gonna give it isn't going to exist in the database. It just isn't. So like that's why like the whole like the mail-in ballot thing is like also like pretty secure. The only thing you could possibly make the argument for maybe would be dead people voting, right? If somebody somehow got a hold of the dead person's information and then mimic their whole identification to try and vote for them. But then like the crazy thing is that people don't understand is like, you know, they're still dead. So then they still get caught, right? Because then they sit there, they run through their voter registration rolls, and they're like, okay, this person is dead, and I have a vote for them. I wonder, because right, all deaths are what? Death certificate in whatever like database system or whatever. I'm sure that they all have access to, right? So they sit there, I wonder how this happened, and then they sit there and they go and they bust these people. It's real. Yeah. No. Like, the thing is like, yes, people try it, but it is so incredibly hard to pull off, and you got to pull it off for one vote. Remember, you have to pull it off for one vote, right? How are you you have to, like, the best chance you have, you would have to find somebody who was registered to vote, who was alive when they registered to vote, and they just recently died. They just recently died, and then you had all of their information to vote on their behalf in order for you to potentially, you're still going to eventually get caught, but for that to eventually at least get counted initially. Initially, because the first thing that happens when when the whole voter thing stuff gets taken to court is the first thing they look at the registration rolls, right? Okay, how many people we have on the registration rolls that happen to be dead now, right? And they sit there and they gut that out, right? And then they look at the votes that they received, and then they look to see who was it excuse me, who did any of these people happen to vote. It's incredibly easy and quick to pull it out. You're not given, when you show up physically, you're not given just a random paper for you to fill out a thing. Like they're all pre-printed. They're all supposed to be pre-printed. Some other states like have a different mechanism for it, but there's still none. Yeah, that's hard. I don't know why people tried it. Like right? I don't know why they try it, but they do it, right? So to sit there and pretend like it doesn't, that people don't at least try to do it, is wild and crazy. But the thing is, to sit there and say that there's mass voter fraud, not understanding just the level of difficult you have to overcome just for one single vote, one single dead person vote, right? For it to not get caught, to at least be initially counted, which is eventually going to get caught later on anyway. No, it's not real. It's just not real. That's why when all those lawsuits and all those court cases were coming up, when Trump was trying to challenge the whole fake voter stuff, right? Why all that stuff is getting thrown out of court? They at best, the thing is, like, machines miscounted. Okay, when they sat there, they ran back through it. Some of those votes that the machine miscounted was actually for Joe Biden, and they counted it for Trump. So when they found that, they had to give Biden actually more of the votes. Like, it was all crazy. And then the actual fake election, or fake votes that they did find, like the actual physical amount was so low and minuscule. And the thing is, states don't play with that. There was a woman who was, I think she was in Texas. She was either in Texas or Florida, one of those two, where she got out of jail. She was told that she could vote. She was actually told by like some government official that said that she could vote. She went to vote, and then they found out that she actually wasn't legally allowed to vote, and they put her back in prison, even though they told her that she could vote initially. Like, the story was wild to me. Like states do not play when it comes to that fake vote stuff. That's why I'm like bro, like, it's not Like that's why you don't even hear about it much. Well, you hear it from time to time, but you don't hear it that much anymore. You really don't, because like it's such a hard thing to pull off at a scale necessary to actually sway an election. Even tight races are still like the gap is still like usually like in a thousand, like within a thousand votes. You got to find 1,000 people that just so happen to have died within a couple of days from voting. Like no, like stop it, just stop it. It's crazy. It's crazy. I didn't mean to rant like that, but
Colleen Boyle,
you got my
Frank
point.
Stefano, I know the names because I've dealt with them. I know who has to be moved. And you know, President Trump wanted to do this. President Trump came in saying, I'm going to drain the swamp. But he didn't know how to do it. He's confronted by this big bureaucracy. And at every level of these, you know, some of these are 60,000 people working for these agencies. And at all the sort of higher levels of that bureaucracy, you have individuals who are capable of committing a civil disobedience that will turn off the lights somewhere, that will stop the sewage treatment plant, will flood the streets, and that will embarrass the president. So they tiptoe around these agencies and they never do anything about it because they don't know how to do it. But I know how. I know exactly what to do. And I know how to do it at a granular level. Now, when President Trump said he was going to drain the swamp, and he brings John Bolton in to run the NSA, that is like putting a swamp creature in charge of draining the swamp. He brought Scott Gottlieb and Alex Azar, a pharmaceutical lobbyist. Scott Gottlieb is a business partner of Pfizer. President Trump appoints him to run the FDA, and Scott Gottlieb gets in there, does a $100 billion favor for Pfizer.
When it comes
and
to
it goes back to Pfizer. It goes back to
when it comes to the regulatory capture, I think that even President Trump would admit at this point that he would have to do a much better job in his second term with regard to staffing.
But why do you do it in a second term if he's messed it up so badly the first time? He said he was going to do that the first time. If I had been president, I would have done it. He was able, and even when he knew what was wrong, he said, well, I'll never lock down this country. He got rolled by his bureaucrats.
I mean, I think that a lot of people who support President Trump, myself included, will believe that he got rolled by his own state.
Yeah, we need somebody in there who will not get rolled by the bureaucrats. This is what my uncle, you know, when my uncle was president during the Cuban Missile Crisis, there were 13 people on the XCOM committee who were, you know.
Nobody is swinging an election doing that anyway. The government just generates 30,000 votes. Oh yeah. Well, at least that's what Trump was hoping for when he called that Georgia governor to say, hey, I just need you to find 1,100 more votes because that'll be one more than what we have currently, and I'll take care of the rest. Which is why now that court case, and that's why that Georgia court case is happening right now, right? But it's just not that simple because those things have to be tied by identities. You would have to. So what? You generate. Yeah, we have to work. We'll work backwards to make it easy. You generate the vote, so that means you generate an identity. So then you generate a person whose name and address, right? That you have to link it to. You'd have to link it to somebody's address, preferably who doesn't actually live there. So maybe you can pick an apartment, but I guess you'd have to be mindful of the apartment's capacity and hope that that apartment isn't already at or near capacity. So maybe you got to find other places. You have to generate an identity for all of them, unique identities with different ages, right? Because they have to be at least 18. I believe you have to be at least 18 to vote, right? You should be. You have to at least 18. And then after that, you also, depending on the amount of people that you generate, 30,000, right? Then that means you also have to then somehow fake the census data or like whatever it is, the numbers, right? Because then you also have to have the voter registration rolls to also reflect how many people were registered to vote. And then the thing is that there can't be no changes to that after election, because if there's any changes to that after election, then it becomes an issue. So that means you'd have to do this prior. And the thing is that if you do this prior and it's still not enough, then you'll also be kind of out of that. And too much work for a political candidate. You're saying that like if we actually sit there, if you sit there and you actually like looked at this step by step by step, it just, I'm sorry, it just doesn't make sense. Like that's why like it's just like these things, these ideas, it's just impossible. It's just impossible. It's just impossible to do it at a scale where people are giving up their livelihoods to like try and push and find. You know what I'm saying? How many people like are going through the court system right now, having had peddled the whole fake elector scheme or lies or whatever. Like what's I can't remember, but the Kraken lady, the Kraken lady, right? That said she had a Kraken of evidence on the folk voting registration stuff like that. It's just step after step after step. That's just like, this guy's kind of wild. I don't know. Oh no, I messed up my. You can go back.
It's not just a tragedy; it's a crime.
Oh
against
Jesus
the child, because the child
Christ!
has
Come
independent-
on.
And in I think around 2015, or 2016, I started another. And Democrats and Republicans like to acknowledge it. And let me say this, because that's going to be a controversial statement. I want to qualify it. I think President Trump and President Biden are very different in their temperaments, and extremely different. That is collecting taxes is going to go to servicing the debt within 10 years. And
Okay, yeah, we was past this.
Publication that shows that the cost of treating autism alone is...
Yeah, we was past that too. Okay, cool. Now we're really close.
Including the scientists who worked on that drug. So, for example, the Moderna vaccine, there are between 4 glyphosate, it's, fluoride. Glyphosate was
Oh no, I think it was too far now.
That you can go in and clean out NIH.
Okay, here we go. We're just about here.
What I'm going to do is I'm going to redirect the of infectious toxin. Famous toxicologist called Phil Landrigan. That timeline, approximate timeline.
Damn, I wish I was paying attention to the. Why didn't you just like goddamn like get me back to where I was?
Representing 10,000 cases, they said you can never regulate glyphosate out of existence. It's too big. Just finish what I was just saying, because there are a number of.
Yeah, we were past this part 2.
You were both at 4 years in there.
It should just put me back to where I was. Why I didn't do that?
Of a corrupt system, and I have the capacity to fix that system.
Okay, we're just right here.
Baseline theory that members of Congress are getting paid off as much as it is that you have a gigantic regulatory state where regulatory capture is really easy. The Congress people aren't even reading the bills. I mean, it's agencies or committees that are largely having these things written by outside lawyers or by outside forces. So you become president of the United States. What do you do about the size and scope of the executive branch? It's completely unwieldy. You have enormous numbers of people who are supposed experts in their particular fields. How do you clean that out?
You do it one agency at a time. And I've sued almost all these agencies. I've sued NIH, CDC, FDA, EPA. I've sued USDA multiple times. And almost all the other agencies are government that are the problem. When you sue them, you get a PhD in how to unravel corporate capture. And they didn't start out corrupted. They started out idealistic. They started out models for the rest of the world. They started out serving the public interest, and they didn't always do that perfectly because bureaucracies make mistakes. But you can restore those cultures, and I can tell you how to do it. You do it depending on which agency it is. You do it in different ways. You stop the profiteering. FDA gets 50% of its budget from the pharmaceutical company. Of course, that's not going to work. NIH scientists should not be able to collect royalties on the revolving doors that amplify, that put corporate capture on steroids. We have to get rid of those. A lot of this I can do with executive order. There's also, in these agencies, there are individuals at high levels who have corrupted them. I'm not just talking about these agencies that I've sued, also the CIA. Mike Pompeo, I had dinner with Mike Pompeo about 4 months ago in Las Vegas, and he said to me, he said, my one biggest regret in life is that I didn't clean up the CIA when I had a
Jesus Christ.
When we
I know he's that far
to
behind.
make sure no study got done that would look at the links between glyphosate and cancer. I could go. He brought Scott Gottlieb and Alex Azar, a pharmaceutical lobbyist. Scott Gottlieb is a bit fake. My first time state. During the
there we go.
Who got a caught at the White House, and we didn't see him for 13 days. Even though we're only 14 minutes from the White House, my home at Hickory Hill. My father was there, and Bob McNamara, Dean Acheson, all the graybeards from the diplomatic corps, and the Curtis LeMay and Louis Lemonster from the Joint Chiefs of Staff. So they were all meeting, sometimes 24-hour day, on and off. And the first time they voted, there was an 11 to 13 vote that we invade Cuba and we bombed the missile sites. There were 64 Russian missile sites that the Russians had secretly erected there. My uncle said to him, "But are there warheads on the active warheads on those missiles?" The CIA didn't know. And my uncle said, "Are the gun crews Cuban or are they Russian?" The CIA said, "We don't know, but we think they're Russian." How many people in the gun crews? Up to 600 on each gun crew, 64 gun crews. My uncle said, "If we bomb them and kill all those Russians, isn't Khrushchev going to have to come to Berlin?" And they said to him, "We don't think he has the guts to do that." My uncle said, "I'm not going to take that risk." He asked them for the aerial photos, and he examined them himself. He went granular, and then the last day, after the 13th day, this is the 13th most dangerous days in history. There are many times during that period that many of those people believe that they may wake up dead the next morning because a nuclear exchange would wipe out the East Coast. The last day, my uncle took a vote.
Oh my God, I'm just remembering too, bro. Well, I don't know how much you know about it, but bro, the Cold War era, that shit was crazy. Like when you actually, if you pull up the information behind it about about what was going on and like during the Cold War, like all of the different mistakes and stuff that happened, like bro, like we've accidentally dropped nukes. Like I think it was like North Carolina, and the only reason why it didn't go off was because of like some like little electrical arm switch that didn't actually engage when it fell out of the aircraft. We've accidentally put in training simulation tapes inside of the database. I'm actually done about the Cold War. Okay, so I want you to think this, right? through so after World War II, through espionage, Soviet Union was able to get the nuclear technology from the U.S., right? Because like I said, see, espionage, right? Like these people, you find the right person, you give them the right, the right lever, they will give you documents, right? And that's what they did. And then they was able to get nuclear secrets. So then the Soviet Union was able to build nuclear bombs. Then they didn't like each other. Then they started pointing nuclear weapons at each other in order to tell, like, hey, you do anything, I will blow your shit. And then they'd be like, well, if you do that, I'm gonna blow your shit too. And we both just gonna have to like kind of deal with the fallout. And it was like that the whole time, right? Then what happens, right, is that every so often there'd be like some weird, crazy mistake or issue that would happen, right, that would have brought us extraordinarily close to nuclear weapons being passed off between each other, right, or a nuclear accident within a, whatever country, like that summary cracks you up. But like that's I mean, that's just really it. That's just it in a nutshell. That is literally what it is. They stole the information, was able to build nukes, and then they just sat there and kept on like, just swinging their shit at each other. Like, I dare you come up over. I dare, like, I double dog dare you. That stuff, man. And it was just like at that time, bro. Like this would be the only time I'd believe in aliens. If there was like somehow there was alien intervention that kept some of this shit from like popping off. Because some of the shit that happened by mistake during that time is crazy if you pulled it up, right? We accidentally dropped a nuclear bomb, I believe, in North Carolina, right? Well, I was just saying earlier why it didn't. The only reason it didn't go off was just because of the little arm switch thing that could have easily had malfunctioned, right? We sat there and there's a monitoring system, right, that would sit there and would like light up like crazy with a bunch of dots if like, because it can detect missiles in the air. Just think of like a missile defense detection system, right? There was a training video. Russia is a fake enemy. I believe that 100%. Probably. The shit going on with the Ukraine, they were at the very least, what they're trying to say about the U.S., like paper tiger. Like Russia was definitely proven to be quite a paper tiger after the failed invasion of Ukraine. But like there was like some type of identification system where somebody accidentally put in a training, like some training data, right, that they didn't know, that everybody that was there didn't know about, right? And then all of a sudden the system showed that there were like, I think like 50 nuclear missiles were launched from Russia or from the Soviet Union at the time that were on their way, right? It came up on the system, bro. And the immediate response is typically you're supposed to, like, if somebody shoot at you, you're supposed to shoot at back, right? Right? But luckily somebody had to like be like, hold on, don't think this is right. Let's actually double check this. Like, what else was it? There was some crazy shit. I think, was it Japan or somewhere where there was like some mistaken command that was given to shoot a single nuclear missile. Like a commander received an actual order to shoot a nuclear missile in Russia. One single nuclear missile. So that's what peeped them off. It was like, hold on, this can't be right. But like, I'm just like, there were so many different things that all like, if you was in that era and you found that out, you would have been bombastic about the whole situation, right? Because everybody, like, it's just like, it's like a standoff, right? If you think of like the famous Mexican, well, not the Mexican, because the Mexican standoff where like you draw who was the fastest one is the one that actually win. Just imagine a situation like that, and then like all of a sudden like this is all kinds of other shit around you happening, right? That might make you think that the other person is about to shoot. So then you just go ahead like, it's my life or theirs, and then you shoot. Like, that was the whole situation for the Cold War. The Cold War was something wild behind the scenes. Publicly, there wasn't. I think the only most public thing that happened was like the Cuban Missile Crisis. That's probably where like they put missiles over there in Cuba. But outside of that, a lot of the other stuff they kept on the wraps. They did their best to try to like not let that stuff spread around. But it was crazy. The Cold War stuff was just crazy. Oh my God.
And he already knew what he was going to do, the embargo. He said, he took a vote. He said, this is the final vote. And they voted 8-6 to invade. And my uncle said, the 6 is a habit. So what he was saying is, I'm listening to you. You're experts. I value your advice. But I'm going to make up my own mind about what's good, what's best for this country. And
When it comes to deregulation,
President Trump has shown that he doesn't have that capacity.
when it comes to deregulation and regulatory policy, that's one aspect of being president. Obviously, and it's a very important aspect of being president. When it comes to general policy, that's another aspect. And so I want to talk about some of your kind of general political policies, not just the implementation side, but with regard to, say, things like climate change or tax policy. So you're the president of the United States. What does America's tax policy look like? Because the reality is that while we're talking about solving health problems that down the road will have an impact on Medicaid or Medicare spending, the reality is that the tax burden on the United States is actually more progressive than it is in virtually any other country. It is very stacked on the top, much more than Europe. Europe actually has a much significantly higher tax base. The highest rate kicks in much lower in terms of income in Europe. Unless you mean to radically increase taxes on the middle class, for example, there is no way to continue to sustain the kind of spending that we're doing on into the future. There are really only two things that can be done.
This is so disingenuous. Why does the taxes only have to be increased on the middle class? Why can't it also be increased on like the upper class as well? Why is it always only the focus on the middle class? IRS, you know, at some point in one of my streams, I am actually going to put together a budget. We're going to attempt to rewrite. Well, we'll make some slight changes to like the IRS tax code, but we're gonna attempt to like try to see if we can actually allocate a budget for the entire U.S. government tax bracket, right? Tax bracket. Like, why can't what I think should actually happen, that I think would probably work out the best, would be I would completely eliminate this bracket. So like, I'd eliminate this bracket. I would actually drop this to 10% for this amount, right? From zero to 44,000, I'd drop that actually to 10%. I would drop this to 20%. Same amount. You can leave them out there. Or maybe you could probably maybe adjust it too. Maybe I'll round out the numbers some. So maybe 0 to 50,000, 12%. You know, then from that 50,000 on the dollar to let's see, when is the next bracket? I'd probably put it at 100,000. So 50 to 100,000, 20%. And then from 100,000, what? And then maybe from 100 to 200,000, let's see, 10, 20. I guess I would have a hard problem. I kind of have a hard time saying that this would be middle class. I need to see what's the income brackets for the middle class, because I'm actually, at face value, I would either want to 34. Maybe I would put this up to 25%. I probably would actually put this to 25%. So 10, 20, 25, 30, 35, 40 is what is actually how I would do it. There would technically, I guess, be an increase, but like this would be on the, I guess, the upper middle class to like, I guess you entering like the rich upper middle class to upper class. But I would get rid of the Federal Reserve and IRS, issue currency from the U.S. Treasury backed by gold or silver. I mean, that's cool and everything, but like the issue, and there was, I do remember hearing some like really good arguments about like why that should definitely be, like how because we did used to do that and it seemed good, and then we stopped doing that and maybe it didn't seem all that bad. My issue is just that having it like having your currency backed by silver or gold is just kind of meaningless in like the grand scheme of things when it comes to like should like the worst possible events happen. Because if you think about it, if there's a collapse of government, see, people would sit there and tell you, well, you know, if there's a collapse of government, currency doesn't mean anymore, then obviously you know, gold and silver will inherently be like the new currencies. But that's not going to be important to you initially, because initially, in order for you to get to an event like that means that the whole societal structure would have gotten like jacked up. So if the whole societal structure is jacked up, gold and silver isn't what's going to be used as what is it called? A tender? I think that's how you pronounce it. Tender? Or tender, like as a form of money, right? It's going to be other things like medication and bullets, right? And maybe weapons too. That's going to be like the very first like preferred currency. It's hard to pull off. I'd probably get assassinated. well, but see, the thing is that that's not even going to be like the important currency initially. It's going to be the stuff that's no longer possible to be made because society has collapsed. guns and medication, right? Medication probably be like the biggest one. Medication will probably be a lot more expensive than the guns, right? Because eventually, because you know, guns, like you gotta have bullets, and then the weapons themselves have to actually work, and they can't break, because if they break, like you're kind of hold, because you can't really fix them anymore, because like I said, society collapsed. Then there's really medication. Medication would be the one that would be like the premium currency. Then you have weapons, and then once there starts to be a little bit of structure being redeveloped, then that's when gold and silver will come in. But like you like you'd be stupid if you have that on you by then, because like you would have it's not like you would have been able to stay in the same place you was in, because you was going to have to go get resources and whatnot, barter, stave off like attacks and stuff. So you might be like also moving place to place, maybe getting a group together, stuff like it's all. It's gold and silver is a bit overrated, honestly, in my opinion, because just like the situation where it actually becomes valuable to you will never happen, because the situation is going to make bullets and medication more important first. And if you don't have that, you only have gold and silver, you're kind of hoed. I mean, you're kind of old. You're probably gonna die. You're just gonna die, because like you're either gonna get shot and robbed for like your food and stuff, or you're gonna get a disease, right? And you have no means of actually like bartering for like medication you need if somebody actually does happen to have the medication you need. So that's my my thing. I'm gonna just do a quick Google search on like what income is considered middle class. Median, which was $65,000. $65,000 is considered middle class. So I guess like what, 65 to 95,000? Okay, I guess maybe 65 to 100,000 maybe would be considered middle class. That it doesn't say. I wish it would just show. Here we go. This one has a dollar amount. Okay. No, this is not even a good dollar amount unless they're saying like between these numbers. But this is a huge gap. You know, I don't get it. I don't get it. Oh well. Yeah, I mean, gold and silver is cool to have now, but really what you should be, you should be slowly acquiring. If you're in New York, so that might be a little bit difficult, but like at the bullets, maybe medication, maybe if you happen to find medication that maybe has like a really nice long shelf life. I think like maybe some of the antibacterial ointments have a really good decent shelf life. And some medications, even though they have expiration dates, that's just for from a legal perspective, because like the medication just isn't as effective past the expiration date, but it's still good. So I mean, you could still technically hold on to like a decent amount of expired medications. Okay, I am getting cold. I am going to put on I tell you what, we're going to look at, this is what I'm going to do. We're going to look at like 20 more minutes. By 20 more minutes, I mean 20 more minutes at the speed it is at this video, and then we're actually going to take a break, and then we're going to jump back on later, because I want to try and I want to try to clean up a little bit, and I also like want to try and like get a little bit of editing like going for like some of the streams that we've had. I think I got some good stuff here, and yeah, and then we'll pick it back up. But yeah, if like gold and silver is cool like to get as recreational, but you really gotta should at the very least like try to get bullets. But that's if you start foreseeing problems. Don't do that now. You'll get yourself bankrupt for no reason doing that right now. But later on, if things start to look a little bit shaky, you might want to potentially at least try to get some bullets. So that way, like, should the unthinkable happens, right? At least you have something to kind of like barter with, right? Because if somebody got a pistol and they don't have no ammo and you got the ammo, hey, what you got to trade? And you know they're going to be more than willing to trade. Unless, of course, they try to like just like rob you. So you also want to be hitting up the gym too. Definitely hit up the gym and lift weights. Okay, lift weights, eat right, exercise daily if possible. You don't have to do it like every single day, but you should do it a lot, right? And just prepare, get yourself overall good, so that way in case the unthinkable happens, you'll get it right. Ballista's currency is crazy. I agree with that. Yeah, Yeah, but you know that's the thing, right? But when shit go crazy, I think what was that one movie that all of the Republicans and stuff were going like crazy about because like, oh my god, like it was a you know an Obama media company like directed it and whatnot. What was it? Bro, what was it? It was one that just came. It recently came out not too long ago on Netflix, right? It hit like #1 trending for like a week or two. What was it? No. Did it start off with not? Leave the World Behind. There we go. Leave the World Behind, right? It even shows you like it did a really good job just kind of show you like kind of like how the chaos would be between like don't have a self-driving car. Do not have a self-driving car for sure. Well shit, you shouldn't really have a self-driving car right now, but I'm not even gonna get into that. But like that closer to the end where like the guy what's the word I'm looking for? Where the guy he's trying to get medication and I'm a writer. I love ideas like that. Yeah. Like what like he had medication like the girl, it was either the girl or the son that was really sick, yeah, because his teeth were falling out or something, and he was trying to get medication off this guy and this guy wasn't trying to get it, and it was like appealing to his humanity, and then he ended up deciding to like trade for something. I forgot what it was that he traded with. I think in that one they might have did they do cash? I don't think they did cash. They might have did. He might have did it, but it just goes to show you too like the bartering thing is going to be barter thing will be important should that stuff happen. But yeah, let's wrap up this. Well, let's wrap up like 20 more minutes of 20 more video minutes of the interview here, and then we're going to take a break. We'll probably jump back on at like 11, but this is my time zone. I don't know like you say you're in New York, so I think you're like 2 hours ahead. Yeah, you're like 2 hours ahead. Damn, it's already 11:30, man. You're awesome, by the way. Just like staying on this long, 'cause I sure couldn't do it. Man. Can I might have to. Can I just put it here? Yeah, I have to put it here instead, and then go like that. Yeah, it's late here. Yeah, sure it is, man. You're a G. You are definitely a G for sure. Damn, these are 50 coppers each. Yup, 11:30. Yeah, I knew it. Okay, I'm gonna put this here. And then I guess I can put this one here, and then I guess I'll put that one there. And okay, we should be good here to. Oh shit! I didn't even play the thing.
One is a massively booming economy, and the other is to raise the tax rates. When you look at the state of the American economy, what are the chief issues for you? What does a good tax policy look like?
Well, first of all, I think we can cut a lot of costs. We can cut costs. We can cut our military budget almost in half. We can cut our military down to about $500 billion a year.
Okay, so explain that to me. Why would we do that, given the threats of China, given the threats of Russia, given an increasingly aggressive world?
Our military expenditures and our posturing around the world makes it a dangerous world. The military industrial complex, which controls a lot of U.S. foreign policy, is looking for wars. You say Russia and China are aggressive, and I think clearly, particularly China wants to dominate the world. It doesn't want to do it in a hot war with us. China has 1.5 bases around the world. Russia has 2 bases. We have 800.
Yes, I mean we have been in the post-war era, the global guarantor, for example, freedom of speech.
But have we done that really? I mean, look what's happening. Look what's happening in first of all, they don't have freedom of speech in Europe anymore. I mean, look at the algorithms now. That if you criticize an mRNA vaccine,
ooh, that'd be really cool. A screenplay this winter. Oh man, that sure brings me back in school days, man. That sounds really exciting. I'd love to see like what it is like you end up making. I'm sure it'll actually be really good, especially with all of the because now you know how to set up a really good conspiracy up, so you can make it like super juicy in your screenplay.
Well, fine. That's not freedom of speech.
I mean, I certainly agree there are limitations on freedom of speech in Europe. Those are not comparable to freedom of speech limitations in China. I mean, in China, if you oppose the regime, you go to Gulag.
Yeah, well, I'm not saying we should adopt the Chinese
go to
system
Gulag.
Here. What I'm saying is, does China want a war with us? No, of course not. What they want, China wants economic domination in the world, and it's doing that by adopting the policy that my uncle John Kennedy thought that we should adopt, which is not to project military power abroad, which is counterproductive, but to project economic power abroad. And the Chinese, in doing that, because they have done that, we've spent $8 trillion over the past 20 years. Bombing ports, bridges, schools, universities, hospitals. Here's what we got for it. For that, $4 trillion of that went to Iraq. Iraq is now worse off than we found it. We killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. Iraq is now an incoherent.
Oh yeah, I bet. Yeah, it's gonna be conspiracy heavy. I just need time off from work. Oh yeah, that'll be a good play for sure. That'll be a hell of an awesome play. Okay, so what problem is it that he's having with the money that we're spending in these wars? I'll say this, like the amount of money that we were having to dump and a lot of these foreign affairs stuff was getting a little bit crazy and out of hand. We could definitely do better for that. But like as far as like everything else, like just the stuff that we do on our allies and stuff, I wouldn't dare like mess with any of that.
Ports, bridges, schools, universities, hospitals. Here's what we got for it. For that, $4 trillion of that went to Iraq. Iraq is now worse off than we found it. Iraq, we killed more Iraqis than Saddam Hussein. Iraq is now an incoherent collection of battling Shia and Sunni death squads. It is a proxy of Iran, which is exactly the foreign policy outcome that we were trying to prevent. What happened in Gaza with Hamas would never have happened if we hadn't destroyed Iraq in the first place, because Saddam was the bulwark in that region against Iranian expansion, and now there is no bulwark. Now we have to send troops and put bases in Syria where we do not belong to make up for the vacuum we created by destroying Saddam Hussein. We created ISIS. That is not good for our national security. We started a war in Syria that drove 4 million refugees into Europe and destabilized every democracy in Europe and created, almost certainly, without that Brexit wouldn't happen. So this is what we got for those military expenditures. Americans are less safe. The rise of BRICS means that
I think there'd be very few people who disagree at this point on the war in Iraq. But what I'm talking about is the situation right now.
But what you're trying to do is defend these huge military expenditures. What I'm saying is they do not make us safer.
Well, these are two separate issues. The military and military expenditures are not quite the same thing. Meaning Ronald Reagan and by the way, your uncle did pursue military buildup vis-a-vis the Soviets. It's the deployments of the military that you're disagreeing with, not necessarily the military buildup.
What I would say is if you got the weapons, you're going to use them. And you look at the Ukraine, and the excuses. And Mitch McConnell and a lot of the Republican senators are now saying they're saying, don't worry, we need the Ukraine war because our weaponry was getting old, and we were inventorying in warehouses, and we're unloading all that stuff on there. So
okay, see that is a complete lie. Like that, like sitting there and saying that they're saying that, oh, we needed the war to offload this stuff. No, that's not at all what happened. What happened was that the war kicked off, and one of the things is that like giving military aid to Ukraine. One of the first things we did is that we gave them a bulk of the military that we was initially giving them was all the military stuff that we had inventory off that we don't no longer use, but we can't dispose of or get rid of. So like World War II munitions and stuff like that, because we still had a lot of that stuff, right? That was some of the first stuff they did, but like that wasn't. And I don't know why our government did not communicate this properly, because then it just looked like we was like people hear Ukraine aid and then think that we're just giving them cash and money because we said we just gave them $500 million in military aid, or instead, because conceptually it'd be hard for somebody to understand that, we just gave them 400 tons of explosive munition and stuff like that, right? Like it wasn't. It was all military stuff that we just no longer use, that we just had no use for because it was all outdated and incompatible with a lot of the stuff we had. We still had it, right? Because you could still technically use it, but it wasn't in any of our current rotation. So that was one of the very first things that we just started giving them. And saying that the Ukraine war, we needed the Ukraine war just to offload that stuff, and that's why they were supportive of it. That's crazy. That's crazy. Why would he make that argument? That's not at all how that that's not at all how that played out.
That we can make new stuff, and that's that is.
I find that to be a foolish argument. But I would ask you.
Listen, I watch what's happening.
See, even Ben said that's like a foolish argument. Yeah, give away munitions all the time. Yeah, because a lot of times it's like what World War II and damn sure Cold War era, right? We a lot of countries were stockpiling a lot of military stuff because we was at a point in time where shit could kick off at any minute. And so if you just sat there and you ain't want to get caught with your pants out, because one of the first things is that when the first person to attack has the advantage. So and the first thing that a person would attack, they would most certainly go after is all your supply facilities and the things your manufacturing capability, right? That's one of the very first things that they want to take out is your ability to be able to sustain producing ammunition and stuff, right? That's War 101. So while war isn't necessarily kicking off yet, but it looks like it could be, one of the very first things you want to do is you want to start going ahead and producing, getting a stockpile of stuff, so that way, in case something happens, right, you have plenty of ammunition that you at least you have on hand in case the facilities are the first ones to go. And then while those are getting built up as quickly as possible, you're sitting there, you got plenty of ammo in storage to make use of defending yourself until you can get all that other stuff back online, right? And so the thing is that after those eras, we had a shit ton of stuff, right, that over the years, we no longer were like having utilized, right? Because we had newer technology, newer equipment, things were different, right? As far as like capabilities. Always attack the munition depots first. Always attack the supply lines first. The supply lines are the first ones you want to go after. It's either you go for the supply lines or you go straight for the head, right? Those are usually the one two tactics. That like Russia tried to go straight for the head. They tried to big boy their way to Kyiv, to the capital of Ukraine. And then of course that didn't work out, and then they ended up getting pushed like hella far back. But that's where a bulk of our military initially was coming from. It was coming from actual old munitions that we no longer use, right? The stuff that like the old bombs and stuff we used to use that we don't use no more. The old ammos and stuff that we don't use, like all that stuff. All that stuff was what was going in Ukraine, and it wasn't for the benefit. It wasn't necessarily for the benefit of us. I don't know why he made that argument.
Who owns all the military contractors who are making a profit? Northrop Grumman,
Lockheed Martin, yes,
General Dynamics, yes. They're all owned by BlackRock. So BlackRock is now making a profit, destroying Ukraine. And who got the contract?
To be fair, BlackRock did not invade Ukraine. I mean, Russia invaded Ukraine. And the question that I would ask is when it
but
comes
why?
Okay, I gotta give it to Ben. Ben is he's asking the actual real questions, right? Because see, there's always like people like jump to like these shadowy organizations and potentially controlling stuff, right? But then it's like, well, hold on, like, but how did these organizations how did the organization set up for this to happen when this was completely at the will of said other party, when they have no dealings or anything with said party?
I got the contract.
To be fair, BlackRock did not invade Ukraine. I mean, Russia invaded Ukraine. And the question that I would ask is when it
but
comes
why did we feel like that war, in my view, is a war about the expansion of NATO, our right to expand NATO into Ukraine, and was something that we promised that we would never do?
I mean, that's factually untrue. We did not actually promise the Russians that we would never expand NATO.
Well, we did.
Gorbachev himself has said that this is not the case.
Yeah, well, but there have been all kinds of analyses that look at. I mean, listen,
I'm not suggesting that
James Baker admits that he told Gorbachev when Gorbachev said, the question is not whether we made the promise, Ben, whether it was memorialized in a proper writing that it was part of an understood agreement. It was an agreement at that time. He Gorbachev allowed the unification of Germany under NATO, which was a huge concession for him that made it so. He was loathed in Russia ever since. And the one thing he said is that to President Bush and James Baker and John Major at that time is, I want your agreement that you'll never move NATO to the east.
Gorbachev has denied this, but beyond that, the real question is, let's assume that all that's true. Let's assume this is about fear of Ukraine joining NATO. So first of all, Zelensky himself, when he was a comedian, made all sorts of shorts about the fact that NATO actually kept flirting with Ukraine. I agree the West's policy with regard to NATO and Ukraine was flirtatious, but it never reached the point of consummation, which is one of the big complaints in Ukraine. It was sort of that Zelensky, believe it or not, before the war was actually sort of the left-wing peacenik version of the leadership in Ukraine. He was hit from the right before he actually was elected president of Ukraine. But even assuming all this, and I'll assume your case for the sake of argument. Right now, Russia has obvious control of huge sections of Donbass. They retain control of Crimea. Is it in America's interest to withdraw aid to the point where Ukraine itself is in danger of Russian ingestion?
Well, Gorbachev, as you point out, Zelensky ran in 2019 on the Minsk Accords, saying that he promised he was a peacenik, and that he would sign the Minsk Accords. The Minsk Accords basically had three demands from the Russians that everybody agreed to. The UK agreed, Germany agreed, France agreed. The three things that Putin wanted, and it's what not only Putin but the entire Kremlin leadership and generations of leader back to 1992, not beginning with Putin. They wanted a guarantee of neutrality for Ukraine, which means keeping NATO out. They wanted a denazification of the government that we put in place in 2014 when we helped overthrow the elected government of the Ukraine. The CIA and Victoria Nuland helped overthrow them and brought in 5 ministers who were, calling them ultra-nationalists is a polite description. And you well know of the Nazi history in Ukraine. And these 5 ministers who were legacies of Stefan Bandera.
Oh, this would be good. Like, I'm really curious, like, what exactly the whole Nazi thing in Ukraine, because I don't know necessarily too much of that, but I think it's a little bit more fake than what people have been portraying. I haven't dug much research into it, but I can tell just from the way that Ben looked at him, just from the way Ben looked at him, it was like kind of crazy. Let me see here.
Wanted a denazification of the government that we put in place in 2014 when we helped overthrow the elected government of the Ukraine. The CIA and Victoria Nuland helped overthrow them and brought in 5 ministers who were, calling them ultra-nationalists is a polite description. And you well know of the Nazi history in Ukraine.
And yeah, see, see, even he was just sitting there like, like, what are you talking about? Like, see, like, I don't know. See, that's why I didn't even bother like really even looking into it, because I could just tell, like, it's just like the way it sounded was just like a bit sus. But like I said, you know, you leave it to these people, they'll talk to you about a story that you know nothing about, and then like hope you just take them at face value and don't look it up yourself. Shit, I can't put it this way. Damn, let me think about this. I guess I have to go like this and then jump to. I was deep into the 90s and back in the day. Now I'm over it. Yeah, because I think like what, like I think like when it first initially started cropping up, I think it might have started cropping up like, wasn't it that thing that happened at like the Virginia school? I think it was like the Virginia school. It was like the first, like the people with the tiki torches.
These five ministers with legacies of Stefan Bandera, etc. And the last thing that he wanted was that protection for the ethnic Russian population of Donbass and Lugansk, who were being brutalized. 14,000 had been killed. And they, you know, the first thing that got, when we put the new government in 2014, one of the first things it did was to get rid of the Russian language. It used to have, you know, half the people.
There's no question that, first of all, the Minsk Accords were extremely poorly written and violated extraordinarily on both sides of that particular agreement, including by the Russians, little agreement in Donbass and Crimea. But again, this doesn't answer the question of whether the United States, I don't really care about the internal politics of Ukraine really at all. The question is it in the interest of the United States at this point, given the fact that Vladimir Putin has not really gotten back to the off-ramp that I was pushing for, and I think we were both pushing for, I think in the middle of 2022. So Henry Kissinger, the sort of off-ramp, let's get out of this war as fast as possible, negotiated settlement. That obviously goes back.
With 9/11, I definitely don't remember that. Like wasn't that all like Middle East? Well, didn't it even come out too like later on? Because Obama tried to like veto it, but like Congress overruled them. I think it was like the one and only veto Congress did over Obama, and that was like the thing for allowing like the survivors to sue Saudi Arabia when it just came out that there was actually like and it's crazy, right? Because we're allies with them and whatnot. But like, and that's what I'm talking about too, bro. Like the foreign affairs stuff, like can get real shiesty sometimes because yeah, it turned out there was like some direct linkage or ties to Saudi Arabia when it came to 9/11. Why are my pronunciations so trash today? And then right, so then they created a law that allowed people to try and sue Saudi Arabia. Obama vetoed it, and then Congress overruled them, and it's just crazy, right? Because then Saudi Arabia also had like that one person assassinated or get like people to assassinate him while he was assassinate somebody while he was in the U.S. The whole shit was crazy. Now that was a Mossad job. New Yorkers got pissed. I'm not familiar with the Mossad job, but I might pull that up later.
And now we're in 2024 still discussing the war. Putin has not offered any sort of material off-ramp at this point to Zelensky, and Zelensky has not opted to take any off-ramp. So what is in America's interest? If we
what you said is just not true. That's just not true. First of all, the Minsk Accords, although you know you can complain about some of the language, it was agreed upon by France, by Germany, by the UK, and Zelensky campaigned in 2019 on the promise that he was going to sign it and ratify it before the parliament. He was then, when he got in, he pivoted. The suspicion is that he pivoted for two reasons. One, his life was threatened by the ultra-rightists in his own government. And two, Victoria Nuland from the State Department said, we don't want peace with the Russians. In April of 2022, and that was what prompted the invasion of Crimea, which, by the way, my uncle, you know, was going to invade Cuba in 1962 because the Russians put missiles there. Well, I understand, and the Russians put missiles in Cuba because we had put Jupiter missiles in Turkey. So everybody knew that neither of our powers wanted nuclear missiles in within range of our capital. And not only did we put missiles in Romania and Poland, Aegis missile systems, which are Tomahawk missiles, which are nuclear ready, Lockheed's missiles, 12 minutes from the Kremlin, able to decapitate the entire Kremlin leadership. 12 minutes. Not only did we do that, President Trump and his predecessor walked away from our two intermediate nuclear weapons treaties with the Soviet Union, with Russia. So we said to Russia, we're unilaterally walking away from these nuke treaties, and we're putting nukes in your backyard. What kind of message? If they did that to us, put them in Mexico, Canada, Cuba, we would invade. Now, you know, in terms of what Putin's offer was, Putin only went into Crimea after Zelensky broke his promise. And
the Donbass and Crimea were invaded in 2014, right?
So in April of 2022, after
invasion was February 2022, yes.
Yeah, April 2022, Zelensky, we will not help Zelensky negotiate a treaty with the Russians. So he goes to Erdogan in Turkey, and he goes to Naftali Bennett from Israel, and negotiates essentially Minsk II, which does the same thing.
Right.
What now we know from Naftali Bennett, from Erdogan, from the Ukrainian negotiators, is that everybody, and from Putin himself, she talked about in the Tucker interview, is that everybody agreed to it. Both sides initialed that agreement. Putin was withdrawing his troops from Kiev when Biden sent Boris Johnson over to force Zelensky to tear up the agreement.
Well, I mean, to be fair, that was also the same time that they walked into Bakhmut and saw the human rights violations, and that's the excuse that Zelensky used, if you want to put it that way.
Yeah, you're exactly.
But that's fine. No, that's fine.
That's the perfect way to use an excuse.
That's all fine. I just come back to the same question. Is it in America's interest to let Russia walk into Kyiv and take control of Ukraine?
But I didn't say that.
No, I'm not putting it in your mouth. It's a literal question.
Just act like they don't know what is going on. They did 9/11. I wonder what big shattery. What did Chicago say? It was the Jew Illuminati. The Jew Illuminati. Stage 9/11. Funny.
I don't think Russia wants to control Kyiv. That was literally the purpose of the war. The original purpose of the war was to take Kyiv. No. Putin made he tried to invade Kyiv. They were in the outskirts of Kyiv. They tried to land helicopters. What he has said consistently is that we need to do this to keep NATO out, and he's got support of his own people. He's got support of the Kremlin. And what I said is it's not either, him and all of these comic book descriptions, which I know you're a really smart guy, and I don't know, how you end up endorsing this of the supervillains that we're given every couple of years. He's a hardcore.
So like of all the people that I listen to on the right, like Ben Shapiro is probably like the like one of the very few that I actually sit there and say does like a really, really, really good job, like actually staying closer to the facts than a lot of other people tend to do, because like my God, like if you was like listening to this and you was trying to think if you was gonna vote for him or not, like the questions that Ben is asking him like would really sow doubt into like if this man even like really knows like what the hell he's talking about, especially with Shapiro's like level of intellect and just like research on the topic. This is actually better than I was. Jesus Christ, it's actually better than I was anticipating. I was listening to 4chan. Ben annoys me. I'm sure, but at the very least, he is very effective at communicating a point, because he will stick a lot closer to using factual information and factual data than like what other people tend to do. So.
Political realist, but Vladimir Putin is a hard power political realpolitik expert.
Vladimir Putin has said repeatedly, I want to negotiate this, and Zelensky has passed a law in Ukraine that says we can't negotiate with him.
And I've actively suggested as a solution that Joe Biden go to Putin around Zelensky and negotiate a solution and then make America hate Ukraine.
You and I agree on that.
Okay, so but until that point happens, until that negotiation.
What doesn't happen tomorrow? I'll tell you what is going to happen the day I get into office.
Okay, and let's assume that you go with Putin and you have a disagreement. You continue to fund Ukraine up to the point where agreement is reached.
Of course you continue, but I'm going to have a ceasefire. And I'm going to negotiate an agreement. I'm not going to give ground until we have an agreement.
Okay, fair enough. So that was the question, because this started off with kind of a broader discussion of American military.
Yeah, no, I would never suggest that. I've been negotiating my whole life. I've negotiated 500 cases.
Jesus Christ.
We'll get more on this in just a moment. First, you want to know what's stupid? Putting a ejector seat on a helicopter. You know what else is stupid? Not having life.
That thing with what is it? Wait. So they want the president of the United States to negotiate a deal, a war deal for another country that. I mean, like we have no, what's the word I'm looking for? Like we have no responsibility for per se. Like that's like who are we? Like, see, this is what I'm talking about. This is like this then becomes the reason why why we tend to like have a bad name, because like, okay, cool, we only got 4 more minutes to a video before we take our break. Like who are we to sit there and like decide for another country like how they're going to like settle an agreement? That's wild. That is actually kind of wild. That is actually kind of wild.
Budget in half. Yeah. And what I had said is that Russia is very aggressive on the world stage. China is obviously an aggressive player, not just with regard to its economy.
In the end of the day, it's really up to Ukraine what Ukraine's going to be willing to do. I mean, that's just what it is. That's like us saying that. That's like saying. I mean, that is like saying like, after the whole Hamas thing in Israel, right? We're going to sit there and tell Israel how they, what it is they should do in order to like. Put like this whole like double state thing to rest, double state issue to rest. That's just crazy.
Obviously feels threatened. That's a very difficult place for the United States to defend. We do require a significantly more powerful navy to maintain the seaways and waterways that allow for a free global market to occur. I mean, we're watching right now as a bunch of ragtag Houthis hold up half the shipping in the planet in the Red Sea because the American Navy has been unable or unwilling under President Biden to actually make sure that there's freedom of the seas in the Red Sea. When you look at the terror tentacles of Iran, it's not that we should have bases we are unwilling to defend in places like Jordan or Syria. It is to say that a muscular American presence on the world stage has been a guarantor of world peace in a way that a reticent America and isolationist-minded America would not be. Somebody's going to fill the gap, in other words.
Yeah, I don't want to repeat what I said about the cause of American military muscle flexing abroad, but it costs $8 trillion, and we're worse off. We're watching the rise of BRICS. We saw the destruction of Iraq.
Jesus.
We saw the destruction of Europe because of America's bad military policy. So I don't agree with you, and I look at China very differently. I think China, we spend 3 times what China spends on our military. They don't want a hot war with us. And by the way, the kind of strategy.
We should tell Israel what's up. They get our tax dollars. Yeah, but the truth behind that though is how much of Israel's budget comes from. My understanding though is that like our aid, the aid that we're giving them, like it's not even that much. I think it's only like around 10. It's like somewhere around 10 to 20% of like their overall budget. So it's like if we just stop, like, okay, granted, it's like 10 to 20, like 10%, 10 to 20% ish, but like they're still like fully capable of supporting themselves, especially especially on their military side. How much is like honestly like just the aid thing is just like I honestly think is a little bit more of a symbol than anything else. How much of Israel's budget comes from the U.S. aid, right? Because like the thing is that if you look at geography, Israel actually doesn't have much natural resources. My understanding is Israel doesn't have it's a lot. I want to cut Israel off. Well, we'll take a look and see. But like my understanding is like Israel actually doesn't have a lot of like natural resources, so they rely a lot on trade. And like one of the things that's allowed them to become like economically viable is that they got really good in the tech sector, and so like they offer a lot of tech services that they export, which is how they make their money. USA reportedly accounts for some 15%. Yeah, see, 15% of Israel's defense budget. How much aid does the U.S. give to Israel? United States committed over 3.3 billion in foreign aid assistance to Israel in 2022. In the most recent year for which that exists, about 8.8 million that went towards the country's economy, while 99.7% of that aid went to the U.S. went to their military. So yeah, right. So 350 billion. Sorry. So if a bulk of that, if almost all that aid is going to their military, but that's only accounting for 15% of their budget, right? That means like if our aid was to just drop off, it wouldn't like it literally it wouldn't be really much of anything to them. And then it's against the Palestinians. The Palestinians don't have like real infrastructure like that. So like they don't it's not like they're facing an existential threat from them. Fuck Israel. If I was president, I wouldn't give them shit. And then let's see. So if we give them 3.3 billion, how much is the U.S. budget? $6.2 trillion, right? So $6.2 trillion. So we're giving them, fuck, I don't even know how to even, like, I mean, I guess I could do it in billions, right? So 6.2 divided by 1,000. Am I doing this right? All right. And then if I give them, and then we're giving them 3.3, about 3.3. So then I take that number and I then multiply that by, right? Because by dividing that by 1,000, that's how much in trillions. That's how big of a part in trillions that is. Right? I think my brain hurts. My brain really, really, really hurts. 0.2. So what's that? 2%? 2% of is, am I right? 2% of that of 6.2 trillion. 2% of $6.2 trillion is how much? If I did this right, because like my brain is like seizing up on me right now to make sure I'm like actually doing these numbers right. We're giving them 2% of our overall budget. So it's like if we just stop giving them aid, it would literally change anything. But then on the grand scheme of things, right, it is still a jack ton of money. So like if we was to drop that off, if we would, because the problem is that people want to cut aid, but then they don't want to actually do anything else. 2% is too much. And the thing is like it truly isn't. But like if you look at it in terms of the actual dollar amount, now 3.3 billion, which is the 2%, if I did the math right, is a crap ton of money, right? You can, like, if we was to just not, if we was to at the very least not do it for 1 year and at least take that money and put it towards other shit in the US, like there's so much shit that like you would be able to revamp. That's what I would have did as president. I would have been like, look, all the foreign aid and stuff is like, look, I understand, like Israel, you do not need this money year after year after year. You can go 1 year, right, real quick. Let me just take at least this amount of money and let me just fix all these things, and after that, then we can restart, right? Because you're our allies, and it's important that we support you. Blah blah blah. Actually, happy for Israel. They are useless. I don't know. I personally do not know the significance of Israel to the rest of the world per se. I think really if I'm not mistaken, I think like their use not their use, but like their support, or like why it's important to have that relation with them is with Iran. It's just because like they provide a really good counterpoint for Iran in that region, because like we have a rock solid ally. I said I don't know too much about the Israel stuff, so I'm not gonna like comment or make too much assumptions. But if Israel wasn't there, there's no country over there that we really have a lot of like significant cooperation with. So I think that's what made Israel particularly significant there, because like we work so closely with them, which really helped with shit in Afghanistan, shit with Iran, shit with Syria especially. That's that I think that's probably like what it is, because I outside of that I can't really I don't know much of anything else in that regard. So I think that's the reason why like that probably like that part's the way it is. I'm trying to think like what else. It's just like with like the importance of Poland, right? Because Poland was super important for us because it was like right there, like I mean basically like right there on the Russia to help us keep the Russians in check militarily. And now that we got like some of the other countries that joined because of the Ukraine war, right? That made all that like pretty good. So now like the only last I think frontier really is to say if we really have anything significant for China, which we don't. Can't rely on Taiwan because if stuff kicks off, Taiwan is sinking. Taiwan in its entirety would probably sink, because it'd be so incredibly difficult to defend a small island that's right there a couple of miles away from China, while we're like halfway on the other side of the planet. I don't see that. I don't see that as a really good defendable position. Japan's another one where like I don't know like how. I mean, Japan is a rock solid ally, but I just don't know like from a military build-up point of view. I don't know like how much oomph will we be expecting them to provide against China. I don't know. The thing with Australia, the Australia-Japan thing, I think was like really good. Australia now could be poised to like set up some stuff. Which, speaking of Australia, man, China's hard. We need that South China Sea. Yeah. I think Australia, and this is why like the whole ally thing I think is so super important, because like we shouldn't be in this business of trying to like trying to police up all over the world. Like we gotta start offloading this to like some of the other nations. Like Australia, I think could be like in a really good position. They got a lot of land, a lot of resources. Not saying that they should like pilfer their land. I don't even think if they can, because like bro, like of all the animals on this planet, like the shit in Australia is wild. They got creatures over there that are just like that. But I don't even know if I'd ever be able to sleep if I ever like went to go visit. The UK needs to UK definitely needs to like do something with needs to help with like the Israeli stuff. I think probably with the Middle Eastern stuff. I think for sure. Like them and the French could probably like help like with the Russia, but like but Poland and I think Finland or whatever was the other country that came in, like they that became like super important now on the Russia side, Middle Eastern side, Israel, and then like we just got to set up thing for China, then everything should be all good, and then it just needs to cool off from there. Okay, what else we got? Oh yeah, let me go back to
The key that you're talking about is establishing dominance in the South China Sea. That's a 20th century strategy. Iran and the Houthis don't have hypersonic missiles.
Ooh, I need pyrite, right?
We have 12 aircraft carriers, and that is the heart of our Navy, right? That and the nuclear sub fleet.
Mm-hmm.
The 12
Ooh,
aircraft carriers,
right?
China has 2 aircraft carriers, and they're kind of older. I think they got them from the Russians, but but the minute a hot war starts with China, every one of our aircraft carriers is going to be at the bottom of the ocean. This is what we don't, this is why NATO, we have to rethink NATO completely. We can't get 1 million people, troops across the Atlantic anymore.
No,
they would all be sunk. But we have to understand the stringencies of modern warfare, of what it's going to look like. And there's also the only reason that we care about Taiwan is because of TSMC, right?
UK and France are not pulling their weight. I think like what, right? These are like one of the things that I would sit there and actually say like Trump was right on, and that's this thing, right? Like, cause like I think like what before Trump started like doing the shit with like NATO, right? Everybody wasn't paying their agreed at least GDP expenditure. now to be fair, right, like it won't ask it for much, 2%. So I personally didn't really understand why they couldn't commit their budget to it. But then again, right, we in the United States take a lot of different things for granted, that is just amazing for us. And one of the things is that the world currency is in US dollars, right? Being the world's currency, right? We offer the protection and stability and making sure that it's not manipulated like how China does with their currency, and then it's all agreed upon, it's safe. You don't have to worry about us being invaded or anything. Where it'd kind of be crazy if the world's currency, the country that it's operating off of, was to all of a sudden just randomly be invaded or destroyed or something, because then that money is useless. So it became all safe stuff, but it allowed us to have damn near unlimited borrowing power. We're the only country really that can borrow the way we borrow and nothing crazy happens. We're definitely privileged a bit, right? Because we're not surrounded by countries that hates us, right? We have Mexico and Canada, right? That's it, right? Then we have great big ocean borders, so that if some beef thing was to happen, we'd be able to see it coming miles, like thousands of miles away before it actually happens. Unlike the shit over there, shit kick off with China and Taiwan, that's instantaneous, right? Shit kicked off with Russia to Ukraine, that happened, right there, and then you saw the buildup happening, right? But and then what else? Iran shoots a missile, something like that, to we be able to see it. So that's one of the things we're privileged at. But the money aspect, right? Because we're able to borrow with just near impunity, right? Because the world currency is in our stuff, right? So we're literally just kind of borrowing us from ourselves. It's still a bad thing. It's still a really bad thing to be borrowing at the amount that we're borrowing. But this is something that none of the other countries can do. None of the other countries can borrow like we borrow and not have grave things happening to them. This is why the Soviet Union pretty much collapsed, because they couldn't keep up with the spending, right? And then they set the collapse. Us, right? If we're spending more than we're making, what do? We just borrow. We just borrow more US dollars because we make them. It's a really cushiony, privileged position, but we do need to start getting it in check before it does become a problem, which is something that I'm a big supporter on. But this notion, right? This notion that that what is, yeah, we're the devil, but we're set. Yeah, we're golden. But this idea though that the other countries should be contributing more. They should be able to contribute what they can, because they're they probably, as far as revenue go, I mean, the thing is our economy's GDP was the largest in the world, right? So our economy is producing more economic output than all of those other countries, right? So we're just overall just not only producing the most money, but then we also get to borrow essentially from ourselves. All the other countries, their economy and stuff just may not really support it within their current budget structure, and they might have to do real huge hoops in order to do it. But now that the Russia stuff kicked off, right, now they're starting to see that y'all need to stop playing around, and that's why now they're starting to kick off. And then especially once Trump started threatening that if y'all don't do it, that shit, he was if they're not paying their 2%, maybe Russia should invade them, and we don't do nothing about it. I don't know. Maybe NATO might not step in if they're not paying their fair share. It's just wild, right? And they're all right, you know what? Fuck it, fine. Let's just let's figure out how we can reach our 2%. And then the crazy thing is that the 2% is not even going to be even much, really, right? Because they're already paying 1.5 or whatever. And then again, right, it's not like their GDP is massive like ours. So if we was going 1 percentage point. For us, you're talking about millions, maybe billions of dollars, but for them, maybe a couple of million. I mean, in the end, nobody really wants to smoke with us. We've burnt so much money in the military. Our military capabilities compared to everybody else. Just what he was saying earlier, right? We got all these bases all over the world, all our equipment all over the world and stuff, missile defense systems, satellite, all that stuff, right? And then Russia and China have one base. In terms of a conflict, they're boxed in. They can't even one of the ways you stop a war is that you subdue the other person. How do you subdue a person that's on the other side of the world and you have no basis or nothing to be able to stage and do military equipment. You have to start like trying to take over or commandeer other people's land, which then means like anybody that's staying neutral, they can't be neutral because then you're gonna try you gotta try and take their land in order for you to stage what you need to stage to then make it to the next frontier. So then it's all gonna be missiles, and then all that's just gonna go up real quick. But we have the capability of reach, which is the reason why why when Hamas was sitting there messing with the trade routes, the trade routes that's going through like that one ship thing, China really should have been the one to be policing that up, because a lot of the Chinese traffic, I believe a lot of the economic traffic was going through there, but they don't have the capability of actually being able to, they actually do not have the capability of actually like policing the waterways all the way over there from where they're at. So we did it because we already had the facilities, the infrastructure. Us and I think Britain and France like joined too. Maybe some other one. U.S. is running the world. I think the U.S. has a lot of influence that we take for granted that we should be a little bit more careful about exercising. But as far as running the world, yeah, as far as running the world, I mean, like people do still do stuff that like we tell them not to do that they still do. It's crazy, right? We didn't want the UK to get out of the European Union, but they got out. The biggest one, right? Donald Trump and Barack Obama and Donald Trump both told Europe that like don't rely on that goddamn Russian gas pipeline, right? They're sitting there like, because if something happens, right? They may or may not actually do something and put you in a bad position. And then of course like they were all like, oh no, that ain't gonna happen, man. It's just, like war stuff over with, bro. We just it's gonna be cheap gas for us and all that stuff. And then what happens when they invade Ukraine? Oh, all of a sudden we gotta shut down this pipeline to conduct maintenance, right? I understand you get 20, 30, however much % of gas to power your homes, to stay warm, especially in these harsh winter times. But I'm sorry, we gotta turn this gas off to do some needed maintenance we've been putting off, and then the shit never came back on, right? And then I think it was an attack or something on it, like some covert thing. But like it's just like like these countries like do stuff like we sit there, we tell them not to do, and they still do anyway. They still sit there and do anyway. But like we do exercise where we can. The shit with Israel, like we have been able to keep Israel a little bit under control for sure. Like when they were getting ready to invade Rafah, and then like Biden got on the phone with them and was like, look, like we're gonna do this, this, and this. If you really if you invade them right now, you need to like have a clear plan in place. And then they sat there and they delayed it. I think they still delayed. I don't even know if they even went into Rafah necessarily yet, per se, but I could be like wrong there. But I know like we definitely had an influence in delaying them, and they delayed. So like that's that. So like it's a whole give or take thing with that. But I mean, it is what it is. I didn't know I have sand here, so I'm gonna make some sand. All right, let's like wrap this up.
The microchip capacity of one company, which is, which makes all the microchip in our refrigerators and our automobiles, and our F-35s, our missiles, our jets, everything. So, militarily, we're really hurting if we don't have access. We can't replicate. We're trying now, but we're not going to be. It would take decades to get where the Taiwanese are right now. So that is, so you can make an argument.
Israel's out of control. We need to apply pressure on them. I mean, we already are, and trying to make sure that they handle this Hamas stuff properly and don't go too crazy. They definitely haven't helped themselves all too much with like some of the comments they were initially making and stuff, but we were applying a really good deal of pressure. Oh yeah, I forgot I could do picture. I think that's what I'm gonna just do. I think I'm gonna just do the picture and then just keep this full screen. Why didn't I do that before? That's what we're gonna do next time. We're about to wrap this up because we're gonna take a break. Yeah, he's already at the 59-minute mark. All right, how much of my shit did it just erase?
Of what it's going to look like. And there's also the only reason that we care about Taiwan is because of TSMC, right? Because the microchip capacity of one company, which is, which makes all the microchip in our refrigerators and our automobiles, and our F-35s, our missiles, our jets, everything. So, militarily, we're really hurting if we don't have access.
Oh yeah, and then that's the big thing right now. The big thing too is that like Taiwan's the only place that has, okay, cool. So it just saved up today. Okay, so I didn't lose much. So that's good at least. Taiwan is the only place that actually makes our our super important I don't even know what kind of chips they're called, but like they're the really important ones where this isn't gonna work. Let me stop that. That powers like a lot of stuff. That's why like when the COVID stuff happened, and then it was like the huge supply crunch while like as shit just started like spiraling out of control with supplies, because like everything started to become super expensive because like you can make a lot of things, but like one component that they need is they need these damn sophisticated computer chips, and Taiwan is the only place that makes them. Taiwan is literally the only place that makes them. They're the only ones that have the equipment and the technical sophistication as far as like labor goes in order to actually produce them, which is one of the like really like Biden did a very, very important good thing with pushing the CHIPS Act, right? Because now like we are on a pathway. It's going to take a long time, 5 to 10 years maybe, right? As long as no other party or no other president jacks it up, right? We will be on a pathway to being able to at least be able to start producing some of these chips on our own. Right now, Taiwan supplies, like, I think they say like 95% of the world's of the world's supply for like this type of chip. That powers like so much from cars, cell phones, like all that stuff. So like if if an invasion happens with Taiwan, like the world is not ready for that. If an invasion happens with Taiwan and China, right, that shit is shut down, and everything you possibly wanted, from your toasters to your cars, right, all that shit is going to begin to disappear. Because the thing is like, if a meteor came and wiped out Taiwan, it would still take us about, like, with a world effort, it would still take us at best 5 years before we could start actually producing these chips. If we like to sit there and like make it, because the machinery alone takes like, I think they say like 2 years, like about 2 years to build. And then after that, then you have to actually get the actual skilled labor that's actually capable of actually making these chips. So you got to get the workers, and like this is a highly technical, really difficult process from my understanding, right? I could always be wrong, but I just know that the timeline is insane. Like, even with a world effort, it would still take us about 5 years before we would even begin to start before like somewhere would begin to start producing the chips that we used to get from Taiwan, if Taiwan was to just all of a sudden disappear. So it's it's a really, really bad position to be in, since so much is dependent on these chips. So let's keep going.
We can't replicate it. We're trying now, but
yeah, see, so
and our F-35s, right? Our missiles, our jets, everything. So militarily, we're really hurting if we don't have access. We can't replicate it. We're trying now, but we're not going to be. It would take decades to get where the Taiwanese are right now. So that.
Yes, he says decades. It's not necessarily that long. Decade is 10 years, right? Should be 10 years. 10 years. Like, it won't take us necessarily that long, but we're all talking like 5 to about 10 years, doing it the right way to actually get up to like where Taiwan is in producing these chips for sure.
So you can make an argument that Taiwan is absolutely critical national security asset for us, and we cannot let the Chinese invade. The thing is that there's another reality. One is that the Chinese control with bases the South China Sea. Our nearest base is Guam, and modern warfare with battleships and with the domination by aircraft carrier, as we just talked about, is now a strategy that's very, very dubious military strategy. But there are other reasons that China does not want to war about this. Number one, the Taiwanese don't want China there, and all of the engineers in that TSMC plant are going to do if the second that China looks like it's going to invade, they're going to do everything in their power to get to the United States. So they're going to lose a lot of their capacity to innovate and to maintain the production of microchips. Number two, that plant is not operating in a vacuum. The lasers that they use, they have a huge supply chain that they rely on, and the supply chain, a lot of it comes from Silicon Valley. A lot of it comes from Amsterdam. A lot of it comes from the capitals all over Europe, and they can't function without that. So China can't just capture that plant and say, okay, we now run all the microchips. They're going to get hurt too. Number three, China dies without Walmart. They have a population that is on the edge of potential revolt. They made all these promises to them, and the only thing that is keeping them even their nose above water is Walmart. And if they lose Walmart, they get hurt a lot more than we do. Finally, and this may be the most important, China dies a week without Mideast oil. We don't need to control the South China Sea. To dominate China. They can't get the oil to China without the shipping lanes open, and we are able to close those shipping lanes, so we can literally strangle China.
That doesn't require naval power, by the way.
But what I would say is, what we should be thinking of is, instead of a hot war with China, let's.
I do hate like the simplicity of that. Oh yeah, we're good. We're getting ready to go on our break soon, so I'm actually going to like the simplicity of that. Like war never ever plays out like how you sit there and expect. Like, yeah, okay, cool, we can shut down shipping lanes, but that means that we also have to be able to maintain a presence over there. And China isn't just going to just let you just close the shipping lane that they need, right? What they're going to do, they'll bomb the shit out of you. They will bomb the shit out of you trying to, like, if you bring boats over there, right? They definitely have the capability of reach when it comes to like certain passageways and whatnot. But China and Israel top tier enemies. I I don't know. I don't know so much about Israel per se, because I think there's a lot of benefits we get out of Israel. But China, I mean, I guess technically you could kind of say that about China per se too. But definitely, China stuff would like pose a really huge challenge. It's not going to be as simple as what he's saying. Like, see, people, I think what's that word? Romanticize. People romanticize war like it's like it like that shit's like just like all figured out. That shit is never figured out. It's never ever figured out, right? Like the submarine warfare, shipping lanes, right? So you talk about submarine warfare, and you're talking about mines, underwater mine warfare, right? And then of course you got your missiles. So you know your what, carrier killer missiles, or just missiles in general, right? So your fighter jets, like all that stuff is be going on, and it just all that just depends naval and then naval warfare, right? So the actual boats, all that has to work for a you know to strangle a shipping lane. Now it could be argued that with shit going crazy like that in that shipping lane, that no boats would be really trying to go over there. So maybe they might have something for that, but I mean China still has allies, right? So like China would still get their supplies from other countries. So I mean, I guess it wouldn't matter. Then we'd have to sit there and try to figure out how to like police like those people up from like aiding them. But don't know. Okay, I think I'm gonna put an overflow gate here. I'm gonna just finish this one up and then we're gonna like take our break. Yeah, here we go. I'm gonna put an overflow gate here. And then I am going to, and then I guess like since we're not watching that video no more, for right now, I'm gonna just play the oh, this time like all the plugins didn't pop up. All right, let's see here. But you know, hopefully we don't get to that point. But if we do, right, I promise you, I can guarantee you it's not gonna go. Excuse me, it's not gonna go the way they're making it seem. That like shit is never ever that easy. Ever. I think I can just you know what, I usually do a good job like hugging the walls, but I think we'll just like stretch it out. We are just gonna stretch it out here. Where's, okay, so I have one pyrite mixer. This costs a lot of resources. It costs so much resources just to make one of these. I mean, just have one of these produce something. So where do I want it? I think I want it, put it like right here, right? And then I'm gonna start off with just one. Right. So here's the sand. Here's the overflow of lead, and then we just need the coal. Hold on, let me just. I mean, I guess. I mean, if we're gonna maximize it, we might as well, right? Let's go ahead and go like that, and then our output is going to come here. I'm gonna just put it right there for now. I just want to get all these places set up first. At this, because we're wrapping up very soon here. I just want to set this up how I envisioned. You. It's a lot of coal. Yeah, I guess we can go like that, right? And nope, I can't put you there, but I can. I guess I'll like there. So, okay, cool. Set that up. I got 1.3 copper, so I know I got enough to do this. And then I'm gonna make an overflow gate so that when this, because there's gonna be a lot of coal just going to like one machine, so I know it's gonna obviously the output is not going to keep up, but I'm going to try to do here. Yeah, I guess I go like that, right? And then swing you around, and we just almost done here. Okay, so I have my overflow for lead, for the excess lead when it's not going to our machinery. Stand here. Coal here. Okay, I need to come over here and start making stuff now. Everything looks pretty good so far. Oh yeah, I need to get electricity over here. I think that's the last thing I just gotta work on. That should be all I got like left to work on. Let me see. It needs electricity, right? Yeah, it needs power. Okay. So let's make sure everything is working as expected. For supply lines go. Supply lines are looking good. Supply lines are looking good right there. And then now all we have left is going to be the power. Got 25 seconds for the next wave starts. I just want to see how all that's going. Looks good. Okay. All right, let's go ahead and let's start our power line route. Oh yeah, I could just start from right here, right? Let's go see like if the enemy quality changes real quick because it's about to start. All right, who is it? Oh, still the explodey things. Okay, so maybe they don't have aerial enemies. I was worried that they had like flying enemies, because flying enemies can like literally like jack my stuff up, because there's a lot of gaps here where I don't have like air defenses. So that's the thing that always tends to like get me caught up. If I don't have an air defense and there happens to be air enemies there, it's just a wrap. But like air defenses can be a bit expensive. That's why I generally don't like doing that. But yeah, I think I'm gonna have to put it there. Yeah, come on, roar there. Okay, let me just, so I can save just a wee bit of time here. We're almost done here, because like once I connect this power, then we're good. We'll stop here. And once I unlock like the bigger nodes, then this will be easier. Think that'll still touch it? It might touch it. Let's see. Might. Oh yeah, see, I was right. It sure did. All right, cool. All right, cool. So the pirates have made. So like once I'm just gonna make the pathway for them to go down, and then for the excess to then go to the base, and then that's it. We're good and we're done, and we'll stop right there, and then we'll pick it back up in like an hour or so. Cause I'm definitely gonna try and like snack on something. Maybe jump into the well, I think after I snack on some, because I don't think I'm eating anything else for the rest of the night, so I'll probably just like do some quick hygiene and see where I'm gonna put this at. So I will probably jump in the shower and stuff too. So yeah, in about like an hour or two from now. I really do want the pyrite down here, so I think what we're gonna do is we are going to I guess I'll let that go. I guess I can take it like this way, right? And then what I can do is I'll have an overflow gate that I will put right here. That way. Right? Yeah. What? This got restream bot. Oh, what's going on? What's going on, Rick? Good to see you, fam. Oh, you know what I need to do? I need to call it. I gotta set you up with some like icons too on the Twitch side when I get a chance to. What's up? Oh, hey, like, are y'all shit? You know what? I meant to actually message y'all. Are y'all trying to shit? Are y'all trying to play like one of those games tonight? Shit, I completely forgot. I totally forgot. I was sitting here like just like kind of vibing. I'm working. Oh damn, they got you working, fam. Sheesh. I got a deployment tonight. Damn, son. Tough. They got my boy working. Yeah, no. So I think what I'll do is I'm gonna check and see if yeah, I forgot. I don't know why I didn't even. I don't know. I forgot. I'm gonna check and see if Xylos got if Xylos still trying to do something. Let me see. I'm done. I'm on time. Oh yeah, tomorrow for sure. Yeah, tomorrow for sure. We'll definitely gotta hit it up. PRB. All right, don't worry, fam. Gotcha. Come on, Oh no, it's holding me. See, there go my leak. Hold on. Oh yeah, when you're back, I'm gonna show you this music too, man. Yeah, we got a music application we've been working on. In our dabbling. I don't know what the hell I'm doing, but it's still something. Damn, so I can't. I'm gonna have to think about this. So it definitely can't. Okay, so it definitely can't go that way. So I'm gonna have to go like this, right? Or no, actually it can, right? Because all I need to do is actually just set up a bypass, right? Yeah, I just set up a junction. Yeah, all I can do is just set up a junction, and then that way, when I go down like this, all right, let's see what the enemies. Oh shoot. Okay, cool. Still suicide bombers. All right, cool. And our things are working as expected, so that's nice. Okay. Hold on. I gotta sit there and do this shit. Come on, bruh. Okay, we're actually gonna stop right there. So that right there should work for us. And then I have the overflow gate right here. I'm gonna start with this pathway right here, and let's go over here. Hold on. Almost there. Jesus Christ. Okay. Looking. All right. It's just looking good. It's looking good. It is looking good. Okay. Just gotta get our pathways going here. Okay, and I definitely can't put that there, so I am gonna have to just go straight up. Oh wait, can I? Okay, cool. I can go through the water. I was worried for a second. And for the sake of keeping my thing clean here, bypass, and then let's keep going. All right. All right, we got it going. Bam. Hold up. Let's see. While I'm at it, let me just see if I can jump on. Well, let me complete this pathway. Then I'm trying to like do some quick Twitch stuff, and then yeah, and then like I think we're still gonna like kind of clean up. Okay, so this is all looking good. Let's go up to here. Okay, and okay, still 2 enemies, so likely still the explodey guys. So let's go with that, and they were immediately killed, so that's good. So I hate like not being there like when the enemies are spawning, because like I'd be so worried. I'm telling you. Okay, yeah, graphite, all that stuff. Okay, cool. So all that's looking good, and so let's and then sometimes like I'd be missing connection. I just didn't do it yet because like I haven't put. I wanted to build up because I need to make sure I get like the weaponry completely filled up first with some like good ammo supply, and then that'll be that. But all right, so let me just actually jump on Twitch over here because I meant to. I wonder if I already did it. Probably not. Let's see. I'm just taking a quick look. I will let the timer run down. Just because I think this map isn't like all too hard, so this just hopefully should be good. I think for most of it, and then I just need to probably just put a couple of more of like the other kind of turrets I was planning on building. Like I think both the Scorch and the Hail uses pyrite, right? They sure do. So that means, I mean, these ones I'd have to put pretty close, right? Like so. Okay, cool. Yeah, I might as well. Hell, look, I'm right here. Let me just do this real quick. Yeah, I guess I'll start right there, right? Because I would want to. I think I would want to just go like this, right? Yeah. And then that way I can have the Hails, because the Hails are still only 1 block big, right? Yeah, they sure are. Yeah, let's go ahead and get you. Okay. And then all I do now is I just place this one router block right here, and boom, right now they should all should be getting supplied. See, all the ammo's going in them. And let's just look at the work. Yep, still exploding, guys. Yeah. Oh yeah, now we finally got like a singular robot. Oh yeah, and this is what wave 11 is. 8 more. Oh yeah, no, we're gonna clear this one easy. Okay. You know, I like the. Oh my god, what was the name of that anime? Man, it was like the guy that like he would like super overly prepare. It's crazy. All right, so that's that. Let the clock run a little bit, but let's jump on this here. Create a dashboard. And let's see. Oh yeah, no, I already have them. Okay, cool. I already had them set up, and account settings, and here, right? And I just wanted to yeah, everything still looks pretty good here. You know, all my stuff is still set up. Maybe the other stuff is like a Kick exclusive, because I don't see. Let me see. Streaming tools, stream together, viewer rewards. Wait, there's no way I don't have viewer rewards already, right? Yeah, that's what I thought. No, this is for the other stuff. I was about to say, like, hold on, I know this account. My other account has it, but this account shouldn't. This account definitely shouldn't have it. But followers mode, okay, cool. Channel. Okay, nope, all of it. Yep, all that's good and looking well. And you feel it. Oh, content. Okay, cool. Community. Oh wait, I'm not following them. Why would I not have them followed on that shit too? Okay, and roles manage. Oh, cool. So it did have like some stuff here. Did it have an artist thing? You can add new roles too. Oh wow. I did not know the new artist badge and emote attributions. Okay, cool. Oh wait, they do got flying enemies in here? Ain't no way. Oh my god, I was terrified for a second. I looked at my icon because I was like, hold on, this is the shape of like of an aircraft. And I was just like, hold on, they got flying. Oh man. I was terrified. So I was like, fuck, if I don't sit there and cause like if they drive or they fly past these two, I'm hold. Because then I have to go and then shoot them down myself. And then I'll have to sit there and then I gotta figure out how I'm gonna restructure this to make sure I got like air support like all around here. But I did not know that they definitely rose. Are you able to like add the icons? Can you like change icons? Let me see. Search. Can I just see? Hold on. What kind of do you just I'm just like kind of genuinely curious. Wait, so I go here. Oh wait. Oh no, so no, it's controlled by, okay, so it's controlled by Kick. So you can't, okay. Well, never mind then. Okay, well, never mind. All right, cool. So I'll save that. Success. Oh, that's good. And other guys got their rope. Okay, cool. Nice, all good. All right. Well, now that that's all over, all right, guys, we're going to kill it. We are going to jump back on. We will be jumping back on, but yeah, we gotta get a break in. We'll certainly have to get a break in for sure. Let me see. Destroy this. Here, go on here. Oh shit, recovery blocks. The mender. I guess I put one here, and I guess I guess I could just put one right here. And you know, in case the unfortunate happens, I'll put it here as well. Okay. All right, now we're good. Oh my god, man, this was fantastic of a stream today. I'm actually while we're on break, I'm actually hit up my other guy and see if he's trying to jump on tonight, and then yeah, and then that'll be that. But I'll definitely be back on. I didn't know it was already. It's late, 10:38. All right, yeah. Give me like 30 minutes. It won't take me 30 minutes. 'Cause I think I'm gonna just jump straight to doing like some of the stuff. Well, no, it's definitely gonna be an hour. 11:30, right? So in about an hour, I'll be back. But Robin Goodfella, like it was good chatting you, brother. Cause I don't know if you're gonna be up all night, man. It's already late over there. And then like for Rick too. Rick, it's late over there for Rick as well. So appreciate you all for sure. Clear this. I'm sorry, I just try to have these things kind of perfect, man. Put you there. Okay, everything looks good. I wish there was a way that I can see. Oh wow, you can just teleport back to base like that? I didn't even know that. But yeah, all right, let's go ahead and let's save her. Save it. Quit. This would be good too, because I bet you oh no, my phone's actually doing pretty good battery wise. Amazing. That's actually, wait, is that the CPU? Oh no, this is notifications. Okay. Come on. I'm just curious how well my battery held up. 92%. Wow, it's actually charging today. Oh, because this game is a lot less power hungry than this one. When I'm playing that one, my God, this should drain my battery despite being connected to the computer. But all right, now let's go ahead. Let's exit Dex. Where's all the plugins at? Oh, it actually closed all the plugins. Oh, well that works. Can I save? Save this too in case I have to make any changes. We'll probably do another song. We'll probably actually, yeah, we'll probably actually like drop this up. That might be one of the first things to do when we come back. Oh, and then I can set the AC down to really low, so that way as it's building up temperature and we get the house cool down, then when I put it back up to the temperature so I'm not freezing, we'll have less AC coming through and making my audio sound like pure booty. So let's close all of this. This was a good stream, but we will be back. All right, guys. You guys take care. I am going to go ahead and do some quick chore stuff. So let me see if I can get this if I get this button to work right this time. But I'll be back on in about an hour. I'll see y'all then. Y'all take care.
Will Almighty ever stop being trash? Can he ever not be sorry? Find out next time on Almighty's stream.
It's a really good question, actually. Why? Actually, let me set the thing to however low it's going to be. Could you imagine?